you had a closed circuit hidden camera on me, it would appear as if I was a sick individual. You know, I'm gifted in the fact that I can actually interact. You feel me? But in that state, it's definitely, you're a conduit. You're a transmission system. It's not me. You know what I mean? I've equipped my mind with the algorithm. So by learning words, the more availability you have to your expression, the more is which is going to be relayed in your sense. Just like if you got the best internet connection in the world. You feel me? The only way you can get that is by allowing yourself to be that, man. You got to be open.
Go so deep, go so deep, go so deep. Go so deep, go so deep, go so deep. Don't know me, no more ego, so free. Don't know evil, no evil, no me. Go so deep, go so deep, go so deep. Go so deep, go so deep, go so deep. No rollie, don't go sleep, don't know sheep. Don't know evil, no me. It's happening, something is happening. I felt a spirit coming back again. My little magic friend. I'm the bag of skin it casted in. The voice you're hearing on the track is him.
All right, what is going on, everybody? Peace, power, and profit to the family. Uncle Uja Suneb, life, prosperity, and health to you all. Kicking off the first 15 days of 2021, and we are not surprised whatsoever in essence to what we're dealing with today. Coming right out of a year that was something for the history books, and right into another year that is already seeming to surpass 2020 history books. Couldn't make this stuff up as it is said, right? The whole idea of this being something like something out of a fantasy novel, right? We just couldn't make this stuff up. Here we are again, the first 15 days of 2021, and it's already fireworks. and just, you know, tabloid after tabloid, craziness after craziness, you name it, insert your own wow moment that you experienced thus far in this year. But nonetheless, we are going to get through it one way or the other. And nothing will stop us in our endeavors to be sufficient financially, socially, etc., etc. Right? So, of course, on this channel, our channels as a whole, our modus operandi is definitely surrounded around financial literacy. Right? There's no secret, right, guys? You guys know how we roll. And within doing so, we also have to discuss other topics that somewhat cross certain lanes and lines when it comes to the markets, right? Of course, we are Forex orientated, we're equity market orientated, options trading, crypto, you name it, we're after it, right? We are, again, entrepreneurs at heart when it comes to utilizing these markets, right? And for all those who out there who are learning this craft, shout out and kudos to you all, because again, what we witnessed in 2020 when it came to how the market responded in the middle of a pandemic, if that does not excite you and ignite you to want to learn this, I don't know what else to tell you, right? Market shrugged off a pandemic, a global pandemic, and made all-time highs across all the major indices, NASDAQ, NYSE, whatever, right? S&P, you name it. And so that has a lot to, to be obviously just, I should say, remember in essence to how when people feel like they're backed into a corner, hence like you see on my picture right now, right? My icon or avatar that you see right now on my screen, how do how do you respond in that moment, right? How do you prep, process or whatever to, get up out that corner, right? As they say, let your next move be your best move. And again, the first 15 days of 2021, we're having it already figured out, how we are going to have to position ourselves to allow our next move to be our best move. And again, like I say, the fireworks have been nothing short than just dazzling. Right. And so again, thank you all for tuning in. Again, we got some family coming in the building already. Happy to have everybody here. Again, I know it's Friday evening. You got family going on. You got movie night. You got all these things going on. Of course, we're still in the middle of an ugly pandemic. But nonetheless, this is time to detox, unwind, kick back, and just throw out, right, the entire, aspect of what we came through in terms of this week, the aftermath of the insurrection week that was before, right, that laid siege to the so-called quote-unquote nation's capital. Of course, my backyard here. And again, this week here, somewhat same kind of energy starting to kind of pick up a little bit, with everybody being a little bit tense on edge because we're going into the inauguration next week, right? And there's major issues or threats that may be levied upon people, right, who may want to attend, or just the idea that other capitals around this country may be in trouble. And we're going to discuss all that, right? Of course, we're going to discuss all of that. Hence, that's why, as you see, I like to have some kind of catchy little title or whatever to kind of, spark the conversation, spark at least the creative mindset of thinking like, man, what's this going to be about? What is this going to be about, right? So again, where do we go from here? 2021, right? The prequel to 2020, right? And there's a message, right? There's a message to my madness, as I always like to say. Some of you guys who know me, there's a method to my madness. The reason why I titled it, where do we go from here? 2021, the prequel to 2020, right? Basically, what is happening now, in essence, had we got on top of it, what we have had to dealt with 2020 in the way that we dealt with it. I want you to ponder that for a moment. I want you to think about that in terms of how we allowed people, actors, Congress, all these different realities, like the Fed and all these different things, to somewhat just, go the way that it was going. After it was airing apparent that the pandemic was going to be here, had we nipped a lot of those things in the bud, would we be here today? Right. So of course, that's the topic, right? That's that discussion piece that, like, man, it's like, had I got on top of this earlier, we wouldn't have to deal with what we dealt with, possibly that, just happened literally a week ago in Washington. Right? Just think about that for a moment, right? The idea how we allow the complicitness of the allowing certain people that have power, I should say. I'm choosing my words carefully for a reason. Had we not let that, tiger out the cage, so to speak, would we be here today at the level that we're dealing with, what we're dealing with now and here in 2021? People had thought they forgot 2020. It's like, man, let bygones be bygones, right? I'm done, right? A messy breakup, nasty divorce, whatever, right? Severance, whatever. Sever, 2020 away from our psyches, our mindsets. And 2021 is already trying to kick 2020 in the teeth. And we're just getting started. Get excited for that, right? Get excited for that, right? So again, that's why these conversations are always relevant, because you need to have a way to come to a forum or a place or platform and have those kind of sanguine conversations, and hopefully they don't, become, phlegmatic, but we'll see, right? But nonetheless, we're going to discuss it, right? And that's why I enjoy my peers. I enjoy you guys, all you guys who tune in, everybody on the Facebook world, all the family over there, all the family over here on the YouTube world. Thank you again for tuning in. All right, all the Discord family, everybody on Twitter, Instagram, the whole nine, everybody out there. Again, thank you all for tuning in. As I always like to say humbly, right? I am because we are Ubuntu, out the gate. So again, I'm gonna get the link out there so we can have this open discussion. It is Friday. It is the weekend. We got a long, elongated 3-day weekend because of obviously your Martin Luther King's birthday is on Monday. Well, they're going to celebrate it this Monday, obviously coming up. So the stock market is, pretty much closed. All right. So you have 3 days to, again, sit around and contemplate how you're going to look at the market going into next week. How we're going to put together a mindset of preparing for next week's, I guess, events when it comes to current events in terms of the inauguration and everything else, again, that's been surrounding us, even with the idea that some people being in a position where they may can get the vaccine, right? This vaccine scenario rollout, which we're going to discuss that scenario too, right? With more news coming out about that, right? As we always say, there's nothing out there that's pretty much, indefinite, right? Or definite, and I should say, excuse me. So there's a lot of issues surrounding, a lot of the issues with that. So, but that's what's important because people have witnessed how we, look at these politicians, to the government as a whole, as supposing to be, supposedly supposed to be somewhat the, the voice of reason, right? The voice of calm and giving people some kind of form of a, you know, confirmation, if you want to call that, in terms that they're doing everything in their power to make sure that you're going to be protected and that you're going to be good to go. But what we're witnessing again is a scenario where this division that we've, saw happen for years, obviously, it's now coming into somewhat of fruition. Again, who knew it was going to happen last year will culminate into what we witnessed last week in Washington, this year already, right? We already knew that Republicans and Democrats are pretty much have always been kind of butting heads throughout the years in terms of who control power, who think they got power, who mismanaging power, who's not living up to the power structure that they were sent to Congress to perform and do. And now that destruction or the threat of destruction has came to their front door, literally, how are these politicians going to respond now going forward? It's going to be very revealing. And for everybody who voted for a particular party, a particular candidate, Senate, House seat, whatever, you're now starting to realize, right, you are better off just going into your eminent communities and having these same kind of conversation with people in your community and building out what you need right in your own backyards. Besides waiting on someone in Washington to do something for you, which these people are sitting there, again, just wasting valuable time, playing reindeer game. And here it is, they just had their life literally threatened and they still are, seemingly can't get on the same page. Like, again, there's two type of mindsets apparently seem to be circulating in Washington. And it has nothing to do ultimately with the so-called ideal of doing the will of the people, right? They claim they're there to do the will of the people, right? But that's not necessarily seeming to be professed. Well, not so, at least what American people seem to see it as something that's relevant, because hence that's why you have this level of division that's even more wider than it was before 2020 began. Literally, the pandemic really exposed a lot of things, right? If nothing else, exposed racism, white supremacy. It exposed how the government obviously deals with, again, the inequality from the Federal Reserve, obviously them printing a lot of money and that money obviously being a backstop to Wall Street and not Main Street. And then them passing the buck on to Congress saying, hey, Congress got to do their part as well. I've done my part. I've already taken care of corporate America, which obviously, how can you put corporate America among the people who are suffering the most in Main Street? But yet and still, people still allowed that to happen and didn't ask the pertinent questions. And here it is now, some 10 months later, you're just now, somewhat seemingly, it seems like you're about to get, I would say a quarter of justice, a quarter worth of justice with a somewhat of a, little, a dollar too late, dollar short type of stimulus check, right? Which that's also up for debate this evening, because we were told, right? When I say we were told, I mean everybody that sat and watched the Democrats, in this case, of course, y'all know I have no political affiliation, so disclaimer out the gate, I'm neither Democrat, Republican, none of this foolishness, none of this dog and pony show. You're not going to box me in to that ignorance, right? Those gang members, these Republicans and Democrats are nothing but gang members. If you don't believe me, cut on your TV. Look what happened all last week, and obviously prior to that, throughout the coronavirus situation, right? So who wants to be associated with them trash? All of that trash. Right, good luck. That's all I'm gonna say is good luck. But nonetheless, again, like I was discussing, you were told that if you voted, right, for those two important Democratic seat runoffs that was happening in Georgia, that if you was to vote and to get those two guys elected, you would get a $2,000 stimulus check day one of my taking the seat as the president. Words of Joe Biden himself, not my words, his words. You will no doubt get that $2,000 check that we know that you deserve. Instantly after those words were mouthed out, and people actually showed up in essence to say, hey, we've been needing the money anyway. Y'all both kind of played, gatekeepers and blocked us from getting the money that we're supposed to get way back in the summer of 2020 when it was airing apparent that we was going to need, further stimulus in terms of being able to give it to the actual American people. They kick the can down the road like they've always done in terms of Congress. The ability that they can't work together is not the fact that the American people necessarily can't work together. Is that people got tired. They got, frustrated. They were just really bothered how grown people, grown, dusty, rusty people sitting up in Washington off Pennsylvania Avenue can't seem to come together and do what was already adamant and obvious that they needed to do. And it just built up more anger, more frustration, more division. They stoked it on both sides, Republicans and Democrats. Everybody's to blame. And then we got what all that culminated to, of course, last week in Washington. And not to say that obviously I have any kind of level of likability to those idiots, right? Those terrorists, right? These domestic thug terrorists that laid siege to Washington, because that's a whole new different breed of person, right? That's a whole new different breed of person and or people. But the ideal that those people pent up frustration, because when I saw from my position, the type of people that I was seeing in that crowd from all walks of life, you had lawyers, policemen, firemen, teachers, business owners, and then you had your common, quote unquote, deep South, from Confederate, insert your favorite, adjective behind that. So that admixture, right? You had fed up Democrats in there in that group too. Don't get it twisted. It was fed up Democrats loaded in that little riding little crew as well. So you had all walks of life. You had people who were, again, the anti-Semitism aspect of that. Y'all saw that with the guy wearing the Camp Auschwitz shirt. I spoke about that live when it was happening, and then it ended up being a big news reel. Later they finally picked up on and started talking about it just recently, right? Nancy Pelosi had a press release today where she spoke about that, right? She called a guy, a punk, right? Whatever. But nonetheless, again, these are things that we was able to ID when we was watching this thing unfold live, right? We sat through it live. We was going through this craziness, this chaos, and we saw all these different elements, right? We saw all those different elements, right? And who knew, right? Who knew? And so this week, when we're taking names, right, and we got the scorecard out, and we're saying, right, who were all the implicit, the complicit, handlers of this stuff, and who's responsible, and this, that, the third. Everybody pointing the fingers back at the people, at each other, and no one wants to take responsibility, right? But we saw what we saw, and our eyes are not, deceiving us. And we saw again how politicians respond, right? So now we have something to really, really think about going forward again in 2021, so we don't be bamboozled for the rest of the year, because it's going to come. We're already starting to see the Democrats backpedal already on some of the initiatives that they initially spoke about that they wanted to do at the level, they're already starting to backpedal. So what does that really say? Right? So again, we saw it early on with the Republicans did it, 2017. Y'all know how this stuff go. People are always going to talk a good game until they get into the place they want to be, right? That position of power. Then it's like, okay, well, see, but what I was really saying was, right, we obviously heard Joe Biden said that he's going to look to eliminate student loan debt, right? They was going to put forth an initiative or a bill to eliminate student loan debt for everybody. Eliminate it, not pay a portion of it, but eliminate it. That has since been backpedaled. Now they're saying as much as they're only going to forgive only $10,000 worth of student loan debt. Again, mark that off on your, your double or you was lied to, right, calendar or your time sheet or whatever, right? The stimulus check, right? We will get $2,000, not $1,400 to equal $2,000, but you will be getting $2,000 check if you vote, Ossoff and Warnock into office, the Senate. Now it's like, oh well, basically what we were saying was, we only can give you 1,400, to equal to 2,000. Is that okay? All right, you see that backpedaling, right? That backpedaling, right? Again, a lot of people didn't catch that. Some people caught it, right? Smart people caught it. I know a lot of our people caught it, right? People in our chat now that follows, we very good at listening. We know how to listen, right? We know how to listen, right? So we know that when people try to backpedal and act as if you didn't hear what you heard, you can call BS on them, right? So clearly, there's issues surrounding that, right? Right. And there's also other things that we're going to discuss this evening as well that I think you guys need to also know for your own behooving, right? That's going to be very beneficial going forward, so we don't be stuck out there, you know, letting our emotions dictate, what we think should happen, as opposed to what was actually said and what is known to happen, or what we know that will possibly happen, right? Ahead of the game. Again, chess, not checkers. Right, we don't move on emotions over here. Right, we don't do emotions over here. We're not concerned about how many likes you get, how many loves you get. We not that stuff don't move us over here. We're only concerned about building up our our bottom lines. Right, we're financial. Again, we the what? We the money crash. Right, y'all know our political party. Right, we're a separate party. Right, we are called the money crash. Right, we only care about money, value, opportunities that are presented, so we can grow our own wealth, because we cannot depend on those who are so-called in the quote-unquote government or power structure to obviously evenly distribute the opportunities in a way, right? Notice I said evenly distribute the opportunities. I didn't say just give people money. Evenly distribute the opportunity, make it a fair game, and allow us to go out there and do what we need to do. But they would dare not do that, because they know some of you guys, given the right opportunity, you will blow things out of the water, right? So that's why they got to make it hard for you every single day. And they're going to go out their way to do it, right? Right. But that's, again, another conversation for another day. But nonetheless, we're going to get that. So let me get the link so we can have this, this discussion, right? Because it's important, right? It's important that, when we come together to have these round robin discussions, that we all are able to voice our thoughts, our opinions, right? Our ideologies or whatever. So we're not, missing or leaving no stone unturned, no leaf uncovered, right? As I always like to say, right? And that's why these conversations are important, because everybody has their own different value of a squawk, right? Or they call it a squawk box, right? Squawk box, always in terms of the stock market. Y'all know this is basically where people come to discuss, opportunities when it comes to the market, stocks, companies, whatever, right? So we have our own form of that, variation of that, right? In our own right, where we come together to discuss the things that matters the most to us, in terms of opportunity, in terms of knowing what to do, how to do it, when to do it, right? So we can better protect our quote unquote community. And I say our community because, for those who are serious about wanting to affect change in their life from a tangible perspective, then look no further. You're hanging out with people who, this is what we do, right? We don't talk. We just go out there and demonstrate. We're not going to talk you to death. We're not going to sell you anything. We're just going to go out there and demonstrate. We're going to utilize these financial capital markets. It's global free market, however you want to call it. And we're going to go out there and demonstrate, right? You're going to see it on our timelines. You're going to see what we're doing, right? If it's not the market, entrepreneur endeavors, or just making good positive moves in our lives, nonetheless, you're going to see us demonstrating. Again, we're not going to talk you to death, right? And so that's the difference between us and a lot of people, right? We don't do a lot of that, pontificating and filibustering and wasting time and getting all hot and bothered and sweaty for no reason, right? That's just not our MO, right? I'm not finna get caught up in the things that cannot, relate to me in a way where I can see a bag that can come from it, right? Or that being the end result, I should say, right? And so that's why I love the circle, the circles that I move in, right? Everybody, right, that I know who move in them same circles that we do, right? Shout out to you all. Salute to you all, right? I know I have some awesome peers around me, and look at here. I would have it no other way, right? I would have it no other way, right? So there's the link, guys. If you want to come on the back panel there, the link there, jump on if you will, share your thoughts. Again, we're going to have this discussion. Where do we go from here, guys? 2021, the prequel to 2020, right? We didn't seen this movie before, right? Let's think about that. We didn't seen this movie before. It's already popping. Like, dog, we just got started and we're already popping. And so, I mean, it's to the point. It's like, well, what else is going to come, right? What else is going to come down the pipeline? What else do they have waiting in the wing that's going to just, be bigger than what we've already witnessed, right? Again, a slew of just headlines after headlines. The first 15 days, you already got these crazy dynamic headlines. Not the typical current events, and we talking about crazy stuff. Ain't no telling what's coming, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's important, again, just thinking about it, about time we really get through, in our case, in terms, for us who follow the market, the first quarter of the market, right? When I say the market, first quarter of the market, basically the first, quarter of the fiscal calendar, I should say, right? That first telltale 3 months in terms of how we're going to grade, right? The markets, how we're going to grade, the overall governance, right? And I say governance because I don't want to get caught up in just using the ideal of the, we know government, but governance, because somebody got to be the dope in the room, right? Somebody gonna have to step up and call the shots as they need to be called, right? Somebody gonna have to go out there and legislate and make all the necessary provisions to give people truth to power as they need to hear it, and the clarity in which it needs to be delivered so they're not confused. Because again, 2020 pandemic, and people in 2021 still unsure about even how to protect themselves because of the coronavirus. This late in the game, people still not necessarily knowing how to even protect themselves in the coronavirus situation. Shows you again how bad, in my opinion, or as they like to say, how piss poor, again, those who are been in positions of power have been very bad at delivering the information that you need to make sure that you make good decisions for yourself and your family. And so that says a lot, right? And so again, we're going to discuss it all. Again, I know you guys are, ready to get at it, right? And again, I thank you all for tuning in. Thank y'all. Like, share, subscribe to the video. Of course, I rarely say that, but sometimes I need to get ready to start saying it, right? Go subscribe to everybody that that has a YouTube channel itself. Support your peers. Support the people who support you. A like costs you nothing. A subscribe costs you nothing. A like costs you nothing. A subscribe costs you nothing. Yet, YouTube will cut you a bag if you just be disciplined and do the necessary things when you passing by these people's channel and throwing them a thumbs up, hitting their videos and saying they're like, even if you don't watch the entire thing, support them. These people cutting checks, and people out here still trying to convince themselves, well, but if I don't know if I want to like or subscribe or but you still hang around their channels and stuff, right? But you will not. I don't get it, but y'all know what I'm saying. So like, share, subscribe. Go subscribe to Sister Monica, Sister Chris, Ilba Play Hot Adventures in the house. Go subscribe to her channel. She's already over 1,000. We need to get Sister Monica to 1,000. We need to get Sister Camille to get her channel popping. Brother Brandon, everybody in the back chat, overseas, everybody, right? Matter of fact, our sister Dr. Devontae Moore, right? Y'all know her again. Come on. We need to support our troops, right? Our people who are out there, again, in financial arms, doing what they need to do to kind of build up our base, right? So go support your family, and anybody that has a YouTube channel that's listening in, post it so we can go subscribe to it, right? So we can all again share in the ideal of that. So again, as you see, we got some panels popping up in the building. So without further ado, we're gonna jump right into tonight's discussion. I kind of laid somewhat of the framework of some of the topics that's gonna be the awesome worth value of talking about tonight. I got other things as well, but again, out the gate, this has been one crazy beginning of the year. I know y'all ready to talk about it for the market aspects, and that's what it will be like going forward as well. All right, so I'm excited. Yeah, a brother $5 Tito, if you could, it's not allowing me to add you in. Maybe go back out and come back in on the back chat here. For some reason, it's not allowing me to add you. So maybe just go out and come back in. All right, so what's going on, Ilba Monica? Miss Monica Lamb in the house, right? Tri-City in the building, right? Miss Monica Lamb Solutions in the house. How are you doing today?
Peace, power, and profit, brother African Emporium, Camille, Chris, the chat. What's up, y'all? And I'm in here. You know what season it's tax season, so I think I've been sitting in the same spot since I got myself together this morning after my training.
Getting it in, right? Making those dotting those I's, crossing those T's, right?
Yes, indeed. Oh my goodness. I had six businesses to do. I'm on number 5.
So you about done though.
Yeah. Hey, the hustle is real. You know I like my dollars.
That's it, right? Opportunity. Again, that's the spirit of an entrepreneur, right? We understand the work involved, but as they say, sometimes it ain't work when it's a passion, right?
Oh yeah.
You enjoy it because it does come with a value of profit. That obviously, translates to, hey,
you already know.
It's worth it, right? So again, shout out to Sister Monica. Subscribe to her YouTube channel, Monica Lamb, verbatim, Monika, right?
Right.
CA, right? KA. Go subscribe to her channel, Lamb. I was like Lamb, little Lamb. Go subscribe to her YouTube channel. You will not be disappointed. Again, that sister need to be over 1,000 subscribers since yesterday. The amount of work she puts out is just pretty much priceless. And you guys already know if y'all follow some of our links. Right?
We trying to get ahead of that. We trying to get ahead of the PPP. They already posted on the lender's sites. They got the requirement, the list of documentation, and they're supposed to open up the links on, I think, Monday morning or Tuesday morning. So
right. They opened up the portal, but they didn't have the area where you can go and kind of fill in the information to get, money. So they had that popping this week, and people like, man, what's the use of open that up? You ain't gonna let people get to the paperwork, right?
No, the use of it is that you find out what you need so you don't be behind, because you know what happened. Remember last time?
Yeah.
They flooded it so quick. Yeah, those who administrative got their documents together. So I'm trying to get ahead of the game. I'll be doing this stuff all weekend, selling jewelry and doing taxes.
Again, the energy and the spirit of an entrepreneur. Couldn't have it no better way, right? And I love it because, again, that stuff is important. So, again, we spoke about that a little bit last week, and I'll touch on that a little bit more about the PPP and the EIDL loan. And that's to how important it is for a lot of you guys with this particular stimulus package, meaning the last one that passed, right? HR 133, right? That one that got everybody all in their feelings because it should. When we saw all that wasteful pork, right? Earmarked spending that was going to all these kind of, off the beaten path type of entities, right? Again, gender studies in Pakistan, right? U.S. tax dollars going to stuff like that, counting how many amberjack fish in the Gulf of Mexico. And here it is, people hurting and needing money. And they say, well, you know what? We'll spend billions and billions of dollars on that stuff, but we'll only give you guys $600. Couldn't make this stuff up, right? It's like pulling teeth to get your own money. Literally, it's your money, taxpayers' money. And it's like, no, we don't want to give it to you because we, kind of earmarked your tax dollars to go to Arabia, right? To count how many sand fleas that bite camels or something, right? Couldn't make this stuff up, right? And literally, that's how this stuff goes. So a lot of pork. So now that we know, again, a little bit more so because the magnifying glass had turned on government, turned on governance, and how these people do business as usual, they literally got exposed. Now, it's all public record if you go to congress.org. But how many people spend their time surfing congress.org? Not many. But because of the coronavirus situation and how it happened and the need for, help or aid, we got a front row seat and seeing how these people sit around on Capitol Hill every day, lobbying with your money, taxpayers' money, and just selling it off to the highest bidder. Am I lying? Am I lying? We saw how they mismanages our funds every day, all day, and making a mockery of your so-called, vote or your, acceptance to have these people to go to do your bidding, and they just throwing money away. And they said, well, no, these things were already put in place. They are strategic placement values of finance that we already kind of voted on ahead of time. It just seems bad now because we kind of merging it with this COVID package right now at the end of the year. We already had this stuff already on the books. Well, okay, if you're going to say that, then again, who gave y'all the green light to be doing all this kind of stuff? Are you going back to your particular district saying, hey, we know you're paying right now, but I know y'all need this, the schools to be a little bit more better and the better books and the roads to be, to be a little bit more better. But, we just need y'all to be patient with us because right now we need to send at least, $1 billion of your money to go count how many amberjack fish going to be coming through, the Panama Canal, or how many, so-called transgender people in Pakistan, or people that maybe think about getting transgender, surgery. We need to figure out how many of those people might need to get that done, or how many guns we need to, equip, the Egyptian military with, just in the event that they become under siege by the South Sudanese people or the Somalis, or just if the Pakistanis or the Palestinians try to run up out of the Israel area, running couldn't make this stuff up, guys. They said it was over $44 billion in pork that was laced in that HR 133. We saw it, everybody saw it, and that was more the reason why those people that went to Washington last week, they had all that on their brain too. Am I lying? Right? They took all that frustration and fury with them pretty much right here in my backyard, and they did what they did on top of that. So again, that's why when we thinking about government, we need not be confused going forward because we know how they act. We know these people are, again, dressed up, charlatans and bums and hoodlums. Don't let education, confuse you. Don't let, again, education confuse you with intellect. It's a difference. Common sense is universe given. Right? You can't teach common sense. You have to, either you have it or you don't. And these people are operating under the guise that they feel like you're just used to hearing, the technical language and the jargon, and you just get, you use your common sense. You say, well, now, this don't even add up. This don't even add up. Again, we know how they play. So we're going to discuss it. So yeah, so I love it. Again, Sister Monica already kind of laying the groundwork, already telling what she's doing. Again, she got that last little, Trump tax man to deal with on the way out the door, right? Before we even get what even Biden's tax plan is. So we're gonna discuss that too at some point. But nonetheless, so Ober Chris, we have Ober Chris in the house. What's going on, Ober? Peace, power, and profit.
Peace, power, and profit, Ober. Peace, power, and profit to Sister Mo, Ober Camille, Ober Angie, Ober Marquise, and everybody in the chat, the back chat, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, wherever you at. Peace, power, and profit to y'all. What's the deal?
Peace, power, and profit, everyone.
It's crazy, right? It's already popping off, right? And it's weird too because again, you being in the state of Texas, Texas is becoming the new old headquarters of this particular, I guess under the radar, group mindset where people are now finna flee these so-called quote unquote, their words, not mine, these democratic places, and they finna now start running to states like Texas. We already saw that there's a mass migration out of the state of California. right? Because they don't want to deal with all that taxation. They say they tired of all this over liberalism. They're fleeing to the state of Texas. We know Elon Musk pretty much pretty much everything out in California, and is now running to the state of Texas. There's other people doing that as well, right?
Absolutely.
Because they feel like, you know, if nothing else, you know, they don't want to have to deal with the Democrats coming after their guns and all this stuff. So Texas is one of those states where you don't have to worry about that, right? Again, Texas, one thing they known for is big cattle and big guns, right?
Absolutely.
And swingers, right? Can't forget them swingers, right?
Oh yeah,
right?
swingers. Gotta have the swingers. It's
you already know.
Texas been trying to be independent, its own country practically over there. You can't touch, almost untouchable over there. One of the highest rates of human trafficking over there. You got a corrupt child welfare.
It's big business, right? I say that big business, but we know when I say business, right? It's a whole different culture. So we're gonna get in a little bit of that too. So again, interesting enough because again, you are on the ground there over Chris. And you know, with everything been going on, of course, they say a lot of people that obviously ran up on the Capitol, a lot of those people came from Texas. A lot of people came from Texas.
Oh yeah,
right?
big time. Because like we were saying earlier, Texas was one of the only states that was independent in the beginning when it used to be New Spain or New Mexico or the Mexico territory. So Texas always had some type of independence about them. Like we're Texas and we don't give a damn about the rest of you. Like we separate basically. So you know, one thing Texas gonna do, they gonna arm themselves and they gonna do what they have to do. And so I'm not surprised about them going up there, you know, storming the Capitol. Listen, what I was saying, let the Romans burn Rome. So, and you know, Texas is gonna come out the gate like that. They're gonna come out the gate like that. And listen, the reason why everybody moving here, you can't beat the prices down here. You know, you can't beat the prices. California is way too expensive. So, mark my words, Texas is gonna be the new tech hub. Silicon Valley is gonna fall, and we're gonna have some here in Texas. I don't know the name yet. Elon done came already. Some other people already came. Mark my words. Austin, Texas itself is going to be the tech hub because we know that Houston or Texas in general has some of the best medical and health in the entire world. So look out, tech.
I agree. And again, going back to what we know, and because I've done business in Texas. Texas already has pretty much a good, you know, business hub district. Of course, we talking about Dallas and certain parts of that, even from the Fort Worth area, even back towards Dallas, that whole area, and DTW, of course, you know, DFW, excuse me, Dallas Fort Worth, you know, the excuse me, airport scenario like that, major hub for a lot of people that come in those areas to do business as a whole. And what better, again, opportunity for them to now to capture some of this, you know, new so-called migrated value or migration value. These people fleeing these states, like again, New York. All right, there's a mass migration of people leaving out of New York. We know all this happened. A lot of them going to Florida, right? If they ain't going to Florida, they going to Texas, right? So, it's just crazy, right? You seeing again, it's like as if like, you know, they had like you know, a game of cards like spades, right? It's like a reshuffling of the deck a little bit, where the entire United States is going through a moment where, right, we've been dealt some cards and them cards didn't look too good, right? Not joking, like, man, you need to reshuffle that deck, bro, because right now it didn't look too good. And you know what was awesome, you know, it was great over here in New York before. Now it's like it ain't popping like this anymore. I'm out of here. Right. It was great in California before, but now it ain't so great. I'm up out of here, right? And you're starting to see that, right? And so you have also a scenario in the South, of course, you know, even though Texas is in the South, Midwest to South, right, where you have these Southern states who are now being turned up on their head, and they're now also under a lot of microscopic pressure. What do I mean by that? We saw the state of Georgia, of all states, got flipped blue. People in a lifetime would never thought the state of Georgia would have turned blue one of the last racist stronghold states in the South that no matter what, don't come to Georgia because we ain't gonna allow it. And they got flipped loose. What does that say to the people who've been, holding on to those old, Confederate, ideological mindsets? Now, these people are fearful now.
Yep.
They are fearful. Again, the idea when you back somebody into a corner, right? Again, my avatar, right? The whole world is laughing at them. The whole world is laughing at them. Again, you guys can make your own summation, but I know how to use the brain that I got in my head. I know when things are being presented in a way where you have to really stop and ID the message or the symbolism that's starting to come, come to fruition now. These people got their behind whooped, whether it was a stolen election. People can go through all that or not. Ideologically, these people took a L. And because of that, again, that also culminated in what happened in Washington last week. And it's only going to continue, right? Because the cat's out the bag. Y'all think that people just going to instantly just go back and just do nothing for the rest of the year now, for the next 4 years? Seriously? Right? Seriously?
The jig is up.
The jig is up. That's why I said before, it's like a reshuffling of the cards, right? In a deck of cards. Oh, no, we finna move around. We gotta move these people out of this area. We finna move away from this area. We're gonna go hang out with the people down there. We finna go click up with people who have our life. That's what's starting to happen all around the country. And it's going to continue even more so in this year. So very interesting that the state of Texas office is going to be a place that we need the office to keep on our radar for a lot of different reasons. Not only just financially, because we are financially minded people on this channel, of course, above all things. That's our first agenda, is to be financially positioned first, right? We'll deal with all the other stuff later, because we found out that these people have been making all this money all these years, right? And they ain't been sharing the game. But now that we got our foot in the door, ain't no way they're gonna slam it, right? We in here now, right? So interesting. So that means you got to keep us informed over Chris. Anything come down the pipeline in Texas, you let us know, man. Right? You let us know.
I do want to let y'all know that there was a second strain of COVID here, and it is spreading. So they said it's the same one as the UK. It's the same strain as the UK.
Right.
So, and we up to 2 million cases here. So,
right,
it's bunkers in this state of mind. So.
Now you're right, and I was going to talk about that too, in which we are going to discuss it, because that's important, right? They are, again, we know that what was that? Colorado, not Colorado. Is it Colorado?
Yeah, it was Colorado.
They got their own strain.
Yep.
It was a mutation that happened there and there only that has started affecting their citizens, right? So they got their own strain, right? Mm-hmm. So and it's already animate, because like I said, we're going to delve into that thing too, but the CEO of Moderna, or y'all know Moderna, mRNA, the company that we all been investing in for the vaccine, all that. The CEO of Moderna pretty much came out a few days ago and said that the coronavirus is here to stay for a lifetime now.
Yep.
Let that marinate for a moment. It's not about to be no ratification, none of that stuff. Eradication, excuse me. That stuff is not about to happen. So if you thought that they was gonna come up with some kind of super vaccine to rid the planet of the coronavirus or COVID-19 or COVID SARS-2, think twice. You might as well go ahead and start doing what you know you're supposed to be doing a long time ago, and be about your health, because that's the only thing that's gonna give you some kind of form of balance, despite the fact that we got to deal with all these nasty viruses. But outside of that, having bad health is not going to put you in any kind of liking just because you can get the vaccine and think you're going to be okay.
Right.
Some of these viruses, the mutations, are starting to eat this vaccine. Some of these viruses are eating this vaccine. Of course, y'all saw the article that I posted in the group, and y'all might have saw it yourself. How many people died in y'all saw it?
Poland, 23.
How many people died?
23.
They said 23.
Yeah.
23 people died.
Pfizer.
Using the Pfizer vaccine to do away with what? Try to do away with this doggone what? Coronavirus. 23 people. So if they say, okay, well, but no, but they already pretty much were saying, because the CDC, the WHO obviously right now they finally got a chance to get into Wuhan. Right, they obviously got denied the first time, but now they finally let them in after they kind of moved some things around. Here's some certain things. Y'all know how the Asian people do when it comes to this stuff. Let's not get it twisted. Right, we know exactly what's going on with that. Right, but apparently, again, they over there now trying to figure out how this virus started. What was the real true reason how it became, what it was, what was the mutation level like. Again, it's a mess. Right, so nobody want to be grown up, nobody want to be transparent. Everybody want to say, hey, it is what it is. In the mortal words of Donald J. Trump, it is what it is. So 23 people died in Norway after receiving the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine. Right, this ain't no, well, somebody might have said that. This ain't officials are saying that. So these are people who are somewhat legally able to make that kind of level of assertion.
Right.
So what is it that the Pfizer vaccine, or what about it that's causing this adverse reaction? Well, the first excuse is going to be what? Well, they were elderly people, possibly. This person might have been this blah blah. Right? The excuses are coming, right? They're going to come. And I'm not saying this to encourage someone for using or taking a vaccine. I'm just saying the fact that y'all know as well as I know, there's no way you go through this level of a quote unquote warp speed trial aspect for a virus that is mutating faster than they can even get the ingredients together, and say that instantly this is going to be a one-all one-all be-all cure to deal with this coronavirus. And some of us already knew that, but a lot of people did not. They were really under the mindset because they sat there and heard Trump say, what? We got this thing under control. We this and we that. We got the vaccine. We got the vaccine. It's all good. It's going to go away like it never happened. Again, we got 2020 sound bites out the roof in terms of hearing these people say certain things, and it all came back to be a whole lot of what? BS.
Yeah.
And that's what's important because, again, where do you get your news sources from? And number two, how do you obviously, sift through that and figure out what's solid and what's not, right? Your level of discernment or your naivete, because a lot of people, obviously, that we saw that in Washington, they were also there protesting whether or not what coronavirus was even real.
Mm-hmm.
They were still under the mindset it's a hoax, it's a ploy by the left, right? It's false. Dr. Fauci need to burn in hell. They need to hang him too, besides Mike Pence, right? You need to do away with all this because these people cramping my lifestyle. I can't have my guns, my beer, my trucks, my flags. I can't be walking around in public. Now all of a sudden people got what? Health issues now they worry about. I can't wear a mask because my health issues are bad. What?
Everybody got their own brand of coronavirus.
Right.
Right.
You can't even use the word coronavirus.
Couldn't make this stuff up. Again, so preparation is power too, because how well you prepare is going to be very important in how you deal with this stuff going forward. If it's here to stay, we got the common cold that has not even been cured yet. The common cold has not been cured yet.
They had to take a back seat though. All of the diseases had to take a back seat.
Everything got to take a back seat to COVID, right? Because now this is the new bad behind in town. Now he the new bad boy for life, right? He in there kicking butt, taking that. Pneumonia got to take a back seat. The flu, right? There's different even variants of the flu. Those have to take a back seat. Swine flu, Ebola, H1N1, right?
Meningitis.
All this stuff got to take a back seat to COVID now. And now that it's birthing new children. It's birthing new children like the gremlins. Y'all remember seeing the gremlins back in the days? You don't feed a gremlin after what time? 12 o'clock. You feed that gremlin after 12 o'clock, what's going to happen? It's going to what? It's going to mutate. It's going to be something that you don't want to deal with. If this not gremlins all over again, I don't know what is. Art imitates life. Art imitates life. So what's important? Your health or waiting for the government officials to tell you what you can and should do and how you should do it? Like seriously? Like seriously. So again, 2021, the prequel to 2020. It should be a guidebook on what not to do or who not to listen to going forward? Because you heard all the charlatans, all this stuff in 2020, right? And here it is, you at this stage of the game, and you still walk around with your head in the sand or in the clouds, lost. How?
They said
How?
it was 5G. 5G, and the virus was fake.
Right, 5G, right? That caused the virus, right? It helped it mutate, right? 10-4, 10-4 kufis, 10-4, fedoras, 10-4, Kentucky Derby racing hat. Everybody got a 10-4 hat on. Their favorite hat, insert 10-4 on top of it. From the well-to-do down to the joker with the kufi on, bro. Ain't nobody gonna get spared, right? Think about that.
I still say it has something to do with radiation poisoning. So everybody got to have their lead on. They got to have lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. So again, we're gonna discuss again. So we already getting at it. So this is awesome, right? So we're gonna jump right on and keep going down the line. All right. So Sister Camille, right? Ilba Camille in the building, right? Resident, famed artist in the house. What's going on, sis? What's popping? What's going on up there in the state of New York? What's going on?
Hey, peace, power, and profit, family. What's going on over African Emporium?
You got it.
Over Mo, over Chris, over Angie, over Brandon, over Marquise. What's happening? What's happening? I'm here. I'm in the studio laying the track, so I had to. I got an unexpected session this morning. So luckily I had just finished my trade. I was getting ready to go back to sleep. Next thing you know, bam. So I'm in here. I gotta do one live drum, one drum machine, and a video. So, but I'm here listening to the family soaking up that good game and the knowledge. And New York's gonna be New York. New York is wild. People just going crazy in New York, if you ask me, because of the virus. There's all kinds of crime. People pushing people on trains. Stabbing people. People was today there was somebody walking down the street with looked like some type of M16 or AKA. It was a long weapon, whatever it was. It was, but he was just walking down Gun Hill Road in the Bronx with that. So, people are losing their minds, and, it's just wild. I just watch my back. I really don't go out too much, unless I got to go to the grocery store. Most of the things, I do here. I, do all my studying, my, working out, shedding, whatever I go. I basically just, if I'm not in the crib, I'm going to the store to, go to the grocery stores. I don't want to be messing around on that train if I have to go to Manhattan. If I do go to Manhattan, I drive. But, it's just out. People, even the way people's driving now, it's like, you would think they driving a jet. I'm like, where are you going that fast? A lot of crazy accidents.
Yeah, being locked down so long, Joe don't know how to act when they get back inside their car underneath the steering wheel. These things seem.
Hey, a couple of months ago, it was real wild. People would just go tearing by you like they was in a jet. I was like, what? We on the side street.
You know what? Interesting you say that too, because I know it's weird when we thinking about, again, we talk about, psychology, right? We talk about all these adverse effects when people felt like they kind of had their life disrupted in some kind of form of fashion. Even getting back to what they know or think to be that of a norm, it seems like starting like learning how to ride a bicycle all over again, right? The fact that you have certain liberties that you feel like was taken away from you at some point because of the pandemic, right? Again, shows you more how wild and people think in America as it is anyway. Very selfish culture that America breeds and brews. Again, it's even more so when you have certain simple scenarios like you're speaking about now. I can get in my car and drive, but I'm finna be intrusive on everybody now because y'all was intrusive on me, and I'm gonna cut you off. And again, that true energy, what New York energy bring anyway, right? New York already turned up when it comes to as they say, manners, right? Well, yeah, good luck with that, right? For most of them, right? So you take that and the coronavirus and a crazy, issue what we dealt with the government, I can only imagine New York is turned up.
It's crazy. And the funny thing about New York, it don't be the homegrown New Yorkers. It be everybody that moved here that when I guess what they see on TV or whatever, they just wild out when they get here. We be like, "What y'all doing?" You know, I mean, it's not the homegrown people. It's everybody else that comes with this different mindset of what they think New York is about, and they just be going for broke. You know, I mean, that's where all them cab drivers came from. You know, before you got Uber and all that kind of stuff, that kind of cooled them out. But the cab drivers used to drive crazy. I mean, you was like taking a cab was like riding in a chariot, and they didn't used to even. And all those people were from other countries, and that was the way they drove. I mean, and I guess because a lot of them come from countries where they don't have organized roads, so they drive like crazy anyway.
Right.
And that's what they would bring to New York. And that's why they put those 4-way stop signs. Because I mean, you be in certain communities and people didn't stop at stop signs. They just roll right through that joint.
Yeah. Now, interesting. Again, we're talking about culture, right? This is the ideal of culture. That mashup, right? You bringing everybody together under one so-called dynamic of understanding. And a lot of people always don't move that way because their cultural aspect have them, moving on a whole new different lightness. Right, and so by the time they get brought up to speed or get on code, they've already done all kind of damage, right? So again, that's just one of many other things too that we're dealing with. Because even weirdly so, and I'm happy you touched on that, because what are we about to also deal with under President Biden agenda, right? They're gonna have how many undocumented immigrants become citizens? 12 million. How many of those 12 million got license, know how to drive, know how? No,
they done built.
12 million.
Hey, they done built like. Yo, they done built like 6 low-income housing out here. I'm like, what? It's crazy. 6.
But you know why?
6 buildings.
You know why? Because New York is ground zero for immigrant haven. You can easily go to New York.
Get out of here.
You can get lost in New York, and never have to worry about immigration. New York is the easiest place where you can meld in, and a little Italy, little China, little Germany, everything. New York got every enclave or cultural community that you can describe in one area location. And we talking about the 5 boroughs, all them people stacked in there like sardines.
Yeah, that's why I live in the suburbs. I'm like, you're not gonna building what? How many? What out where?
They're gonna house some of them.
I live in the suburbs. I ain't trying to be. I like the city to hang or to work in or whatever. Then I like to come home, park my car in the driveway, and it's quiet. Right. I don't want all that rah-rah.
Blame the Dutch for it.
Loud music. I be like, no. I be no. I need quiet. My block is quiet, peace and quiet. Yeah, I don't like all that rah-rah. It's all right when you want to hang, but 24/7. Like, the minute you come outside, there's like 1,000 people outside. No.
You know what? But it's more than what it's more of what we've been discussing up until this point. That culmination of how American is transforming right before our very eyes. Right?
Absolutely.
The whole ideology of what it was, let's say how we thought about it back in the 80s, how it transformed to where we are or where it was in the 90s to where it was in the early, first 10 years of 2000s to where it's at today. Imagine that and where it's going. Again, per the value, even that of the Census Bureau, right? They're already saying by 2040, America's going to be what? A multicultural enclave nation. White rulership will be no more. They may still have power aspects of play, but in terms of the populist value of who controls the most people, right, or as a racial ethnic group, it's not going to be the white European American anymore.
Right.
Amalgamation obviously spurred by, in this case, spurred by more of the Latina, quote unquote, the Latina.
Well, that's they could pass for the pass spicy white. So it's like,
well, here's the deal.
They say that just like back in the 100 years ago or whatever, when Italians and people came here, they didn't classify them as white either, but they can classify those people as white.
But I'm happy you brought it up because in saying that because we know how the census obviously evolved over time, how they even came up with these racial ethnic background values, and how they now put that as a classification, and how someone could pass for a certain racial identity that obviously does not really reflect their true culture or their genetic structure because it's not based on science. Keep in mind, it's not based on science. But they only use science selectively when they want to when it comes to other things, right? Discrimination and things that nature to get money out of you, then it becomes it's science based, it's forensic minded. But when it's not, when it's suited to obviously to be able to account for the benefits that will be doled out based upon certain communities and ethnic racial group, then it's like, no, we need more people to sign up to be who. And so what happens is they adopt that same mindset, right?
Yeah,
I'm white, I'm Caucasian on paper. So I need to act and move just like that too, because we know, especially I'm from the state of Florida, South Florida is overrun with these so-called white, Cuban, or Latina immigrants. They look, they're darker than me, and they run around here calling themselves white Caucasian.
Yeah, because in their country they're classified as they classify themselves as white. It's only when you move here that that they're classified as brown or people of color or whatever. But
that's how they down white. You know what I'm saying? Most of them are down white.
That's how they blew the election. I mean, that's why the election was so close, because they try to lump all those people in as one group. They all have different ideologies and political endeavors, and they don't see each other as one group of people either. So man, they try to, just because you speak Spanish don't mean somebody from El Salvador is different from Honduras or from Mexico or Puerto Rico. They try to just all condense them all without really understanding how they really move. So
all I'm saying is blame the Dutch, blame them.
I thought that was
there's enough blame to go around across the board anyway. You already know, right? But these things are important because in talking about these kind of as I like to say, tongue-in-cheek conversation pieces when it comes to race, because again, we talk about things that always make people feel uncomfortable. You speak about race, but we know everything surrounding around obviously people having a way of life or exceptionalism aspect where they can live in their own truth. They're being dominated by the racial racial coding aspect of this country. How certain groups get more privilege over the others, right? Did we not see that happen last week in Washington? How many faces y'all saw on those cameras that were caught when they stormed the Capitol? And keep in mind, we sat there and watched it live that day. We documented it literally play for play, like a sporting event. And the one thing we all saw at the end of that, we was like, well, how many people got arrested?
Nobody.
It took them to the next day to give at least an initial tally of how many people got arrested. At that time, it was only 30 people. You gonna tell me only 30 people got arrested literally the next day over after all those people we saw going up in there, breaking stuff, robbing stuff, killing people that are you serious? Again, if that was black folk.
Oh man, they've been firing on
people. Been a lot of dead bodies.
Yeah, right? A lot of dead bodies, boy.
If that was immigrant-minded people, again, Latinos, even doesn't matter. But I don't want to get it confused. Well, I'm just okay. We got this black and brown coalition. Of course, we understand still how the power structure moves. Again, I ain't making this up. If you live here, it's about time you face reality, right? You got to get out your little feelings, right? You got to get out your white feelings. You got to get out your black feelings. You got to get out your Latino feelings. You got to get all that fooling, because what you realize now is that these are things that people have been talking about forever. And people now got to deal with it. They can't run from it now. The genie's out the bottom, right? You can't run from it anymore. The first thing people kept saying after that was, well, if that was black people, this would have never even got that. They wouldn't even made it that far.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, how did I was like trying to figure out how they made it down the mall dressed up the way they was dressed. I was like, how did these people in all these weird costumes even get that close to the Capitol?
Because I know, because it was just like we're going to find out over the next week or two. What we already been hearing is that they had inside operative people who were letting them in the door. Y'all saw the videos like I did. They had people who opened the door, that working for the Capitol Police, opened the door and just let them right on in. Y'all saw the one video of the one Capitol Police guard walking this one old lady down the stairs, all ginger like Miss Daisy. Yes,
Yeah,
Miss
man.
Daisy.
He was gingerly holding her hand and making sure she didn't bang her head on the limestone stairs.
And she was one of the first one probably run up in there. This is what I'm talking about. So again, if we're gonna stand in truth and we're gonna speak truth to power, then guess what? Ain't nobody off limits. Everybody's gonna get that work. Black people, there were black people in that crowd too. Y'all saw them.
Well,
There
you
were
those
black
are
people in that crowd too. Y'all saw them.
those are super coons.
Whatever they might have been, they were there with some kind of ideological level of what they thought or understood. Keep in mind, let's go there real quick while we're on that topic. Y'all know the organizer of this. Did y'all see the picture of the guy that organized this? The one that
Oh,
the
yeah.
one guy that they have in question. He's like a dark Indian, Caribbean mix kind of guy. The same way you have the leader of the so-called quote unquote Proud Boys, that is a Brazilian Cuban looking dude, right? He's leading a militia of white angry mob people, and he himself can pass for a black guy, but yet he's in control of this militia. You see how this stuff working? And the guy that orchestrated this looks like he looked darker than Sister Monica or me. Couldn't make this stuff work.
Those people consider themselves Caucasian.
My point.
They don't consider themselves black. That's why
they're marking Caucasian on the consensus that they get a chance to.
Yeah, that's why like Kamala. That's just she playing everybody. Well, she playing a certain population of people that just look at her, right? But knowing where she come from, and people don't consider themselves black. They spit on you calling them black.
The Brahma Indian reality. You're on point.
I mean, because we have the largest group politically, we have the most power. So she had to figure out. They had to figure out a way to appeal to black people to get that vote. You know what I'm saying? And to get that woman thing going. I was like, man, she's a freaking con. She conning everyone. She ain't con me. All that pattern.
Right, y'all saw the news next. The recent publication they had her on the front of a cover with Converse on. Right, we're back to that again. Right, we're back doing the whole Chuck Taylors, and if it ain't the Timberlands, it's the Chuck Taylor again. This not me just bagging on her and just saying that she can't have and wear what she want, but we know, understandably, we're not naive anymore. We know symbolism when we see it. We know that there's a hidden agenda or message that's being spoken without being said when it's being presented somebody as a figure, right? But the one thing that I see a lot of our people starting to do now, and I'm saying all across the board, but even specifically black people are really getting tired of the symbolism. They're now realizing that these people have been laying a good game for a long time. Again, it's the ideal of what they call prestidigitation, right? Sleight of hands, right? That was some of the things they spoke about. Like, hey, people are under that kind of guise where they're not being fooled any longer, right? Whether they got bad information out, that's to be determined, right? Because a lot of my officers were working on the bad information, right? The election stolen, all this, that, and the third at the level that they know. No, these people are like, man, look, y'all been saying y'all gonna do this and do that, and y'all ain't been doing none of that. So a lot of my anger is more than just the idea that the election was stolen. It's also this. And it's this, and people going to take our guns, and people, y'all letting everybody in the country, right? America don't have its privileges in terms of the way it used to. Right? All that stuff, it's a combination of that. Again, the Southern Confederates showed up at the Capitol. They've been waiting all the years. They've been waiting all the years to get back in there. And soon they got a chance to get back in there. The first thing to do, parade that big old Confederate flag through. Well, we here now. How that song go? We here now. How'd it go?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're battling. You had the nationalism, and then you got the globalism, which is what Biden and them is about. Globalism. They don't care about the American grassroots people. If they can get a bunch of mugs in here that can work for cheap and come from countries that you make $2 every 6 months, whatever crimes you throw at them, them folks is happy. So that's what they're battling against when they've been top dog for hundreds of years, but the elite, they got to keep that dollar flowing some kind of way. So they got to find a new group of people to use. They don't have
interesting because, and that's to what we just got out of Biden's stimulus package plan. We're gonna break that down too, because there's some stuff in there that was told a different way about a few months ago. All that got flipped now. Now it's all see, they pandering now, right? They're switching up now. And we knew that was going to be the case to a degree, but we didn't know it to what extent. So we're going to talk about that too. Christy, we got you up here, but I can't add you on. Go back out and come back in if you could. Because I can't add you. For some reason, not allowing me to add you on. It's saying device not connected. So go back out and come back in if you can, Christy, so we can add you. Right. So going down the line real quick, let's run over to Sister Angie in the house, the resident, all things awesome as well. Happy to have you in the house. Again, we going down the line, getting everybody, get it off your chest. This is what they call get it off your chest, right? Or say it with your chest, one way or the other. We're gonna discuss it, right? So what's going on in your neck of the woods from what you're seeing and how you ID in the world right now?
Who, me?
Yes, ma'am. Go on and tell it. Spill them beans, right? Spill them Navy beans. Spill them pinto beans, right? Which one you got? The Navy pinto.
It's so quiet in the Bronx. I heard Giuliani did something today about excluding New York from opening up the restaurants. So I'm kind of upset about that. But I guess, whatever. I'm like,
well, you know who control that.
Huh?
Well, you know who control that. That's a Cuomo and Blasio move right there. They're in tandem with the idea that they know they already got a bad rep because of the coronavirus where it hit New York. Not that they really did anything to make it worse. It's just that we know the coronavirus got politicized, and now that people were dying at the rate that they were dying in the state of New York, they're looking at New York as the epicenter of what not to do or what you should not do from a health perspective. But we know there was still a game of political chess that Trump was playing with them and the people who were there in terms of health officials. So small businesses, suffer, right?
I see the whole thing is controlled demolition. That's it. They've been ever since who's the other rich mayor? Don't know. I can't think of his name. Beginning with a B. I forgot it. He wanted here to be the next Beverly Hills, so that wasn't happening fast enough. The rich mayor, what's it before?
Can't think of Brooklyn or New York or where?
In New York, yeah.
De Blasio, right?
Not De Blasio, before De Blasio.
Oh yeah, yeah, I know you're talking about. God dang it. He used to be a
Bloomberg.
Oh well, Bloomberg to him too. It was the other one too, but yeah, Bloomberg, but definitely Bloomberg. Go ahead.
Bloomberg wanted here to be the next Beverly Hills, and they wanted to compete with Dubai, and so they, this has definitely been something that's in the works for the longest, and I consider it another controlled demolition. So we're going to see a lot of big changes with these buildings. A lot of them are going to come down, and they're going to move out, and so New York had to be, the center of where, where the big spreader, the super spreader.
Right. Or if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that New York is about to get a massive facelift.
Exactly. They already did the zoning. Yeah, they're doing all the zoning, getting everyone out of Manhattan, moving them out.
Speaking of zoning, don't mean to cut your wisdom, but y'all heard recently what Mac de Blasio did with Trump, right? Y'all know he got all of his contracts pulled. They pretty much killed all Trump's contracts, general contractor positions, things that he had in the city or state or New York, period. Especially more importantly, the city of New York. They're
pirates, and they're just taking it from each other. That's all they got. They took it from Trump. Now they got it, but where I live, one of the, what do you call it, Ocasio buildings, de Blasio made a deal with, the ex-mobsters used to own these buildings, and they were all empty. And basically, their lawyer cut a deal with de Blasio to sell these buildings to the city, right? So basically that's what's going on. It's like they're pirates. They're all pirates.
Well,
so we all being shuffled in the game.
I was listening to a broadcast the other day with Dr. Claude Nancy. Of course, y'all know how I feel about Dr. Claude Nancy, right? He would be, right up on the wall like, Jesus, if there was such a thing when it came to financial literacy, right? Because he's one of our foremost awesome historians and all things when it comes to financial literacy. He's going to give it to you straight and direct. And he was speaking about, the ideal in terms of how, again, it's like this kind of, it's a big shift that's happening as it is, right? Especially when it comes to the corporate, governance and the city values in terms of how people going to start redirecting the resources around now and how people going to start clicking up. That was, new clicks from the forum, basically, after the old ones got dismantled and broken up, right? We already know that Giuliani is in hot water with the state of New York because they're thinking about pulling his his bar license.
Yes,
Right?
yes,
That's
yes.
on the table, right?
Yeah.
And he may be also facing criminal charges for other things, right? So, and saying that, and this former people that live in the state of New York, it's one person in the state of New York right now that everybody's fearful of right now. What is her name? Y'all better say her name.
AOC.
Well, her too, but no, even somebody got more power than her.
The attorney.
Letitia James.
You better say her name. Whoever said that,
Yes.
that Letitia James.
Letitia James.
Y'all excuse my language, but she got everybody by the scrotum right now. Everybody by the scrotum right now. She got Trump and his whole entire family by his scrotum. She got Giuliani by his scrotum. She got anybody that has to deal with anything that's connected to any of those particular people, be it,
Is that DA?
That's that DA.
Yeah, I didn't know her name.
We spoke about it before on my broadcast. We know how we talk about it, we forget them, but she is a power player in the state of New York that everybody is scared of right now. And there's other attorney generals around the entire country right now following her playbook. If they're smart, they will follow her playbook, right? And here's why I say that, because guess what the AG right here in D.C. just did recently? He's finally starting to grow a pair. He's finally starting to grow a pair, and he's finna now go after who? Trump children.
Trump
Jr. He finna go after them. He had all the time to do it last year, but he was scared because, like a lot of them, they were fearful of what? That New York mobster mindset that Trump was putting over them, right? That kind of what? Hey, I'm the commander-in-chief. I'm the emperor, right? Now that the emperor has no clothes, right? Y'all know that's a euphemism for how, go look that up, what that means. Emperor has no clothes. Now that Trump being what? The shedded of his clothes and he don't have no power, guess what the problem is now? Now they having no political cover. Now they got, they want to act like they really care now and go after these people when they knew these people were mismanaging funds. We know how they made a mockery of the American tax dollar when it came to the inauguration, how they spent all this money or made all this money off the American taxpayer, overcharging, right, people for things that was necessarily not what need to be charged for what it was for the going rate. Y'all know the transcripts. Y'all been seeing like I have. This been happening since day one. Now all of a sudden people got what? Fake outrage. They got a paper trail starting from 2017.
Even before, like 2013.
Let me take y'all 4 years to build a case against this, because now all of a sudden, because they spot got blown up, and you got some kahunas about to excuse my language, but y'all know them. Now you all bad. Now it's like, oh well, sir, we've been. And the same thing goes for everybody that was surrounding Trump, and now they're trying to jump ship 2 weeks out. Betsy DeVos, right? Chang, whatever her name is, the Secretary of Transportation. Right? All the people now starting to flee and saying I'm out of here when they was complicit in the beginning. Watched all this stuff unfold, all the destruction. Now all of a sudden they got a conscience all of a sudden. Seriously? No, you don't get this cry foul now and say that, no, this is just too much. Well, okay, what was too much? You see what I'm saying? So this, like I say, we're not ignorant over here. That's why I love you guys. Because we don't play that game. You ain't finna get us. You're not finna get us like that. And more people need to acquiesce to that mindset anyway and stop being sheep. When we say that, we're strategically saying, hey, you got to make sure that you have to go out your way, right, to use everything at your disposal to make sure that you're getting the most accurate and most, valuable information or intel that you can to use, for your well-being. Because a lot of people, again, moving under all this emotionalism, they'll be the first one to get caught up. Right? Those are the first ones to get caught up. And here it is again. The whole idea of what we even look at in terms of jurisprudence or the law structure in this country has been now turned on its head too, because we sat there and saw how they gave all those people a level of privilege that stormed the Capitol, stormed it. They didn't walk, they stormed it. They broke in, they defecated on the floor in there. Y'all heard the reports? People actually going, using the bathroom in these people's offices, outside their door as symbols to say, this is what I think about you. They were pulling down their pants, middle of a seat, and they're dumping on the floor. If this ain't no animalistic, savage mess I ever heard in my life, I ain't never seen no mess like this before.
Brother African Emporium.
That sounds like South Park.
Yeah. Brother African Emporium, remember how was it Guantanamo Bay when those soldiers took those crazy pictures with me? And that's what I thought about. Like, I was like, they hung them soldiers for doing that. And
Yeah.
And you got people that actually had the nerve and the galls. They actually built a gallows outside the Capitol Mall. They had time to build it. They didn't build it already erect. They had enough time to build a gallows, put a rope or a noose on it, and they almost had to send a man to the Capitol building. How they got that? No, I don't know how they did. They was always scoping that out. Apparently, they already had scoped it out from an engineer perspective.
And it wasn't little. It wasn't little.
They was going to hang, and what was the slogan they were saying? We're going to hang who?
Mike Pence.
Mike Pence, the president's right-hand man. The
They were
one man that was silent and complicit with a lot of this stuff. They was going to go after his number 2 man. These people ain't loyal.
He must have didn't renew his membership.
Something. Couldn't make this stuff up, guys. This is what you're dealing with in 2021. Again,
I love
2021, the prequel. The prequel to 2020. Now y'all see why I named it that for a reason. I'm going somewhere. It's a method of my madness for a reason. Had we nipped all this stuff in the bud way back then, would we be here today? Think about that for a moment.
Remember, they got
Think about that for a moment. We allowed
bankruptcy.
You see what I'm saying? And we're gonna touch on that because somebody's pocket's gonna get real janky.
Thank you.
Somebody's pocket's gonna get real janky.
They got a whole lot of money and they're gonna go bankrupt.
And they finna give it all back. That's like when you went all in on them puts, and the market was showing you that pivot reverse. You still want to trade the market, and it skyrocketed on you. All you just saw that negative side is flipping on you. Like, ooh, boy, I'm finna go out there. I need to go take a walk. My P&L ain't looking too good right now. Right?
Good thing my little options only cost me $6 today. I was mad.
Right? We know better, right? Because this is our lane, right? We know. Right, so it's important that when we moving under the mindset that when we have the most actionable and again available intel at our disposal to make good financial decisions, again these things.
Did you go?
You went out.
Yeah,
but this is going to be a crazy.
For the Emporium repeat, you went out.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah.
You breaking up. You breaking up.
Can you guys hear me? Testing. Can you guys hear me?
Testing good.
Can you hear me now? Okay, sorry, but your internet, y'all know how I go. They probably gonna be hitting that button on us in a minute. Like, hold up, y'all going in too much. Hold up. But again, like I was saying, so with so many different things already out the gate in the first 15 days, imagine what the next 15 days is going to be about. Keep in mind, we got to get through next week. Next week it started actually a day or two ago. Washington, D.C. is locked down like a BSA site on a military moment like you never imagined. They got all kind of military personnel surrounded around it. I was telling myself, you know what, tomorrow, I'm gonna ride down, downtown and see if I can take some pictures so I can show them, to the family. How these people strategically set up all around, the Capitol. They're waiting for something.
20,000, ain't
it? And they're gonna up that number. That number finna get upped.
They probably gonna go up the
now
road.
You got people
like 911. Remember 911? The soldiers was along the roadside.
Well, guess who in charge now?
Oh yeah.
They upped it to 35,000 today.
News, right? Who in charge of mobilizing this stuff now as well?
Come on.
Our good old homeboy.
Oh.
On the way back in the building. Yep. On the way got a job again.
Back in stride again.
They gave him a job again. That's just what we're talking about. But you know what? He was right though when he was telling even way back in the springtime and the summer. He's like, this is how y'all feeling this coronavirus. Y'all ain't mobilizing. Here it is. You got the military that's built for logistical, mobilizing and moving, making things happen, and you ain't utilizing them.
Yep.
Y'all politicizing and trying to get these contracts to people who ain't even got the wherewithal to be dealing with this stuff. Kodak. All these stupid companies like that, and you got the people that know how to do this stuff, and you ain't even using to your advantage. Now it's at the 12th hour. Now you want to do it. So they got him to be helping them with what? The intel. Number one, find these bad actors, but also help them with logistical aspect of keeping the so-called quote-unquote capital safe. Right? Y'all just saw Colin Powell do what? What did Colin Powell just do? Must be two sides. How that song go? Who that's Shawty Low? Who that say that song? Shawty Low. It must be two sides. But that joker done flipped the script so fast. He used to be Republican, right? Now you don't know me no more, right? Back then you didn't want me. Now I'm hot. Y'all on me, right? Whatever. Colin Powell knew Mike Jones out there. Colin Powell knew Mike Jones. Back then you didn't want me. Now I'm hot. Y'all on, because they know these people sat there during a time when they know that these people were already, again, complicit in making these bad decisions. No matter what your political party was, it was already a bunch of foolishness out the gate. And everybody out there just hustling, the American people. And now, again, that they got thrown back in their face, the feces literally got thrown back in their faces. People, defecating in the halls of the Capitol. How you got time to ride and then say, hold up, I'm finna really make a statement. I'm finna pull my pen down and dump right now. These people, I couldn't make this stuff up. And so all next week, well, starting this week until next week, the Capitol is on the red alert, right? You can't come here unless you ain't got no way. A lot of motels, they ain't gonna let people to stay in them, right? They doing, I guess, quote unquote, extensive background checks, even if you won't even get a motel room. Certain people already on no fly zone prohibitions, whatever. And so it's like, well, it's gonna be a basic inauguration, and if you don't really stay in the area, you ain't really be able to partake in it, right? So, if they waiting for something to this magnitude or some kind of level of war to be brought to their doorstep by the domestic coup energy, what is that telling you already? How much work we gonna really get done in the first, let's say, at least even the first, first year of President Biden president? How much work y'all think they really gonna get done? Think about that from a place of policy.
None at all.
Right? It seems as if because they got, the Senate and the House, it should be slammed up. But that ain't the case. Because I'm saying this because here it is that they actually control both aspects, and they already still current to the Republican aspect of how they do business. It's always been about corporate interests. I don't care if it's a Democrat or a Republican. That's who pay their what? Their salaries in a lot of ways. Meaning the lobbyists. It's always been about the corporate structure first, and then we will, whatever crumbs we have left, then we'll divvy them down to the American people, quote unquote. Right? Couldn't make this stuff up. So, now they're saying, okay, well, in order for them guys to go to work and do their job, now they got to have, provisions like bulletproof vests, right? Y'all been seeing that. They've been talking about some of these senators or House members. They got to now adorn themselves with bulletproof vests. These majority of them are going to be the people who are what? Trump deflectors or defectors, excuse me. Anybody that went against Trump, now they become an enemy of the state. These are people who are going to have targets on their back now. That was one of the reasons why, again, my opinion on how Mike Pence acquiesced and not wanting to go forward with 2050 amendment. He knew at the point that they was coming to hang his behind. Imagine if he do anything to upset those people that was coming from anywhere at this point. And he got to go back to his own district at some point in Indiana. When he lose that vice presidency, no matter how much Secret Service he can have, he knows he may have a target on his back. And think about all the other senators who were complicit in allowing Trump to do what he was doing. Now all those people, they also now have a target on their back in terms of what? People know that y'all are what? Y'all charlatans. Y'all was scared to stand up against this old quote unquote monster, and you still going down with the ship. How do you deserve to get endorsements? How do you deserve to get even win another seat, re-election? How do you deserve to even be taken serious going forward? Again, think about all those things. America is on fire right now. Burning, that is. Right? It's on fire. And right now, it needs to happen. A lot of people may not like that, but it needs to happen. Burn it down. Because in order for people to realize what you've been lied to, you've been, swooned, they didn't put you on a honeymoon for dang the 30 years. You still thinking this government is some kind of way. They don't even work that way. So you better get serious and get about your business. You better get serious and get about your money, right? Find ways to get a bag, void this bull crap, because these people can care less. And that's why, I'm gonna have my little tea, my little chamomile, I'm be sitting. I'm like, I wonder what next week gonna be about. I'm gonna have my little vegan popcorn because if they're gonna pop off, then guess what? They brought on themselves in a lot of ways. But anyway, we're gonna keep talking about it. Over Brandon in the house. What's going on? All things, popping. What's going on in your neck of the woods?
What's going on, family? What's going on, brother Emporium? How you guys doing?
Hey, Brandon.
You got it. You got it.
Nothing. I'm just trying to dodge Corona. Here, I think another case of 19 more people died this month from COVID.
Tell everybody what state you're in. What state you in, family?
Illinois, Chicago. Like probably 15 minutes away from Chicago.
Very, 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 strategic placement point too, because, well, I'm pretty sure, your neighbors like Missouri. Did y'all see that one? Well, you probably heard about it. I'm pretty sure it showed up on the news in Chicago. That House Representative woman that stood up on the floor doing that vote, and she went in and actually called Donald Trump or what? White supremacists. Y'all saw that? Did y'all see how that made the news but didn't necessarily make the news? She actually came out and called him a white supremacist several times on the floor. And if y'all ain't seen that, y'all need to go see it. Go pull it up. Right? Because if anybody, in my opinion, of course, and I'm saying it because, again, Missouri is this kind of like, neighbor to you, right? In Chicago, right? Or Illinois, right? That's kind of like, somewhat y'all kind of sharing some of the same news or whatever the case like that. And it was interesting because I was like, I wondered, did that news migrate across the state line? But if we can have people speak truth to power in the way that they see it or how they didn't lived it going forward in Congress as it should, and not do all this kind of what they call it political correctness, right? I think all that stuff is out the window now. Did y'all hear the tapes that Mike Pence and Trump had when he was calling cousin Mike Pence out? Did y'all read the excerpts to that? Anybody catch that by the chance? He called Mike Pence a what? Yeah, well, I can't say it on here, but
he called him a P-U-S-S-Y.
He called him a P word, and he called him some other words too.
Basically saying he was a Trump.
What is this, Pence?
Trump cussed him out like a streetwalker.
Oh no, I gotta find this.
Yeah, buddy. So he cussed out McCarthy. He cussed out Giuliani. They say he also cussed out Larry Kudlow, right? Had words for a lot of them. See, that's the stuff they don't. Again, they trying to keep all that stuff on the wrap, right? See, it's unraveling, right? Again, the emperor has no clothes, right? It's all unraveling right before our very eyes. They're doing everything they can to go conceal it and not necessarily let it spill out. So interesting. The state of even the state of Illinois, right? Again, y'all represented in the area there, right? Again, Missouri with the whole fiery speech that sister gave on the floor when she called Trump, pretty much a white supremacist. She said it several times too. She said it one time. There wasn't no slip of the tongue. She said, y'all got the white supremacist in charge, or the chief in charge, or whatever she called it, several times. This is the reason why, a lot of y'all pretty much fearing for y'all life right now. If y'all ain't gonna stand up to this guy, because you think that's gonna obviously give you, some kind of form of safety to keep people from coming after you or putting a target on your back, what does that really say about your oath to office at this point? So you're gonna side with that over your so-called oath? Well, y'all know the people ain't took that stuff serious anyway. So I mean, who are we even fooling? But it's good to have people speaking truth to power for a change. Because black people, look at a dude just got shot literally a day or so ago. Y'all saw that? That just hit we 15 days again, another black man just got killed for doing what? Literally nothing. In his own yard. Police came up and killed the man. See, it continues, it just keeps going. See how that works? It keeps going. Ain't nothing to stop him. Now these same policemen that were so-called lauded by Republicans and all that stuff, right? Blue Lives Matter, all that stuff. Blue Lives Matter were kicking in the Capitol door. True story. There were people that were police officers that were kicking in the Capitol door. It was lawmakers that were kicking in the Capitol door. Lawmakers, representative right here in Virginia, West Virginia, Virginia area. He kicking the door in. A lawyer in Virginia, he kicking the door in. These are people, Blue Lives Matter though. No, see, this is a problem with black people. Y'all just be complicit and comply to the police. Y'all wouldn't be in the, y'all wouldn't have to worry about getting shot and killed. And yet they didn't stomp the police officer down, hit the man in the head with fire extinguisher. They just let loose on all this Blue Lives Matter. So they can't never say Blue Lives Matter ever again.
They went postal, huh?
They went beyond postal. They went something else. Man, look, them just went milk carton or something. We need to find a new word for these crazy people.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that because they can never speak about Chicago again either. Because y'all know that's a famous talking point. Well, y'all need to clean up Chicago. Chicago this and Chicago this and Chicago this. Because that was their talking points. Am I lying?
Obama's working on Chicago.
No, that's true.
Mo trying to get back in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dang, my bad. Sorry about this, Sister Mo. So again, they can't never say nothing about Chicago ever again. Because that's always the talking point. It's deflect from the reality of things. Make it seem like it's black people's fault. Right? But again, what I saw going up in the Capitol building, okay, yeah, about that. Right? Pot can't talk about the Kelder kind of reality, right? So all the talking points now being blowed up. Have they not? The Blue Lives Matter lie, can't talk about that anymore. You can't talk about what? Protecting the truth. That's been thrown out the window now. Because those same people finna go try to what? Go up against them troops. Literally over the next 3-4 days that they come here, they're gonna be met with what? Them troops that they so-called supposedly what? Law to say they support, they finna go do battle with what? Them same troops. You see how that work? Let's see if they about that life seriously now. Let's see if they about that life now. Right? So again, I said all that, man. Man, this thing gonna get really good. This is one of them really good, interesting soap operas, right? We ain't see this one coming. But it was just a matter of time before it kicked off. Right? They even got segments on TV when they were talking about, well, every parent now need to sit down and have that conversation with their child now. Right? Now, black people been having to do it. Now all of a sudden, you got to sit the little white kid down, the little Indian kid down, right? The little Latina kid down. See, this is what happened at the Capitol. See what I'm saying? Well, see, black people been having to have that conversation, which is weird because we should not feel like we have to have such a conversation. When people obviously have impunity to ravage us, disrespect us, kill us, everything under the sun, and everybody walk around like ain't nothing happening. And when we voice our opinion about it or make a statement about it, well, y'all need to clean up the streets of Chicago first before y'all even talk about something. Y'all can't say nothing because blah, blah, blah. If you just listen to the law, you wouldn't be in this situation. But y'all the same joker that hit the man across the head with a fire extinguisher. Beat across the head with sticks and poles and bats in the Constitution. So you can't never say Blue Lives Matter. I don't want to see another Blue Lives Matter hashtag ever in my life.
Right.
Not one. And if a black person in the community and you hear one of these ignorant people say Blue Lives Matter, you need to throw a drink in their face. Man, you don't sit your rabbit face behind down somewhere.
Yeah, I was trying to flip the narrative.
That can't happen again. It should never happen in the beginning because again, these are the things we've been infected with since day one.
Yeah. Yo,
and so go ahead.
Not to cut you off real quick, but I was watching this movie maybe last week. It's called Rampage. It's on Netflix. I don't know if anybody ever heard of it before, but
yeah, I'm familiar with it. Yeah, definitely classic. Okay. Actually, they remake.
That is a revolutionary's dream. That movie. If you're talking about the storming of the Capitol, this one person took out the president, the vice president, secretary of defense, and he had followers going to kill all the high paid or 1% people. That movie was crazy, but it made me think about the Capitol because what the dude was saying in the movie, he was speaking like we speak on a daily, on how Wall Street and the government, they basically ramming taxpayers up the behind, using our money to fund all these stupid projects or whatnot, just basic capitalism, and not feeding people that keep this place running. So if y'all got time, go watch that movie. It's crazy. I didn't mean to cut your bill, but I want to
No,
speak about
you right. I was having that conversation before with a few other people too. I said, you know what? Right now, a lot of movies are coming into fruition. A lot of these old art aspects are coming into what imitating life right now. We talked
True
about that
story.
when it was actually happening. We talked about what, right? What was the movie? Olympus Is Falling.
Oh yeah.
All the movies now starting to become reality now. We again couldn't make this stuff up.
Right.
How many Simpsons episodes where we saw them depicting stuff, and then it turned around and happened? South Park or whatever. You see what I'm saying? So again, man, as we always say, ain't nothing new underneath the sun, right? Old energy, it go dormant, then it wake back up. Sidebar conversation. They just found the worm recently, an old prehistoric worm that was somewhat caught up in the ice head, and they done thought the thing out, and they said the thing basically came back to life. Tens of thousands, 100,000 years ago, all of a sudden now man, look.
Right.
Let that stuff stay under the ice, man. Leave that stuff alone, man. They may have all kind of. You can't even deal with the common cold right now, bro.
Back.
Leave them things alone right now, right? So yeah, and just saying that again, but this is why this stuff is important, right? Because the genie's out the bottle. This is going to be an interesting year already. People can't wait to get out of 2020. For what? For what? Literally, for what? This hit you right out the gate. $1,400 Biden check. I got to call it what it is now. This next check gonna be called the Biden check, right? You gonna get that Biden check. It ain't what it's supposed to be, too. Now keep in mind, they told you it's supposed to be a whole new 2,000.
Right.
It's just 1,400. Now it's an add-on to what they said it wasn't gonna do in the first place. Again, already coming through out the gate with them lies.
Oh, Democrat shuffle.
You see what I'm saying? So again, it's gonna be on and popping. So again, going back to the overbrand again, they can't never say nothing about Chicago for a long, long time, if ever again. They can't say nothing about Chicago.
Yeah.
Right, facts. And I was gonna say, not JB Pritzker. Oh yeah, Pritzker of Chicago. He's thinking about opening up the indoor restaurants and stuff like that. But yet and still, he want to protect all the capital areas in Chicago.
That's crazy.
Right.
Like boarding them up and everything like that.
Right. Well, you know what that's about, right? This whole, all the capitals around the nation about to be under siege come, inauguration day, right? This is plot that these militia groups or fascist groups, right? Proud Boys, Boogaloo Boys, and QAnon, and all the other ones out there too that's under the race, the Nazis, neo-Nazis. All these people are planning. They've been planning. This ain't nothing new. They've been planning that they're going to now go and target all these so-called, and most of them Democratic places too. They're going to try to definitely target the Democratic ones, but they're going to go target all these capitals now. These are so-called the people who's supposed to be the most patriotic people in America.
Right.
Right. How they say in the South? Boy, stop. These are massive frauds. They some massive frauds. These the Blue Lives Matter types, right? Frauds. Protect the troops. Frauds. We honor the law and the Constitution. If y'all just follow the law, y'all wouldn't be in all this trouble. And went and kicked the law in the teeth last week. Frauds.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you take care of your neighborhood, clean up your neighborhoods and all this, and they stuff, frauds. Pure animals. Show me a time that, even though I don't agree with Black Lives Matter, the organization, but I believe in the moniker value of what it means, but show me any time they had a protest dealing with police brutality where, again, they showed up in a capital or a place of that nature, institution, and they defecating all on the floor and stuff like that.
I never.
Not even the same, man.
Not even close. And so they said, well, y'all were rioting and burning down stuff, and now they all know that it ain't hard to portray police brutality movements. Of course they were doing it. They got plenty of files where they got people infiltrating, and they came in with an agenda to disrupt the overall. That always happens during those scenarios. And it ain't the people that were really going there with a real serious message. They just got what? See, that's what happened when everybody else kind of attached themselves to your movement.
Right.
Y'all saw like everybody else saw. A lot of them people that run up at that stuff. Look, the woman, y'all remember Atlanta? That guy that got killed in the drive-thru in Atlanta?
Yeah, that Wendy's.
That Wendy, was it not his girlfriend? Was the white lady that went and burnt it down?
Yep.
Yeah.
His girlfriend, a white woman, went and burnt Wendy's down, and they want to try to make like it was Black Lives Matter or black people did it.
Right.
True story. True story. Had she not got caught, it was gonna be Black Lives Matter or black people did it.
Don't forget all those realistic masks they made. All those black man masks.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
That's why they were collecting them like that.
Infiltration. So it ain't nothing new. So, and I hate to say it that way, but I gotta be honest, and I gotta come straight down the middle, because you can't live in this day and time, right? We're in the 21st century, and you still people acting like they walking around back in the 18th century.
Yeah.
Couldn't make this stuff up, guys. Y'all saying like I do. You cannot be that naive. You cannot be that gullible.
Right.
Like how? Without being, obviously, you just deflecting. And that's what they do best. Red line, benign neglect, deflection.
Okay.
You got Jim Clyburn of South Carolina. I'm finna light in this Clyburn too, Sister Monica. Brace yourself. In the state of South Carolina, again, more symbolism. Lift every voice and sing need to be the national anthem. Symbolism. This fried fish, catfish eating South Carolinian trying to put forth an initiative, actually in the law, resolution, they're trying to adopt a resolution to make lift every voice as if that was a black man issue, the way these people stormed the Capitol. That had nothing to do with black folk. That had nothing to do with black folk, but they want that to be the national. See, I'm so sick of these. I'm so sick of these people.
No. Black people will be only the scapegoats. I mean, that's why you saw a few black security guards or whatever. We don't even know who was black. When we see those masks, we're like, oh, wow, those masks look so real. And they don't realize why people are making those masks. Those masks should be illegal, like the guns, like the toy guns.
It's always been that way, guys. Y'all know how this stuff run, man. And again, I gotta keep saying it. 2021, the prequel for 2020. We was coming on the heels of racial injustice before the pandemic even hit.
They said the second and third wave would be first.
At least we got a little bit. We got 9-10 months of not being shot down in the street. Kudos to everybody because they got locked down by the pandemic. The pandemic slowed down business as usual for the police department. Ain't that something? We got
spared in jail and put us all in jail.
We got spared coronavirus. Think about that. And as soon as we get some bit of a semblance where we waking back up a little bit, they already woke up 2021. Guy just got killed literally the other day in his own yard by the police department. These people don't even take a day off, but not now one of them were going toe-to-toe, fisticuffs with them folk when they were storming that Capitol. Just was moving to the side. You had a few of them that were hooking. Press them, move to the side. A few of them open the door, like, come on right on in here.
Yeah, they've been saving and preparing for this ever since we started seeing those shows about those people in the backwoods, whatever they call those and those porn brokers shows and all of those shows coming on. They've been preparing for this.
The Duck Dynasties, all that, the militias and this and again, reality show, like you said, reality TV was already what? Promoting the artist and building it up as everybody complicit is basically my point.
Yeah.
Everybody is complicit in some form of a fashion value. indirectly or directly.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy, guy. Again, this is 2021. Y'all ain't even jumped off the porch yet, and already getting hit across the head. Like, bro, you ain't got off the porch yet. God, toss, David, bro. But you know what? It don't stop. We understand how things go, and that's why, again, I salute you all. For all of us who move in this circle, this space, in terms of what we do, obviously in terms of our, secondary or our primary profession, in terms of being able to make our own way, because what would make a person now, as we have seen here, still put that kind of level of fealty. Y'all know when I say the word fealty, right? Another word of loyalty into government ever again at that level. When you say, well, maybe I need to start figuring out how to way to protect my own capital, make my own capital, and protect my own capital. Your home, your domain is your what? Your capital. And universe forbid someone try to run up in your what? Your capital. And you ain't protecting it. Or your husband, or your wife, or your kids ain't on code and up to speed on what to do. And they ain't sitting up in there as like sitting targets and naive like ducks in a pond. Universe forbid that happens. And if you ain't having that talk with them, then it may be too late when it happens. Because who you gonna depend on? You saw what happened in Washington. Them jokers were ducking, running, high. They were trying to get somewhere. When them jokers coming up in there with them pitchforks and man, look, all that tough talk went out the window for a lot of them on both sides, right? But again, the ideal is that this is why when you move and you stand on your truth, and nobody can back you off that, because you're in a position of power, meaning you learn how to cement your own power and you stand on it. How can somebody challenge you? Y'all know what I know. When you make your own money, who got control over you?
Nobody.
The Hollywood directors.
Crickets, right? Cricket. Knowledge is power. Power brings profit. Knowledge brings power. Power brings profit. See, that's the difference.
Profit.
What did Trump say? I love the poorly what? Uneducated. Y'all remember that? That was his slogan. Running for president. I love the poorly uneducated. A lot of people that's throwing the capital are what? Poorly uneducated. Right? Am I lying? I just pay attention to things. My profession won't allow me to be what? Sit there and act like I don't see what I see.
Absolutely.
If I see a doji after a lot of red candles and that doji turn up green, you finna act like I see that. That thing green, bro. That thing getting ready to reverse, bro. I ain't finna see it and put all my money to go the other way when I know it, to go down when it finna go up. You ain't finna fool me. No, bro. No, not today. Right. We train for this. We are trained for this. And so again, our children need to reflect that of what we know as well. How dare you if you don't prepare them? You got people that were saying that now they're finna start putting metal detectors in schools and all that, right? Yet they had none of that stuff at the Capitol, the most secure so-called piece of real estate on the planet. It was just like walking in the Wendy's or a Dollar General or a Dollar Tree.
Yeah.
The windows got broken like it was at a basic little store. You mean tell me that them windows, they ain't even bulletproof nothing? No, bro, them things, man, just some cheap little windows. Them just went right on through there.
They were told to stand down. There's no security.
So again, I'm just saying. So sometimes you
Take
need.
a day off today. We got the whole crew coming in.
It couldn't make this stuff up. Let me keep pushing. Over Marquise in the house. What's going on, Over Marquise? Peace, power, property. You in the backyard with me down here in the DC region, man. What's going on, man? What does it look like from your vantage point today? Brother Marquise, can you hear us? His mic over, man. You probably got his mic off. Yeah. Christy, what's going on? Your neck of the wood. How you see the world from your vantage point today? You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I just want to make sure. Christy, you there? I guess everybody probably got their mics open.
I can hear fine.
I was calling on Christy, I guess. But anyway, so we'll keep popping. They pop up, they'll pop up here. But again, just kind of having that natural conversation with you all like we always do when we
She
come
opened
together.
the mic.
Yeah, for some reason it might have been it wasn't working. Couldn't hear. She probably trying to fix it too. But yeah, so again, just generally speaking, for a lot of this stuff, that's why this stuff is important, man. I tell you, having these conversations are just they need to be had more than often. And you wouldn't think these things could ever be an issue or a scenario that we will live through. Not that it wouldn't or can't happen, but it's happening, right? It is now happening, right? The cat's out the bag, so to speak, right? And so going forward, it's like, man, what y'all got? I mean, we done seen it all, right? We done seen it all, heard it all, done it all, right? What else y'all got, right? What else you guys have at this point, right? And so, as you see, if y'all might have saw early on before I start the live stream, right? I always gotta, go there in a sense. My avatar, Republican, right? Republican, right? Red is the new orange, right? Because some of the actions of complicit value that we saw, it may lead some of these people to where they need to go anyway, the prison. Some of these people, again, aided and abetted, enabled, all this stuff, been doing it for a long time. And it's time for somebody got to go to prison. Somebody. And we spoke about Letitia James. We know her whole role in, going after Trump after he get out of office, right? We already know next week that Trump is already gearing up to pardon a lot of people. They say he got a long laundry list of people he's gonna pardon. A majority of some of them are gonna be his children, right? He gonna give pardons to all of his kids, and I don't even know if Melania probably gonna even get a pardon. That's goodness. Y'all know, if y'all didn't know, Lil Wayne, the rapper, he on the list to get a pardon, right? Lil Wayne. Well, he got hit with some charges, recent some gun charge or whatever, right? Now, interesting even about him, since we talk about current events and all that stuff. Well, what did he just do significant over the past few months? He did a snake move in terms of the same people that he was supposed to manage, right? What did he just do recently? I don't know if y'all guys remember. What did Lil Wayne just do recently? That was a very snake move. Do anybody remember? Anybody know? Y'all don't even listen to rap music, but of course y'all know I follow the news like anything. I see it pop up like, oh, this is crazy. This is interesting. Do y'all know what he just did recently? Nobody knows? Well, I'll tell you then. Right? Nobody knows. Well, basically, Buddy, Lil Wayne, right? Y'all know he's already been in the news several times by saying controversial things, right? The idea that he don't see racism, white supremacy. He never been affected by it. Black people are just hypersensitive when it comes to racism. His words, not mine.
You crazy.
His words, not mine. Several times. Not one soundbite. He been caught several times saying that. He recently sold off the masters to people like Drake, Nicki Minaj, and I think some other artists underneath him with his little record label. I forgot the name of his little record label. Young Money, something like that.
He might be strung out on drugs.
Hold up, let me go there.
Oh, my bad.
No, hold on. It ain't really that, but I'm finna go there. When he first initially did it, he sold them to, I think, Universal. I think it was like $100 million for those catalogs, right? Everybody in the beginning initially thought that they were his, that he sold, off his things, right? Because he got caught with the gun charge, right? He needed to raise capital to fight these charges, right? Literally the next week after, he was spotted taking pictures with who? Trump. Him and Trump, he ended up getting a special meeting with Trump, probably by way of Kim Kardashian or whoever, Kanye. So that hey, when it come down, when he finna face these charges, we might need to get him a pardon. But he was already planning to try to fight it with his money, right? So he sold off Drake, Nicki Minaj, and some other artists. He sold their masters to Universal without their permission. This is the same, what they call young Weezy, young I don't know what his name is now. He got all kind of nicknames now, probably. It's the same little dude that was running around saying he don't see racism. It ain't a big issue. It ain't this and black people this. And see how that work? See how that work? So again, this is people are, they have agendas. People are always going to be what? Interest laden. As I always say, there's no such thing as a permanent this or permanent that. There's only permanent interest. And people will do anything to save their behind in their mind when it matters to them. They'll throw their entire culture under the bus. They'll throw the entire culture under the bus, and then the next day they'll be running back in the culture face saying, "Hey man, what y'all doing? What's going on, man? What's going on, family? What?" And I'm going somewhere with this. You don't get to be traitorous or treasonous, and then come back tomorrow act like it's all good. Some people got short memories. I don't know for the life of me, like. Again, I don't know what it. Maybe it's the religion. I don't know. It's the water. What people just, you've been through your entire people on the bus, and you get to come back the next day and say, "Hey, man, what's going on?" I'm saying that for a reason. The people that stormed the Capitol, a lot of these people are going to get slapped on the wrist. Y'all already know that. Some of the charges that's been coming down the pipe already for some of these people are basically just misdemeanors. And again, if that had been somebody else, them charges would be 100% felony out the gate. Everything would have been felony. The fact that you stand on the Capitol step, felony trespass, something like that, some felony, whatever, loitering. It would have been the worst of the worst. Now, here's why I'm saying it, because y'all sat there hurting people on the Congress floor, right? What did they say? Anybody that we catch, they need to have what? Be prosecuted to the full extent of the what?
The law.
The law.
So is a misdemeanor the full extent of the law?
Nope.
A misdemeanor.
The bottom line.
Misdemeanor. And everybody like Lindsey Graham said it, McConnell said it, McCarthy said it, Pelosi said it, all these Republican and Democrat, they need to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Well, guess what? Now they're starting to find some of these jokers and catch them, and guess what they're getting? Organic food in prison. Y'all remember our buddy with the horns on his head? They had that raccoon fur possum head on, and whatever it was. He had that fur. I don't know what that kind of animal he had on. That was a mutated animal, whatever it was. This joker mama called into the jail cell where he would hold, and basically he was complaining that the food in there is sucked, and he pretty much told them people that he was gonna do something, or whatever the case, if they didn't bring him some organic food. And do y'all know that police or that police department or jail system where he was brought that dude some organic food?
Right.
Remind me of Dylan Roof.
Dylan Roof, Burger King all over again.
Burger King, bulletproof shield in the courtroom, protection in the jail cell, bodyguard. What the hell?
You just committed treason, sedition. You are Benedict Arnold traitor to the same thing that you sitting around here running around telling and run up in black people's face saying y'all just y'all need to listen to the law and this and Blue Lives Matter and you wouldn't do this and you're complicit. You wouldn't have. And here this joker is sitting up in jail getting filet mignon, organic style, wagyu beef, what they call wagyu beef from Japan, dang near in jail. Now I done been to jail before. Right. I had to college life like anybody else.
Yep, 14 hours.
I done sat in the poke before, and ain't nothing there with organic. I was even questioning the meat, like man, I don't eat
bread and water.
I ain't want to eat that long. I gotta starve myself long. Like man, look here, bro.
They had
you want organic? Most of them snatch your tray away from you. Like, okay, you just won't eat today then. This sugar got organic food brought to him.
Yeah.
In the poke. You talking about privilege? You talking about privilege?
They got the union dues going on. They got union dues. We not in the union.
Again, couldn't make this stuff up, guys. This is 2021 already. It is crazy. America, I just took it turned up right here.
I watched the episode of CSI once that kind of displayed what's going on right now, and at the end, the guy said, he said, well, my mission was to get you to catch you and get you locked up. And dude said, dude, you would never stop the movement. We everywhere. We in your courtrooms. We in your hospitals. We in your man. I was like, wow, and then now this stuff is playing out right now.
Every bit of it. These people been infiltrated. They were talking about this stuff years ago. We knew that law enforcement been infiltrated by racism, white supremacy, fascist groups. We knew there was the fire department, all these institutions. Look at it. They had a judge in Florida that was doing what? Trafficking and pornography and, and child pornography and all that, and sentencing black people up the road for minor stuff. Sheriffs that were getting caught for doing fallacious stuff. They had that one police guy they caught like maybe 3-4 years ago. They got caught what he was doing, putting a lot of black women over, and he would just rape them and force them not to say nothing. And they finally caught his behind. He was doing that for a lot of women. The majority of them were black women, just going around raping women for them to get off and not having to pay tickets or going to jail, threatening them to send them to jail. These people been getting away with this foolishness.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's a culture. Again, it's a sickness. Man, people be talking about these third world countries. Man, I'm like, man, I don't never hear another American out there rabbit mouth call another country a third world country. You had Trump calling everybody else country besides America what? SO country. Mm-hmm. And them same people turned around and went up there and what? Off in what? In the Capitol. All on the floor in the hallway. Feces up and down the hallway. You talking about third world country?
The big bubble is bursting.
You see how that work? Chickens come home to roost.
That was the ultimate disrespect.
The ultimate. You got time to pull your pants down and let loose all up and down the floor like you some wild orangutan. At the zoo, there's flinging feces everywhere.
Crazy.
Yeah, I said my friend said it was the planet of the apes.
Everybody.
Ape don't kill ape.
Peeing and urinating and defecating all throughout the Capitol. I'm gonna set a statement today. They're gonna feel me. Nasty buzzards.
That's who they
you
are.
Ever see a Blue Lives or a troop or a none or abide by the law and up, man, stop.
Yeah.
So again,
Gangs in New York.
Now. Oh, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I just said Gangs in New York, that movie.
Yeah, all over again. Right?
Yeah.
What was that movie down the south? The old school Matthew McConaughey and Samuel Jackson. Yeah, I did. It deserved. What is it? I hope they deserve to die. Whatever. What it was called?
If they die in hell.
Yeah.
Jay Shelton said martial law is coming in the chat.
Martial law?
Yeah.
That's been a conversation topic. They were saying that he's trying to come up with some kind of way to. Trump is doing everything he can to figure out some kind of way to try to steal this thing. They said he was already in talks that he was trying to come up with some kind of form of a law. Matter of fact, it was the Insurrection Act. Are y'all familiar with the Insurrection Act by any chance?
Mm-mm.
Do y'all know that if a sitting president enacts the Insurrection Act by power of that, it's kind of like when they do the Defense Act, when you can commandeer certain businesses. Well, if they pull the Insurrection Act, they also can now implement some kind of form of what they call a pseudo or a nuanced martial law. He takes control of what? Senate, Congress, military, and everything has to fall in line under the act. They would say he was even contemplating enacting the Insurrection Act. Yet he was the one that caused it. The Insurrection. And he's gonna pull the Insurrection Act because now that means any political aspect of vote, all that stuff got to stop and subside. Now that means Biden couldn't do nothing. Congress couldn't do nothing. All their hands would be tied. And then he was thinking about pulling that off. Go look it up.
I think that's why Attorney General Barr resigned. He resigned too fast for me. I was like, something getting ready to happen, or he ain't trying to give up some info. Something going down.
Who's the smoke?
Attorney General Barr.
Oh yeah, William Barr. Yeah, William Barr. What that been to it? But think about that.
Remember, he kept trying to get them to. He kept trying to get a whole bunch of the officials that's in that 7:30 meeting to try to pull rank to try to get basically kind of what you're talking about now, some particular powers granted to him so that he can make all these decisions that's going down right now. But
that's what Trump was doing. He was trying to use these so-called, political institutions. Of course, these are own institutions in themselves, law and again jurisprudence and again transportation and all these different things. Of course, and it was weird because again, I was military, you were military, some of you guys been in. Military office is a whole new different governance in itself. It's kind of like when you think about the Federal Reserve, right? They're not even part of the government, right? They're just a private, institution that's being used to, I guess manage our quote unquote money and taxation, right? And they crooks and parasites. We know the issue with that. Long story short. But nonetheless, you had people who was even military, who was sitting there watching all this stuff unfold. And they was trying to figure out, man, what do we do? Yeah. How do we move? Where's the chain of command at right now?
Yeah.
Y'all allow this to happen?
Because Trump is their chain of command. That was a difficult boy.
So how do you go
Some
against
people
those
stay in the dark about it to make it realistic? Yeah. Some people got to be put in the dark to make it
y'all
realistic.
know what I'm saying? Every soldier has to take an oath.
Mm-hmm.
The same oath that these so-called politicians say they take an oath to in terms of the Constitution, the soldier got to take that same oath to a degree because you're actually considered a federal employee. So if you obviously saw something like this happening, you so actually supposed to do what actual natural citizen on the street is supposed to do and pull a what? A citizen what?
Pull a citizen card.
A citizen arrest. And nobody did nothing. You had the one guy, he got a little publicity, right? We know
the defense.
No, buddy over there in Maryland. Oh, buddy over there in Maryland, right? I think of the governor over there in Maryland. We were saying he actually had, he mobilized the National Guard and he kept calling the White House, like calling the Pentagon, hey, what y'all want me to do? And they kept what? Deferring his call, right? They kept placating.
Stand down.
But they sat there was watching stuff happen too. The people in the Pentagon were sitting there watching stuff happen and did what?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
All of them.
The commander-in-chief told them to stand down.
Marshal.
Yeah.
Every last one of them, because they sat there and watched their nation get sieged, and they sat there and watched it happen and did nothing because they also are scared of Trump. They gave that man that much power.
So once Trump calls this type of emergency, Monica, doesn't this make FEMA kind of run everything after he does that?
My point. Now that's why I said
what I'm trying to say.
Go look at the Integration Act. He instantly give FEMA. If they give FEMA power, guess what happens? Instantly, they take over everything, and then now all political stuff stops. Everything stops, and it's ran through that. And they all of them got to be what? Complicit to what? The president.
Exactly. Okay.
That's what
He was trying
today.
Say it again, Chris.
I forgot the dude's name, but that's what he was saying today. He was talking about FEMA. And I was like,
to roll out the vaccine. That's under this, Biden's new so-called, vaccine plan. He's now finna go off the script what Trump was using. They now finna mobilize FEMA to try to be the logistical help also with that quote unquote.
They've been trying to mobilize.
This is a mess in itself, guys.
Every time the pandemic came out, FEMA was running things from that time.
Right.
That's why Fauci had so much power.
Well, I need to get some of them contracts. I don't care what they're doing.
You know all about FEMA stuff, man.
Man, I need some crazy stuff going on with that.
I need to be shipping. I need to be transport. I need to be like that one company that gave that $700 billion to transporting from military base to military base. That's what I need.
Yeah. Military contracts. Like
I need to find out where the money at.
They get money. They can't even allot all the time, so they have a lot of leftovers. They get a lot of extra.
Oh, I take the PO. I take the PO blanket purchase order.
See?
Go ahead, Oba.
African Emporium.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's that neighborhood where all the president's family basically stays? Is it the Calamari neighborhood?
Come on here in DC?
Yeah.
I don't know the exact name. To be exact, I want to butcher it myself, but they do obviously have a specific wing, kind of like how a lot of the embassies, the dignitaries live in certain all throughout DC. If you ever come to DC, like how it's set up, like well, y'all know how Benjamin Banneker designed it, right? Everything kind of lead to the monument and kind of like little branches of the street towards the Capitol. You got Oak Street, PCQ, all those different streets like that. Then you got the subsidiary ones like Florida Street and Pennsylvania, all that mess.
Right.
But no, what were you saying about it, first of all? I'm sorry.
Oh, because I read an article the other day, but supposedly Ivanka and her husband stayed in a house over there.
Krishna.
Right. They had basically, it's weird too because the real estate they were living in,
right?
A lot of your taxpayers' dollars went into them having special security and special privileges when ordinarily anybody, even the children of a president or whatever, didn't have all that kind of level of luxury.
Right. Because
even the Bush twins didn't have that, and they were cocaine and drinking, and they're wilding.
Yeah, that was crazy because the Secret Service agents that was working the house over there.
There you go.
They were
I was
saying
going there.
that they couldn't use the bathroom in Ivanka Trump them house, so they would be going to neighbors asking to use a bathroom, and they put a porta potty out there
outside for the Secret Service, man.
Is you serious?
And keep in mind, they got 2 little kids. That house they lived in is huge. It's a mansion. Several bathrooms. And you mean to tell me you couldn't designate one bathroom, even a half bath, for the people that's protecting your dusty life, so they can have they in the house as it is, in and out, and they couldn't have that kind of level of these kind of people. Y'all were paying through y'all tax dollars to run a mockery. These charlatans, these crooks, these thieving heathens, right?
Yeah, that's crazy. And then our tax money went to a house for them.
Well, the new house that they finna move in down in South Florida, the neighbors, people that already don't want them people to even show up in the neighborhood. Yeah. It's already problems where it's like, we don't even want y'all to come down here.
Yeah, they neighbors up there didn't like them either. They was ready for them to leave, to get up out of there. Over there in DC, Calamari. Yeah.
Did you all see the Facebook Live video by Representative Mickey Sherrill of New Jersey? She says she saw several members of Congress taking people on reconnaissance tours on January 5th.
Yep.
More of what I was talking about earlier. There's a lot of people that's complicit to this.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that's complicit to this. And y'all know me, I always, my messages are very, direct. Again, as you see on my screen right now.
Right? Everybody was out to lunch during that time, right? Everybody, you could take an early lunch. Oh, you can go home early.
Republican red is the new orange. Ha 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 ha. I need that beat.
You see, I use the same symbolism they use.
Yep.
In my avatars for a reason. That's why I got that gold toilet around who? Ivanka head.
Yeah. Yep.
She the biggest piece of poop up here.
Right. Them white people did not like her in that neighborhood. They talk bad about her in that article. It was like, man, those people
arrogant, pompous, disrespectful. Here it is, taxpayers are paying for their opulent lifestyle to the point that people that were protecting their dusty hides couldn't even use the bathroom and sitting there protecting their dust behind, and knowing people still want to get after these charlatans.
I wouldn't be surprised if one of them got robbed before they leave. Just rob their ass. These people
again.
They privileged, man.
It ain't even personal, but y'all know these people just made a mockery of everything that they claim that they uphold through the so-called value system of what America stands for and this, that, and the third. And seriously?
Mm-hmm.
Again, Jared Kushner, the ultimate parasite.
Right.
His daddy was in prison for what? Hooking and crooking.
Yep.
His daddy was in prison for hooking and crooking. And then he get a presidential pardon.
Crazy.
Go figure. And And he himself is probably about to get a presidential pardon come next week. I couldn't make this stuff up, guys. Again, y'all know I don't pick sides. Everybody can get it. Y'all catch me doing something flagrant, y'all better come get me too. Because you know what? If people gonna ever, in their understanding of being, again, their own individuality or own individual person, at some point, man, people gotta cut the BS.
Hey, who that in the little corner though, on the bottom?
You already know who it is. That's my man down there, Clayton Bixby. Y'all already see him down in the corner. The black white supremacist Clayton Bixby.
In the cut.
Because you know we got some black, white, racism, white supremacist dudes out there too. We got some complicit by Tim Scott. Again, going back to South Carolina.
Oh, God.
Tim Scott.
Them more people.
Still on the record saying he don't believe Trump should be what? Impeached, none of this stuff. And y'all saw several photo ops when they just straight disrespected him. Trump disrespected him, nasty style, on them photo shoots when it was all them Republicans standing around, hop nosing the Trump. Trump just overlooked them, looked over him. They didn't want to shake his hand. And he's still sitting there smiling with all his 32 teeth showing like he think he in there.
He up for re-election.
Couldn't make this stuff up, guys.
See if Lindsay comes to his rescue like he came to Lindsay's rescue.
Facts. Facts. Right? Couldn't make this stuff up.
Charleston.
I mean, again, Jared Kushner, the ultimate parasite. That's why I said I got that little parasite there right in his gut. Right? He got a Trump gut parasite. Ivanka definitely need to be look at a $3,000 toilet. What that toilet was like $3,000, something like that.
She paid.
Y'all saw the article that the toilet mess. Let me put man. Look here, y'all, man. Come on, man. I know y'all need to follow this stuff, but
smoking too. Smoking their drugs.
Man, these people, man.
Her toilet cost $3,000.
It's vandalism, but the whole thing is they had to be arrested. They do all of that to be arrested, you know. But then you hear the news about somebody shooting himself in the chest. Some crazy idiot.
Let me drop some of that beautiful bean footage. See, y'all, these are people, man, look here. Look here. What does that article say? What does the title of that thing say right there? Somebody read that for me real quick. I can't read right now. It must be fella. What does that say? Somebody read that for me real quick, please.
The $3,000 a month toilet for the Ivanka.
Can you say it with a little louder over, Chris? Say it with your chest. You don't mind me over.
Okay. The $3,000 a month toilet for the Ivanka Trump Jared Kushner Secret Service detail.
A month.
How much?
$3,000 a month.
A month.
$3,000 a month. They taking out money paying for it.
I need that contract.
That's why I said they about to get robbed, man.
These charlatans.
A toilet.
3,000. Many U.S. Secret Service agents have stood guard in the Washington elite Colorama. Colorama. They some people say Colorama or Calorama neighborhood.
Yeah. Colorama.
Right?
Yeah, that's
right. Home over the years to cabinet secretaries, right? Former president, right? That area over there, if you're familiar with it. Those agents have had to worry about what? Death threats, secure perimeters, and suspicious strangers. Keep in mind, they was getting all that during the entire 4 years of Trump. Or for a major part of it when it began to be independent. They was protecting that trash, right? That trash, that Trump trash. But the arrival of Ivanka and Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, they had a new worry, even finding a toilet. Instructed not to use any of the half dozen bathrooms inside the couple's house. The Secret Service detailed signs of the president's Trump's daughter and son-in-law spent months searching for a reliable restroom to use on the job. According to neighbors and law enforcement officials, after resorting to a porta potty, as well as bathrooms at nearby home of former President Barack Obama and the not so nearby resident Vice President Pence, the agents finally found a toilet to call their own.
That's crazy.
I couldn't even use the bathroom, man. Secret Service. Crazy.
but it came to at a cost to U.S. taxpayers. Since September 2017, the federal government has been spending $3,000 a month. I told y'all 2017. What year is it right now? 2021. That's $3,000 a month. 3 times 12, 12 times what? That amount of time what? 4 years, they know.
36 times 4.
Wow.
More than $100,000 to date to rent a basement studio with a bathroom from the neighbor of what? The Kushner family. From a neighbor.
That has to be fraud.
Y'all see this here?
Wait, who paid for that again?
U.S. taxpayers. You did.
Yep.
You did. You did.
Man, they gonna get, man, let me go audit.
Not only that, the dude across the street, he was nice enough to, the real estate lady, he told the real estate lady, listen, if you lower my rent, they can come down, they can take a shower and stuff like that. So that's where the Secret Service people been going, because, I guess, Trump detail, they can't get they can't get them their own house and place where they can take a bath, use the bathroom. Apparently they would use Obama's place too. And
Obama, neighbor across the street. And the neighbor ended up being the one to rent them a basement studio. They rented out their basement studio to those Secret Service guys so they could take a bath and again using all that stuff.
Wow.
That's crazy, man.
See
that?
Dusty trailer trash Trump family folk up here acting like they larger than, and y'all foot the bill for it. And then people still out here still standing up for these dusty treasonous seditionists, frauds, liars, and fakers and phonies.
Wait a minute. The Secret Service couldn't take a bath at the White House?
Couldn't even use the bathroom, bro. You couldn't even squeeze a leak.
Oh, no. I'm still in the toilet paper roll.
Bro,
I'm going to pay for that bathroom, bro. I'm getting a roll.
Shawshank Redemption?
Yes.
Yeah.
Getting out of here, boss. I wouldn't drop one drop unless they told me I can go to the bathroom. Secret Service in there holding their pants like a little kid in 3rd grade. I need to use the bathroom. Use the bathroom. Man, better go across the street, bro. 6 bathrooms in that house,
That's
and
crazy.
they would not let one of them be used by these Secret Service people.
That's straight petty.
Y'all paid for this. A White House spokesperson denied that Trump and Kushner restricted agent from their 5,000 square feet home. Y'all know 5,000 square feet in Washington is like a, man, look.
Yeah, use up all our money.
With 6 bedrooms and 6.5 bathrooms, and asserted that it was Secret Service decision not to allow the protective detail inside. Seriously? That account is disputed by what? Law enforcement officials familiar with the situation. Bro, I got to use the bathroom. Nah, you know what? For the good of the American people, I ain't going to use y'all bathroom. Seriously? Y'all know them Secret Service, they ain't sitting there saying no dumb junk like that. They're like, man, hey, y'all got 6.5 bathrooms. Man, you want any bathroom? I'm protecting y'all dusty percent and your children every day. Man, these people. A spokesperson from Secret Service initially declined to comment, writing in an email that the agency does not discuss the means, methods, or resources utilized to carry out protective mission. Of course, they mission oriented. Y'all know how that stuff go. But these people ain't sitting there. They ain't know. These people ain't stupid.
Yep.
Again, these people.
There are more people.
100 more people. See, Mo, see how it is.
Hey, listen.
They
I want to know where the Inspector General at. If this type of purchase was able to get through,
100,000.
I can imagine the misappropriation. I can imagine it.
Oh, I ain't done yet. I'm gonna let y'all. I got some old. Y'all know I ain't done. I ain't even done. I ain't even done yet. I told y'all know my man. I got some more for y'all. I ain't done yet. I ain't done.
Wait, I ain't got nothing to do.
Right, I ain't done yet.
I ain't gonna be at flea market till 9:30 anyway. It's cold outside.
Right, to get your little favorite little whatever. I ain't done yet. Cause y'all know again, is the reason why they kept slowing down this whole ideal of even what they call onboard briefing Joe Biden and all that, right? To initiate this kind of transition, right?
Money.
They've been making all these little dusty little behind the door, backdoor dealings and moves in or around the Capitol or in Washington or the White House before Biden to get there, right? That's why they've been barring them from being able to come into the house and all this stuff.
Yeah.
They've been kicking certain people out. They've been firing certain people. Why have they been doing that, guys? Know why?
Shred the paperwork.
Well, that too. That too.
Rich B said modern day Romanovs.
So the new people don't have enough information to back brief and they can shut their accounts down.
Right? Cooking them up, moving dollars around, and stealing everything they can on the way out the door. Do y'all know there's also not rumors, but they already been getting caught. Everybody that's been working in or around the White House for President Trump, they have been catching these people looting the White House.
Or they taking items.
They're looting the White House, guys.
Wow.
Stuff that's been there since Abraham Lincoln and those type. They are looting certain things out of there. Do y'all know that is against the law? That no president, sitting president, his family or his staff can take anything out of that house, right? And if they want to buy a certain item, they have to spend a certain amount of money. It had to be certain value. These people are looting the White House. Couldn't make this stuff up, right? Couldn't make this stuff up.
Oh, they forgot the toilet paper.
I'm everything. Bear with me for 2 seconds. Let me cue this up real quick. Let me show y'all the people that y'all tacked off. Again, y'all know me. I don't have a side. I'm not Republican or Democrat, so everybody can get it. Joe Biden gonna get it too. Kamala gonna get it too. If you're a Trump fan, don't get in your feelings unless you just got to carry this L today. You got to carry this L today, right? This just couldn't make this stuff up, guys. What did I say right there? Trump gets what? This ain't no secondary source information, too, mind you. This is not no secondary source information. This ain't what somebody said. So don't come with all that, man. Somebody didn't make that up. No, you finna get that work today. You finna get that work. You just have to realize the people that you've been, riding with, they garbage. Right? They garbage.
As I say, all politicians, all of them garbage. Republican, Democrat,
all of them both.
Right? Let me roll some of that footage right here. Let me check this in here, guys. Look at him. Let's roll this in.
Here's some video of a bust of Abraham Lincoln being carried out of the West Wing.
Right out the gate. A what? A bust of who? Abraham Lincoln already going out the door. Now, how long y'all think that bust of Abraham Lincoln probably been sitting in there?
They've been trying to get that. They mad that all of those other Confederate statues were taken down, so they had to grab Lincoln.
These people looting. These people, bruh.
Yeah, you took our statues down. You took our flags down. We couldn't get you.
These folk looting the White House on the way out the door. Couldn't make this stuff up. Grade A charlatans. Grade A type.
Donald Trump appears to be looting the White House. That's right. Now, I have a clip coming up to show you this. I'll also get into, though, maybe why he needs the money. So before I get to any of that, and also another example of something being taken from the White House that isn't his, let me play this clip for you from CNN.
And I just want to show you some video of what's happening over here at the White House right now, Brooke. They are starting to put up bunting on some of the construction over here at the White House that is taking place for the Biden inauguration that is going to take place next week. We're seeing video of that right now. You can see they put up bunting that says Biden-Harris inauguration 2021. It's on some of these risers that are facing the White House. So presumably, Brooke, the president could look out his windows right now and see this bunting go up. That is obviously not going to sit well with the president seeing those kinds of preps going on. when he in fact doesn't think he even lost the election. In addition to that, we're seeing what looks like moving day over here at the White House. You're seeing things, items coming and going from the West Wing. We saw Larry Kudlow leaving earlier today. Here's some video of a bust of Abraham Lincoln being carried out of the West Wing. People need to know that the items inside the White House are not giveaways. They're not souvenirs you can take home. This is not an estate sale or antique roadshow, but yet you're seeing some White House staffers taking mementos with them as they go. Peter Navarro was caught on camera taking a jumbo photograph of himself and the president dealing with the Chinese. And so, it is a strange sort of surreal look at the end days of the Trump presidency, but that's what we're in the midst of right now.
The looter in chief taking what he can from the White House days before he's gone. Now I'll get to why maybe he needs the money. Wait for that. But I just want to buttress this point. This is Jim Acosta mentioned it in that clip that Peter Navarro was seen leaving the White House with an image of Trump and the Chinese president. Here it is here. So look, I don't know what they're doing, but this doesn't belong to them. So in case you don't know here, gifts are supposed to be stored and then moved to a presidential library. If the president wants to buy a gift, he or she can purchase it from the government. The president is also not allowed to accept and keep presents from foreign governments, and the minimal value of a gift is limited to less than $20. So, yeah, that image clearly does not belong to him. The bust of Abraham Lincoln does not belong to him. I'm sure there were other things taken, though I didn't see, so I don't want to just assume, but if they're taking two things, they're probably taking a lot more. Now, there's also, this is related. So Trump refusing to pay Rudy Giuliani's legal fees after falling out. Trump, this is what Trump does. But before he became president, this is how he often treats people that are around him, that are working for him. He just doesn't pay them. And he's doing it again now, possibly for other reasons. Yes, Giuliani, of course, has not been successful because there is no voter fraud, so he could only do so much for Donald Trump. But also, Trump is going to need the money, especially if he is impeached and convicted. So as ABC writes here, under the former President's Act, President Donald Trump is entitled to an office and staff, a pension, and up to $1 million for annual security and travel expenses, and lifetime protection from the Secret Service, all funded by taxpayers once he leaves office.
So do y'all want to continue paying for Ivanka, Trump, Jared, Eric, Barron, Melania? Y'all see what's happening here? This is
They're
why
paying for Trump. Look how many times he filed bankruptcy.
y'all see what's going on here, right? Y'all finna connect the dots. This is why they're finna go after him. And this is why you finna have that big divide where you got these treasonous people who are trying to protect Trump because they're scared of his so-called what angry mob that may come for them. They're still trying to protect this dude's pension because they know he's already in trouble. He's losing contracts. He's losing different aspects of loan values that he can now be able to get from bank. Deutsche Bank cut ties with Trump. He owed them over like $300 million. They cut ties with him. New York cutting ties with him. Other businesses are cutting ties with them.
He still got his pardons, doesn't he?
Which is obviously at this point probably end up being null and void.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's losing political leverage because most presidents, they make their money what? After office. They become again, proxy what? Celebrity. Hence Obama getting $100 million deal with Netflix or whatever. The Obamas. Trump, they finna bar him, they finna try to what? Wash him off the planet if they can. Even some of these folk, and I said some of these white folk had enough. They were like, man, look. So the whole purpose of the impeachment is for what? Is it symbolism, or are they trying to do it to the fact that they trying to what? Disrupt them what? His money. It could be a mixture of both. But y'all know if he gets impeached and convicted, they also now have a provision under that news, under the provision of a second impeachment that they now can vote to also have him what? Barred from what? Ever running for office ever again.
He's entitled to security. He knows that this is, they
you go.
know what, they're not that stupid. They know he needed that protection for whatever he's about to, if he's not bluffing and he has something to release or whatever, he needed that security.
Let me cut my camera. I gotta do this right here now. Let me do this right here. See, y'all gotta see my. Y'all see my face. Y'all see my face.
Don't take out the belt.
I can't miss me. Y'all see my face. Yes, right. Right. I gotta shake my head now because y'all know what's about to happen.
Don't take out the belt, please.
Do y'all know what's about to happen? What's about to happen is they're gonna wait it out. There's a reason why they're gonna try to wait it out. If they convict him, because that's the part of the Constitution that everybody, constitutional lawmakers and scholars are trying to figure out right now. Everybody's scrambling to try to come up to figure out exactly what are the provisions on the Constitution. If you impeach somebody or a president, obviously you still can't obviously go through with the procedures even after they leave office, right? Because that's the whole ambiguity, right? And even so, can he also now put the vote up before the Congress to also do what? Bar that person or that president for ever running for Congress again. By proxy of that, if they are a former president or a sitting president, that strips them away of what?
Yep.
Those benefits, that pension and that protection.
Yep, that's the always to get him.
That's what this is all about, guys.
They're
trying to pay him back. They're trying to get him in a way on the back end. What does that also do? That also makes him very vulnerable to what he already going to deal with anyway, whether he's still protected by pension or not. Letitia James, she really can go after him again, even more, because he basically becomes an everyday, ordinary citizen all over again.
Got him.
None of your mystique or your resume aspect of being the president, that ain't going to sway these courts. Even though he wasn't able to do that in New York anyway, because Governor Cuomo already told him he can't even come to New York ever again.
Yep.
People waiting on him. Governor of the state said that over national TV.
You know where Cuomo from?
Come to New York. You got people waiting on you here. Call it a threat. Call it what you want. Most time, a person say that, Secret Service show up to your door. How many people was doing that with Obama? The Secret Service show up to their door. The governor didn't tell him to do. Look, you can't even come here.
Maybe that, man.
He burning all types of bridges. So this is going to be the last president. Let me see, president that they're gonna probably try to give him on the way out the door. Mind y'all, these people playing chess, not checkers. They're gonna try.
Okay, you send me.
Maybe that was hanging off of the White House and on the back of the dollar bill. What was it, $20 bill?
Think about this. So if they get him, he's gonna be fish food for anybody that want to come after him, because see, Trump is moving under the guise that he got power and influence, right? But as long as he know he has those certain provisions that still come with the what? That nuance of being that I was a president, he can still what? Galvanize people, and people still gonna fold to him, right? But if they, again, the emperor has no clothes, but even if they take the emperor's shoes to everything, he ain't got nothing, anybody can get after him. That means people can put hits on him, people can do all kinds of, because he ain't gonna have no police infrastructure to what? To do any kind of special what? Investigation provisions for him. Think about that.
He didn't take Michael Milken and all those other crooked millionaires out of jail for nothing.
Flint, pardon, Flint, Stone, all his boys. And he's gonna let loose a lot more next week. But guess what? Again, that's the whole point of what? Pardoning his what? His children, all that, right? Because typically when you give a pardon, a person actually has to already been what? Somewhat perceived to be convicted of a crime or going through some kind of value law. What crime has they committed that he has to worry about them what? Pardoning for? Because they know, like we were talking about earlier, the AG here in DC finna come after who? Eric Trump or Don Jr., Ivanka, right? They already been laying the groundwork for that mismanagement of what? Inauguration funds and everything else.
They were acting so stupid just now. It's like, don't you know you're on camera? They really crazy.
But you see what I'm saying? So if a daddy gets stripped of protection provisions, right, that a president gets after he leaves, their children are not safe. His children are not safe either.
Mm-hmm.
Ivanka's not safe. Lil Barron ain't safe, right? Melania ain't safe. Jared ain't.
Lil Byron, like, man, y'all done messed it up for me. I ain't even get to enjoy it.
He just sitting around here like he's mute, like a little mute kid. He don't even.
He was like the Omen. That little Byron interior.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Connect the dots.
Mental Baron.
Right? Lil Baron finna get that work. He don't have no Secret Service following him to school now. If they hit Trump. So get what?
He can get beat up.
Homeschool like a mug. He can't even go out the door. Everybody.
Secret service.
Because everybody gonna want to hook on Barron.
You can have Trump Daddy Secret Service.
All upside the head. He can get all upside the head. Look at it, bro. Your daddy was your daddy. Couldn't make this stuff up. So again, and all this stuff that's happening again, all these people who was enablers or complicit, who were crooked, everybody,
I don't know how he could do what he did in Coney Island, what he did all over the city. Like, I don't know how he could shit on people like that and then just still have that kind of protection. Then become president on top of it.
You know why? Right? Because before it was that kind of what? Money, mob, rule mentality, right?
Mm-hmm.
And protection came by way of what? Buying protection. That's how people with money do it. If they know they shysted, right? You gotta, buy people's fealty, right? Through paper, right? Because they already know you, but he already shown that he dusty, he shysted, he a crooked, whatever. Again, people love him for what reason? Because he maybe appeal to some of their innermost wants and desires. Again,
had that demolition crew for the World Trade, because that's why he got Giuliani by the balls like that.
Well, he's not gonna pay him. He's not gonna pay him on the way out the door. They insidious. These are some insidious people. People
that was a good word for them.
I mean, they grade A trash. They grade A trash. Grade A trash. Right? They grade A trash. They just happen to make it to the highest seat, in the country. Yeah, G-Dell, he can't even appeal it. Because keep in mind, presidential impeachment are done through Congress. President has no veto power over what? Over Congress rulership when it comes to that, because it's bipartisan. And I'm talking about on the second impeachment. The first one, he can still maneuver a little bit and wiggle around. But that's why they say, remember, he's the first one ever, U.S. president ever to be impeached twice, meaning no president ever been spared that, right? Because they still try to allow the symbolism of America still to be upheld by the fact that, hey, maybe this was just a one-off event, we might have put somebody like this in office, because that's a bad look on what? Everybody else around the world. If they're looking at America like, y'all put this in office, and then y'all turned around and impeached it twice.
Y'all over here trying to tell us how to run our country.
Bam.
Yeah.
This is deeper than what people say.
Everybody got their brand of COVID. I'm like, they're gonna fight each other over their own brand of COVID.
Right. That's why my picture.
It's a freaking joke, man.
Hence my avatar. What? The whole world what?
What is that? Let me see.
What? Yeah.
Hence my avatar for a reason, right? The whole world is what?
You can see it. Oh, laughing at it. Yep. Hey, I said that when he was doing all that stuff, I said, man, we are vulnerable right now and nobody won't even attack us. They laughing at us. They're like, shoot, y'all ain't even worth it.
Good thing. Such a good thing. Oh my God.
Y'all see it?
The whole
people like, what is wrong with America? Y'all ran out.
He went from being almighty and powerful, everybody kowtowing and bowing down to him Because y'all thought, everybody was like, well, he's exposing the deep state. He's exposing the deep state. Y'all remember, y'all heard all this stuff too. He going after the, again, I clocked it right twice. I've made it very clear. There's certain things actually I agreed on him with. If it's truth to power and it's based upon logic, reason, and understanding the data, you can't go against those things. Certain things he obviously exposed, which made it even more obvious for us now to look at the whole political landscape a little different. If you still not at this point, shame on you.
Well, the aliens didn't like the fact that he was about to expose them, so they had to put a stop.
They hit him with one of them beams. They hit him with them neon beams. Right? MK Ultra Trump right here, y'all.
You went too far, Biggie.
Right? Y'all talking about they did clone what Gucci Man, they did clone Trump right in the me. Hey, y'all playing around, right? These jokers, these people crazy, man. Think about that.
Crazy.
You know what I'm saying? So again, it just goes to show you, man. Look, this ain't no turning back from here. Is my point. There's no going back from here. On a political landscape, in terms of the geopolitics, everybody looking at this country like, yeah, America
used to be Nicolas Cage and Face Off.
America used to be that it, but now y'all like, look, man, I'm straight. I stay over here. I'm gonna stay right over here. Mexicans right now looking at America like, look, bro, we gonna know what we gonna finish the wall. I'm sorry, we don't want y'all even come over here no more. Y'all straight, stay over there. They gonna build their own wall now. No homes, no. Right?
Don't forget, he's a clone. He's just a clone. Yeah.
He's the clone of
such a horrible year.
the clone of Robert E. Lee and everybody else, all wrapped up in one. Everybody.
Howard Hughes,
Nixon, you name it.
Hitler.
I mean, everybody. Again, this ain't me just dumping on Trump as if it's. I'm going off strictly off his actions. What he did do, that was that was truth to power, and all the other ratchet stuff that he was doing because he was unorthodox, and he just obviously put himself in a position where his path his past dictated his future because he already had a timeline of just doing ratchet stuff. People just gave him a path because they feel like, again, he was exposing
his brand. And he was upholding his brand
under the guise of Republican values and birth, a whole issue with the birth, abortion, and under the guise of Republican values and stuff.
And he's a Protestant. He's a Protestant.
He ate this.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, ate this.
So you know what I think about? A Protestant. You protesting.
A Protestant.
Yeah, Trump got a religion. Trump go with the flow.
Right? What is you protesting, brother? Right? Be deliberate with a T. Right? Let's hear it.
No.
Y'all remember that photo op he did in front of that church with the Bible holding up upside down? He ain't even had the Bible upside down.
The first time he picked up.
Ran him out of town just to go do a photo op.
Escorted. Can't forget that.
If this ain't a short, man, look. Okay, let me roll some more of that beating footage.
That is, unless he's impeached and convicted by Congress. So he's already been impeached. He could be convicted. Now, it's going to be tough to get those 17 Republicans on board, but he could be convicted. That said, even if he's convicted after he leaves office, there is some debate of whether or not he would actually be impacted by this, because the way the language works for the Former Presidents Act, it says you must be a former president. So if he's convicted before January 20th, he would not be a former president, and he would be counted as somebody who was impeached and convicted while in office. But after January 20th, he would be considered to be a former president, meaning that he could still be entitled to all this stuff, even though he was convicted, but because he was convicted after January 20th. So regardless, though, this is clear. Sources have told ABC News that in the days after the 2020 election, the president has been asking about his post-presidency financial security, fearful for his and his family's safety.
What?
Of course, not.
Did y'all get that last part?
The safety for fear for his family safety?
Clearly, as y'all see right here on the screen, he says what? His post-presidency financial security fearful for his and his family's safety. Are y'all kidding me?
They wasn't fearful the other day. We was sitting when she was taking a Photoshop while the people breaking into the Capitol. She wasn't fearful.
They were lauding it and applauding it from the White House.
That's legalese. That's legalese.
Dining room table in the White House with a smile on his face.
Ain't nobody bothering them. They don't want bothering people.
That's legalese. When they say I feared my life, I feared for my life. So he has certain rights.
Ivanka in the corner cheerleading. Eric Trump on Twitter going in while the Capitol's being raided and stormed. What the other one? Donald Jr. was somewhere inciting it even more. Barry in the corner eating crayons. Melania probably sexting, probably just Trudeau in Canada somewhere.
He was taking Photoshop in the house.
Hysterical laughter. Hysterical. That was hysterical. What do they call it? Hysterical laughter. They're under duress.
Say again. Sorry.
They're under duress.
What'd you say his son was doing? He was in the corner eating
crayons. Barry in the corner eating crayons.
Oh my
God. Yeah. Bro.
Messed up.
He sat through all that. Y'all been telling that boy ain't damaged.
Oh my goodness.
Even what was the Obama girl's name? Sasha and
Sasha Malil.
They had somewhat of a decent, childhood life, right? While they were 8 years.
That's on TikTok now. Sasha get her TikTok fame on.
Right? They might be wild now, right? y'all barely see Barry.
We don't see Barry, poor baby.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think they say he got aspects of autism, something like that. He got some.
Oh, okay.
But it's not like full blown. But he got like what they call it. I forgot what it's called. But he got something like that to a degree, right? To a degree, right? That's why I hold the issue.
High function autism.
Well, it's like a spectrum, right? He within that spectrum, because this is how autism is rated by different spectrums.
Yeah, the high performance
versions of it, right? Right. So he's somewhere on the spectrum, though. But nonetheless, of course, again, this is, but these are the type of parents he got to deal with that. His uncle, his auntie, or his brothers and sisters, he got to deal with that.
Well, they all had coronavirus, so it affected their brains and thinking. He
didn't caught the virus. Everybody in the whole household had caught the dang on virus.
Yeah.
Everything.
I ain't see them getting no vaccines.
They all got a vaccine. Okay. No, they all were treated with
They got treated.
This is about a movie brought everything in the house and caught the Rona. All of them.
Say everybody in the house and got the Rona.
I couldn't make this stuff up, bro. All of them caught that Rona.
It says here the first lady said the Baron had the virus but no symptoms.
Again, like a venereal disease.
14-year-old.
A while back, so you know what? It's gonna be like a venereal disease. Just go like, man, you got that Rona, man. I ain't straight.
They know it is though. They know it was. They said it is an STD also. It can be sexually transmitted, supposedly. Well, that's what they were saying earlier, while it was still a coronavirus.
The whole acidity scroll. But I'm just saying the idea that they were that reckless about it, right? Remember, keep in mind, they built that culture.
Yep.
It ain't that serious. It's gonna go away. It's gonna go away. It's like anything, it's just gonna go away. It is what it is. I love playing it down. And he didn't pass that junk on to everybody he about knew. Like a venereal disease. Am I lying?
Mm-hmm.
That level of recklessness was my point.
He was a super spreader.
A super spreader in chief. The same way he about to be prisoner in chief.
Prisoner in chief. That's
my matter for a reason. That picture there is there for a reason. Don't get it twisted. It's the reason why you don't see Barron and Eric on here, right? Even though they got, but definitely Don Jr. We just talked about how the AG of DC finna go after him. We already know Ivanka finna get that work. All across the board, they're gonna go after this dusty trash here.
With his house, how much it costs to get his hair done? 30,000.
Couldn't make this stuff up.
You better get him a fade.
Y'all paid for it. Y'all paid for every golf session that he was going golfing every day. All y'all paid for it. Coronavirus, they were going golfing every single day. Y'all paid for them golf rounds. Let that marinate. So a picture worth 1,000 words. That's why he got that little monkey clapper on one side of his shoulder, and he got that corona head on the other side of his shoulder. For a reason. Again, this is America's first hillbilly presidential family. Again, I'm not Republican, Democrat, so everybody can get it. This is America's first rich hillbilly family that made it to the White House. Y'all know people going to be talking about these people 50, 20, 100 years from now. Y'all remember that family that came through the White House that were called the Trumps? Yeah, them types. See, this is what, again, call it an experiment, call it a social experiment, call it what you want. Again, it ain't personal. It's just based upon what they was doing and how they were going about doing it in a way that they were just thinking they were just, again, some kind of form of a kingship. That's what people really all, because they were just, and then there was, rubbing it in a lot of people's faces. Y'all saw Trump at them G20 meetings. Remember that one where he was just disrespecting everybody? He was pushing people out the way and they get ready to take a picture. He just came through there, pushed jokers out the way, looking at them all crazy, like, what y'all, man, get out of my way. I'm president of the United States. He really let that power go to his head. And he got a big old head too. Trump got a old log, well, I just got a log head too. It went to his head.
He's a good poker player too. He knows how to bluff him.
Look at him.
It says Yahoo Finances, Trump's businesses were already in $1 billion hole before the Capitol riot fallout. So they ain't taking nothing from him when they say he can't have those businesses. They were already in a hole.
I'm not making this up. On the screen, you see it clearly what they said. All of a sudden, now he's fearful for him and his family's safety. He let his number 2 man almost get hanged or get hung right before his very eyes because of the words he incited. Cussed the man out and everything, and the man still stayed loyal to him in terms of Pence.
That's because, oh man, you cannot tell me that there was not written out for them and that they weren't, the authority, the security wasn't told to stand down and they weren't briefed early that morning what not to do. Place was empty. Crazy.
People want to act like, see, people always play dumb when they feel like they got a dog in the fight. See, people can't even have, see, that's the problem with especially the human condition that American imperialism has created in a lot of people's mind here. People got that fake, that fake patronage, right? That fake reality of how they look at life, right? Yeah, that's what American society and culture has brewed and bred in this country. It's a lot of a ton of fakeness around America.
Apple pie. Gold in the streets.
Couldn't make this stuff up. Again, and these people are so gullible. They're so gullible. Purposely, in a lot of ways, right? They purposely gullible.
Oh yeah.
They wrote some of that footage.
Donald Trump realizes that he's going to have a tough time making money, that he's going to have financial security, fearful for his and his family's safety. Of course, Donald Trump realizes that he's going to have a tough time making money after this. His name is worth nothing. It's worth less than nothing now. And in addition to that, he has a lot to deal with. So as CNN writes, as University of Chicago law professor Daniel Hemmel wrote in the Washington Post, quote, the stakes for Trump this fall are far greater than for past presidents seeking re-election. For him, a loss would mean not only the end of a political career, but also potentially personal and financial ruin. So a part of that, of course, is the potential tax fraud that he committed, discussed during the first round of impeachment with Michael Cohen, his former.
Letitia James, come through, Letitia James. That Susan already said, I can't wait. They've been building their case ever since. She's been building her case ever since. For the day that January 20, comes, she was already saying, like, look at the same day he up out of there, they're gonna be trying to serve that judge with some papers.
Mm-hmm.
See it. Let me let it.
A lawyer coming out and discussing how Trump would inflate his assets and then devalue his assets when it came to his taxes, meaning that he is committing tax fraud. So he may have to deal with that. Also, as you may have seen in the past, Rolling Stone writing here, $400 million is a peanut. Trump admits to downplays massive debt during town hall. So over $400 million in debt that Trump is also going to have to deal with. Yeah, I'm not sure how much that bust of Abe Lincoln is going for the picture of him with the Chinese president, but he may need to steal a little more and maybe the entire White House to actually make up for the financial ruin that he's going to be facing.
Now, do y'all see why he was trying to put it on this little coup? He was trying to get back in in the White House for a reason.
Yeah, because he got a lot going on.
He was trying to get back in there for a reason. He has a ton of stuff already waiting on him out the gate. If he could have solidified the seat for 4 more years, think about the executive orders and the things that he was going to try to enact till now, because they were already making money off the presidency as it is. Y'all already know that's constitutionally illegal. Somehow they were able to do it, and then nobody batted their eye about it and said nothing about it. They were making money off the seat of the president of the United States. And people were allowing it to happen and was saying nothing. Everybody was complicit. Democrats and Republicans. Know why? Because they also eat off the same lobbyists, this, that, and third, that's around Washington, D.C. like buzzards. True story. That's why I say all of them are charlatans. Every last one of them. Everybody trying to evade getting caught, basically, at the end of the day. It only became apparent that now they had to actually act like they care about the position that they've been sent to Washington to do, because that riot, that mob came to their doorstep. And if they would have got caught, I imagine how many of them was going to get drugged out the Capitol that day. Let's think about that for a moment. You couldn't tell me they was going to make it all the way to that chamber, see them in there, and then just look at them like, hey, how y'all doing? Let's take a selfie together. For every door that those rioted people broke down to go up in that Capitol, they got more and more enraged.
How many characters you gotta be?
Think about that.
8 to 15.
This is like war. That aggression builds. Every time you feel like you overtook something, you got more and more emboldened. You know they were going to drag Pelosi out. They would have caught her.
Yep. They'd have stripped and everything.
They're going to drag her by her. Man, look.
They're going to strip.
Insert your noun or adjective.
They was out for war. Blood.
They were going to get Jim Clyburn.
Yep.
They were specifically looking for him, too, as well. Mr. Fried Fish look at him, Mr. Mullet Dinner himself. And many others they were looking for. Obviously, Mike Pence.
They continue.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So, again, See, this is why they try to go at them on that perspective. But they're like, you know what? We can allow get back in the office again.
Yeah. Where you put your characters at the end?
I'm sorry. Going there. I know she was right. Yeah. So they can.
Another thing is, this is just again the whole controlled demolition again, because of the coming together of all the world governments. This is all the United Nations stuff, the FEMA, we're United Nations. It's all a part of that.
Every bit of and then some. And you're right, Sister G there. She said America never saw what? Trump's tax returns. And you weren't gonna see them. That fraud was able to evade those tax returns for 4 entire years. You know why? Because if he would have revealed them, everybody would have saw what the Attorney General of New York was already what? Telling y'all. That this joker is committing what? Fraud. He used the Supreme Court to shield, the aid, and abet him for 4 entire years. And every day that a day went by, they know people got what? Like most people do, they have what? Short-term memories. They began to what? Focus on other stuff and not some of the basic things that officers prerequisites before you can even be what? President of the United States. You have to be the most transparent. That joker was hooking and booking and hustling like he been doing. And making money off what? Off the president's seat. And his children becoming millionaires, tens of millionaires off the seat of the president. And you know what? It was all fine and dandy because you know why? They had the face. Or as our elder Paul Mooney would say, what? They had the what? Complexion for the protection. True story. And I don't even deal with a bummer like that, but y'all know that a bummer couldn't even go to the bathroom and pee, boy, without them putting a magnifying glass on him. Again, that's that double standard. So that's why I say, look at it. If people gonna be 100 and live life again the way they're supposed to, meaning on truth and power, then the cat's out the bag. Now, you can't put the genie back in the bottle now. You've been exposed from top down. Again, thank you, Trump. Right? You exposed a lot of people who've been hiding, backdoor dealing, plotting, you exposed everybody, both sides, Republicans and Democrats. All the rats, all the closet racists, all that foolishness. You exposed all of it. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, brother. Right? Show us your face, brother. Right? Y'all want to see my face? Clay Bigsby style all over again. Y'all want to see my face? That joker said, y'all see. That joker took that Klansman hood off, and doggone dude in the back head exploded. You a black man? You a black racist? I didn't see that coming. Didn't see that coming. Again, this is what people got to deal with going forward. So just be prepared. Again, this is 2021. We're just getting started. They say the party just started. The party is just starting. Right? Again, y'all saw the agenda, his little tax plan or whatever you want to call it. Markets are already starting to feel it too. Because y'all keep in mind, they were all cheerleading for President or elect Biden literally about a week or two ago. Markets like, oh no, we want, again, markets ain't loyal. Y'all know they switch sides faster than anybody. These crooks, Wall Street crooks, look, that's a whole different crook. They were already celebrating. No, we want a Joe Biden presidency, right? Because that's a lot of that's stimulus money. That's stimulus, right? That's stimulus this, stimulus that, right? Y'all heard like I did. Y'all, again, this is our craft. Joe Biden unveils his vaccine plan. What the market did. Matter of fact, last night when he unveiled that, his stimulus package plan, what did the market do? But they were waiting on this, right? Wall Street was like, no, we can't wait for him to unveil his first, stimulus package plan. So that's going to be what? Stimulus money for the markets and all. Yeah. Markets start upon further review. Markets start looking into the package plan like, hey, y'all were telling us that y'all was going to, come out the gate with about a $3 trillion what? Stimulus package plan. What happened? Now you finna tell me it's 1.9? And some of the provisions in there not what y'all said y'all was going to do? What the market did? Out of there. You dumped from all-time high after they were saying we finna ramp it up and go higher, and now you back down to what? 374. Of course, we know it filled the gap. It filled a massive gap that we knew that was coming. But Wall Street was like, that was a moment to what? To run it higher. So apparently somebody didn't drink the Kool-Aid about the Kool-Aid or buy into the Ponzi that we know in some cases and how they what? Utilize these, political moments as, fodder or fuel in this case to run markets higher. The reality is that they know at the end of the day, those tax cuts, those tax hikes that's coming to the capital markets in terms of the capital gain tax is on the way. It's on the way. Taxing the wealthy, I think they're saying what anybody else over what 400,000 somewhere around there. They look here. I think that tax that tax value gonna be around about what 40% somewhere around there. 40%. Those are people who control most of the what? The wealth in the markets. So that honeymoon is about to be very short-lived. All last week they were cheerleading. Oh man, the markets, man. Oh, this is good. We like this. A Biden president. Oh, and Trump out of here. Oh, literally a month ago they were still cheerleading for Trump though. These people ain't loyal, right? They are not loyal. So yeah, it filled the gap today, right? Clearly double top up here. We see what's going on here. There's your gap fill right here. Obviously came down around 373.65, right? Couldn't make this stuff up. That wick right there sitting right around that point. If not a little lower, broke through it to the daily. Now here's what's interesting. You see it sitting right at the 28 moving average here on the daily chart. If next week, obviously next week, if was the 5th, we all be drunk, I get it. If they break below that right there, it can get a little ugly. You got another, all that feel that gap way back here, but you still got all these people that's in here that's buyers up in that point. This candle here, you got buyers up in this candle here. You even got buyers in this candle, the red candle here. Yeah, so the honeymoon seems to be short-lived. Is my point. Because these stimulus packages that Wall Street was waiting on, because they like, oh, Democrats in office, they finna unload the boat. I hate socialism. And guess what? In the same breath, they turn around and say, I love socialism. I love socialism. Print more money. Yes, print more money. Greed. So markets ain't spared. Again, Congress ain't spared. Culture, society, values ain't. Look at it. Everybody exposed. Everybody getting exposed. And it's just 15 days in. Only 15 days. Only 15 days in. Let that marinate for a moment. Right? But we prepared. Right? We're prepared. And if not, we're going to stay studying to be more prepared. Right? Because we know that at the end of the day, people are going to be waiting to see what's going to happen in or around the markets. Like this whole idea that Trump is saying that if he does not get reelected, the stock market's going to what? Crash. Your 401ks are going to go to what? To rubble or zero. His words, not mine. Him threatening basically, people voting aspects because they worried about, like most people, like one of the politicians said, like most, people ain't got, not investing in the stock market. Most of these people ain't got 401ks, TSPs, or Roth accounts. Right? So you see what's going on here. Of course, we do. That's why this is our lane, right? We're excited, right? We're like, we're gonna make money off this too. We're gonna make a nice little bag this year. Same way we made a nice bag last year. the show does not stop. Right? So again, don't be fooled, guys. We got a 3-day weekend. That's why the market also turned down too. Of course, they're gonna always make excuses, right? Well, certain aspects of the Biden, first stimulus package was not up to, to the level that we thought they was going to unveil. That's the excuse. The true reality is that Wall Street was just taking profit. They're just taking profit. Wall Street, again, they are very slick in terms of how they use their news reels and news briefing, complicit value of the media, how they downplay certain things that, y'all know how this stuff go. Because we this is our lane. This is our lane. But they're taking profit because they got 3 days to sit down and prepare for what's probably about to happen in DC. So people are going to pull some money out the market on top of that. But y'all was waiting on the stimulus package. Here's your 1.9 trillion. The market supposed to be up above 380, then 385 right now. But don't be fooled, guys. Play it slick. We was already talking about that gap fill. We was already talking about the gap fill. That is going to happen. And if you're studying the game the way we're supposed to, that we train, you would not be misled either. We don't move on emotion like a lot of people. We're using a lot of strategic, technical, and fundamental analysis for a reason. Tech obviously is going to catch it. The tech sector is finna get it. Well, we know why, because they were the only ones who was robbing, hooking, and booking for the most part, almost the entire time during the coronavirus. I mean, literally, they were doing the most, right? And some people, they're doing the most, right? They be doing the most, right? We saw the tech sector. I mean, the tech sector could do no wrong. The entire year of 2020, right? But we're prepared. So if they're gonna go out to Facebook, right? They're gonna make those excuses, right? They're gonna go out to Facebook, right? Because of the whole banning Trump. Again, this is the washing away of Trump. We already seen this happening, right? This is the washing away of Trump from Washington in a lot of ways. Twitter, out of here. Facebook, out of here. That app, Parler, that all these so-called suspected anarchists or racists and white supremacists and Nazis and all the people hanging out at, they got dumped by Google and Apple, iTunes, whatever, Apple Play Store. They got no platform they can set up shop on, so they can obviously, plan their little, a little tax and all that. Again, this is the censure value of Trump at this point. Those were some of the same mediums that he used to just incite all this pent up anger and frustration that these people took out on the same Capitol. And those stocks benefited greatly, obviously, because of that, right? Because people hey, the tech sector, right? Yeah, tech sector got that work. And the tech sector actually is about to get that work, right? They about to get that work as well. So that's the headline or the scapegoat excuse at least. Well, the tech sector, was, already, overbought and this, whatever. Y'all been through that. All right, so we're prepared.
How about that cryptocurrency, over?
Oh, that's banging too. Oh, you already know. Again, that's that whole, the antithesis value of what? Equity is gold or that of crypto now?
I was studying that today. Well, you do know about Alex Mashinsky?
Say again?
Do you know about Alex Mashinsky?
Backfill me real quick.
Alex Mashinsky, the CEO of Celsius Network, but he also was the guy from VoIP, VoIP.
Right, that used to Vodafone, or not Vodafone.
Yeah, one of those the voice. I forgot. He's the owner of the Celsius. So I was telling the group about the Celsius cryptocurrency network. However, they are not able to operate, like we can't make any earnings from there, like operate from within the United States. I was like, what is up with that? But I can't find any news about it.
Well, I mean, I used them, and I've taken out asset-backed loans with them.
Yeah, the person that referred me does too, and he's in New York. So I don't know why he said it could be because of my IP address or something.
They said that
Maybe it was something with New York. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. He says the message that comes across is United States, but I'm like, it's kind of crazy. But I wrote to them, so I emailed them, so I should get it back. I should get an answer back from them soon.
Yeah, I don't. A couple of different times I've taken out. I've taken out like an asset-backed loan with them a few different times and paid it back.
Mm-hmm. They're very good. They have good reviews, good ratings, and he stays like one of the main people to, like, he made a comment just yesterday about Bitcoin, and he wrote in Forbes magazine, in Forbes online, I guess.
Another good resource too is Swan Bitcoin. I be talking to the CEO in Clubhouse. He be in there all the time. But
Wow.
I like it because it's dope because it allows you to buy crypto and put on reoccurring deposits. Let's say I want to do it monthly and deposit $50 every month. You can set it up to auto do that and set it up to auto send it to your private wallet after you buy it every month.
Okay,
So I was like, that's a dope service because you can just basically pay it. I mean, hook up, put your subscription, hook up everything, and just leave it. And every month it'll kind of dollar cost average, kind of on like a monthly basis.
That's cool.
And send it to your private, wallet where you got
Thank
your
you.
keys.
Send us the link, referral link.
Yeah, I definitely got you. Right now, I'm putting together a nice little project. Like I've been finding all the places where you can get free money, whether it's Bitcoin, stocks, cash, and I'm trying to put them all in one place and all all in one place, all the referral links and everything like that, so that that resource is there. And I want to find a way that you can get $1,000 just off of these referrals, or just for signing up.
Yeah,
that's my
I know.
plan.
Yeah, like for those sites, for this Swan and this Celsius and another one, I can't think of the name. You keep the money, you put your money in there, you keep it in there for a while, they pay you like every week. The interest, I guess. You get paid every week.
Definitely. Yeah, they have that's similar to they have something similar with staking, where different cryptos and or different exchanges allow you to do that. Basically, stake your coin and earn like a dividend. In a sense. So that's definitely valuable. The only issue with that is just you got to make sure you're dealing with somebody reputable because at the end of the day, not your keys, not your crypto. So when you loan your crypto out to these people, they now control it. So make sure that they're regulated in some type of way and you got some type of protection. You do your due diligence, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. Well, I know Celsius is.
But I definitely.
Go ahead. Like
Yeah,
they're all with
Celsius is nice. I know a lot of. Yeah.
They all like on the regulations and stuff like that. They stay in line with the legalities.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
as long as you check them out and they check out, and everything for you. They done messed around and let me find I can trade Bitcoin on Hugo on MetaTrader. Man, I've been having a field day because it's just I don't know. I've already been trading Forex, so I'm used to that platform, I'm used to that setup, and being able to do that with crypto as well, and like a pip type of way with that same type of leverage and stuff. It's been working well. I was like, oh yeah, they done messed up.
Yeah, no, you could be a very expert and advanced user. I'm like, I'm just gonna come in on the entry level tip.
Yeah. No,
Okay. I ate my ice cream, Monica, today. I had my little ice cream money.
Yeah, PLTR did you right.
Got a little something. Put it right into the Ethereum.
Which one?
Ethereum.
Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna start building that up.
Yeah.
What else did I get? It's on my phone, so I'm using my phone for this. I can't see it.
Yeah, I was man. I finally did my first actual options play and it hit my strike price. So I was happy. Like it took to the last day with the IPOE.
Yes.
Huh?
That was when you posted, right?
Yeah, he
Yeah, the
posted.
IPOE. Hito Sophia. Yeah, I was worried though because I was like, man, is this guy gonna hit my strike price? It hit it on the last day, but I was already up. Like I was already up, but I didn't know I can close it out before it hit. The actual expired or hit the price. I was up on the first day as soon as I got him. I was up all day and not realizing I could have closed out. But today, when that guy was running, I was like, "Oh yes, perfect! It was clutch." that Sun W been going in for me to Sun W, and C.
That's why we mentioned class. You over there
I have to
trading
look,
options
but
by yourself.
yeah.
Ooh, look at these lines. Look at these candles.
yeah. I had to test the waters. It finally clicked on me. It finally dawned on me. I sit here and watch Oba trade these options and everybody else in trade these options. I know what it was. I know the power, but sometimes it take a minute for it to really click, and you really to understand the power of it. But it just clicked to me one day, just really understanding that how I can use I can use it to just maximize my profit and lower my risk. I'm fine with taking a small amount of money and making a large amount of money, even if I'm willing to lose that money. Like I'm okay with that.
And you use your
I'm okay
same
with that
methodology as Emporium.
type of trading style.
And use your
It
same
works
methodology.
wonders with it. Yeah, it works wonders.
I know. That's why you gotta come show us something. I gotta get these projections out. I gotta get these forecasts, these charts, this 1 hour, 4 hour thing down pat.
Yeah, I mean it's just the top down approach. Just starting on I get my bread and butter mostly off the daily level. Off a daily, institutional support level. That's where I find it's what we call it is the daily order block. That's my bread and butter. When it hits that daily order block, you go refine it down to the 1 hour. You're gonna find a 1 hour order block.
Right?
Refine it down to the 15-minute, you're gonna find a 15-minute order block.
That's the
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
That's the Forex.
Hey, Brother African Porn, be proud of me. I drew a
Yeah,
little
that's
cup
a price
and
yeah. That's a price action strategy.
Yes, I understand. But do you use that for the Forex mostly?
Yeah, I use that across the board. But yeah, definitely for Forex. That's where I started, using that strategy. But you can use it in any other asset class. They all have the same, movements. They all move a similar way, on the technical side. Slightly different. Some things might, not be as fine-tuned. It might go past certain levels by a certain amount of pips or whatever. But still, once you learn how that asset class moves, then you can, kind of account for that with your stops.
Thank you. Look at the cup and handle.
But yeah, it's working great for that. And now I'm eyeing SPY. Like I'm like,
Right, I did my cup and handle the other day, but boy, I knew the pullback line, but I couldn't figure out what it meant, what direction it measures. If it goes straight up, did you go across? We can't hear your mic muted. Where Brandon?
What stock are you talking about in particular?
Well, not in particular. I had so I had drew the cup and handle pattern on a stock, and I knew that when you draw that trend line right there that shows the length of it pulling back, I remember you trying to explain to us how potentially how high that stock may run to the upside. So after I drew the cup and handle, I did the length of the pullback, but then I couldn't quite remember which direction that it would show like the potential upside. You know what I'm talking
about? It's more like okay. That's why I hate StreamYard, because you guys not allowed to share your screen.
Yeah. So you got yours. You see how you got your cup and handle, the gold line drawn, the gold silhouette. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then you see how you got your trend line that pulled back from the left portion of the cup down on the other side. That one. So you drew that trend line, right? And you spoke about that trend line representing a potential length of how high, or I guess the length of
right. As we say, the peak to trough. The top part of resistance down to the point of the trough in terms of that level.
Right.
Right. Be it a gap fill or a major support. Of course, in this case, initially to the left, you see the support here.
Right.
And then you have your quote unquote, projected value back to that aspect of resistance. Right.
Yeah.
Which, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Sorry.
No, I'm listening.
No, so you're trying to figure out, like you said, the length of the breakout or
the breakout. Correct.
Right. So technically, it's the same way how you would do, to a degree, that of a head and shoulders or a double bottom, right? That length of the retrace, or the the neckline to the head, hairline, for the downside, a dead cat bounce, overarch. It don't hold, obviously, come straight down, which is different from a double bottom. In this case, you're still using, the length, in essence, of course. Now, it's not a foolproof system, but it just shows you a value of probability.
Correct.
Even when you're measuring, a breakout. Of course, if you're using all the other instruments in tandem, of course, in this case, you see the at the point when it overtook the 20-day moving average, which is the red line on the daily, came back and tested it again. So that means it confirmed it, because it held it here, right? Even though you see those candles sitting right at it. Keep in mind, it's all about where you close and where you open at within that. But this candle here clearly shows you we're above it, and now we back in
back in stride again.
Blue skies. Well, how do we know that? Look down here. Charts don't lie.
Volume,
all the red here. All the red here. The green, the power to get above the moving average. The red for it to settle back down in around the back test it, or back fill it, or back, retrace it. And then the breakout volume came at the aspect where you confirmed above that moving average, right? A major moving average, especially on the daily chart. That length to get back towards that all-time high resistance, clearly you can see the length of that, right? In this case, monetary 46 to 56. Right. That means you had a $10 window, right? Of course, when I played these calls, I explained to you guys exactly why, what was all the news, catalysts that was surrounding it as well, which is more fuel to the fire. It's indicative to the volume down here. Clearly, people were buying and front loading the event, the Neo Day event, and delivery numbers. So all that was playing in tandem to a break above a certain moving average. So you had a minimum window of a $10 breakout. All you had to do was just see that it was trying to complete at that point this pattern, this rounded bottom. At that point, it just stopped here, but clearly you can see what it was trying to make. It was trying to make a cup, right? It was trying to complete that cup. So if you trade it, in this case, just hypothetically, if you trade options, you instantly say, as soon as I got above the 20-day moving average and closed above it, that means my confirmation is what? Intact. Volumes coming in, squeeze momentum obviously went from red to now start turning green. RSI at this point, you can see it pivot here clearly, right? Start what? Curling back to the upside. And you had all those catalysts up front ahead of the what? The stock going into an event. Anything above that would be equal or greater in exchange for what? The breakout. If 46 to 56 was what? A $10 to get to the resistance, then initially you're supposed to also have another what? You know, potential $10 of what? Length to the upside, right? Is that not equal or greater?
Right.
46, 56, that's 10. 56 to what?
66.
66 gonna be the what? How high did the stock go?
Right.
It went to what?
Okay.
Look to my right there. What price is it on the axis over there? The x-axis, y-axis?
Just it's small, but looks like 6.9 something.
Is that not $10?
Yeah.
Bam. Confirm. Remember I told y'all that was going to be the breakout level? If we need to get above, at least minimum, we're going to go above 65. If we break out above that, I'll say 65 or higher. 65, 70 been great, but 65 or higher, that's going to be your what? Your strike price.
Yeah, that was my strike price.
And the interesting about it, the money was made what? Down here.
Yeah.
Not at the breakout price, even though you made money there, but the money was made down here when you had confirmation. Hence, when I said, hey, this is the reason. So I bought my calls, what? Down here. I ate all the upside. And then I reversed it and rolled it down. Clearly, I drew this cut pattern before the what? The stock even made that move. I drew this wave, what?
2 weeks.
A week in advance.
A week and a half, Thursday. A week
right.
ago.
You see what I'm saying? Look at the pattern here. What it's doing? Arching right back inside that what? That handle. You have a gap fill here. It closed this gap. This gap right here, it's actually still what? Still open. Right? Now, you would say, well, it done done enough, right? Enough is enough. Well, markets don't care about all that, right? Markets don't care about all that, right? Because they're still trying to what? Fulfill a mandate, if it can. So if we close one of those gaps in this one, you came down to hit the bottom of around about 56. This one here closes ultimate all the way down to what? 54. Which clearly, as you can see, is at the bottom of what? Cup handle there, right? This little rounded, whatever. And then after that, if we come there, not, give or take, we can easily start what? Now building a new what? Support. Old resistance becomes new support. Those points of what? Resistance here got broken. Now it became a point of support. This resistance here at 56 was the all-time high, even though it kind of closed below it. But now getting back to it and above it, once you fill this gap, if we can fill that gap by next week, I guarantee it's going to start now trying to find a way. If they don't have any bad news, anything barring this space, which is supposed to be good for the EV space with Joe Biden, that 56 point right here, which is the old high, going to be start to become a new what? Support. And they're going to build off that, build off that. And at that point, try to ease, inch it and push it higher at that point. So when you thinking about options trading, of course, it's just a preliminary synopsis. It's not like I'm going in debt because you still got to learn all the things that surround the option trading market. It's just not, of course you can easily buy a contract, but you need to know how, when, where, why, what, all that. Like I always speak about what, why, where, when. Right? It's more to it than just saying I could buy the contract. Beyond the theta and the Greeks and all that, beyond probability, right? But right now we're just speaking strictly probability, right? Based upon basic fundamental what? Analysis. Using the chart as a guide to direct you towards where the money is going to what? Be. Hence, clearly here, this gap here to here at the what? It got to the top of the integration band here, pull back, right? And then you began to show weakness here. They got what? They did an offering, right? So clearly they were saying, okay, we're finna raise this capital. People say, okay, well, let's bring it back and fill these gaps and nothing else, then we'll make a new floor. it was not rocket science that the person at that point should have turned what? Bearish and bought puts. Right. So literally on this day, up around 62 and change, I was saying, oh, let me buy these $61 puts going to the rest of until basically Friday expiration day. The trend had been solidified at that point that we was going to have a bearish pullback. Right. Volume, value, and looking at the RSI. RSI was sitting at what? 70. On top of that, all those signals there were like, oh, this is an easy put buy. Right? It's an easy put buy. Not that it can't reverse, but it was already giving you all the signals to do so. So you had a nice little flush from 62 all the way down to what? 56. Well, basically they're near 55. So that's all it is. It's just reading those tea leaves. Right? And of course, the closer you are to an expiration day, the cheaper those options get, but they're more the more risky they are as well. If you don't have a defined trend or pattern or whatever that's obviously unfolding, then yeah, you have to be very cautious. You have to set you a tight stop loss. As a matter of fact, I did it too in the S&P. Right? On the way out the door, literally, right? Straight in the SPY after it bounced off VWAP, right? After coming down and testing that VWAP, it bounced, right? Shot back up. Well, this is the hour, so they ain't gonna show it on here. I don't have it on this screen. Shot back up, and then eventually came back and broke below it, and then it closed lower. Now it was also fueled because of the fact that Joe Biden decided to wait to end, after the market to kind of release this little vaccine plan. Turned out Wall Street wasn't happy with it anyway, and they deadened it. They dumped it even more. Right? They dumped it even more at that point. So they say, you know what? We'll use that as an excuse to fill the gap. Well, in this case, all the market did is came down and tested the 200-day moving average, which is the goal line. It broke below it. It broke below it, but it didn't close below it. See how they do that? Market's very slick. Market's very slick. Same thing with those wicks there. Came down, tapped, touched it or tapped it or whatever. Right? Moving average here sitting, at a point where it's like, you know what? We got to keep this thing right, or right near that value of, at this point, the moving average or the 20-day moving average. Even if we break below it, whatever, let's just make sure we close either right at it or, pretty much, above it. All right. So we're sitting there going into the next week. As you can see here clearly with the pattern here, what's going on here? Clearly what's going on here. They're trying to use it as the next launching pad to somewhat try to protect the market. Now it can easily break this and come down. Well, if we lose the 200 moving average here, of course, you got a little a gap that's somewhat semi-filled way back over here. Even though it filled it before in this area here, but you also have some support points up in here, right? This little gap right here, it got filled back here, but established that same area as a massive problem for the market further in the future at that point with this area here, this area right here. All that stuff is parallel to where we are right now today at 20-day moving average. All right, so you got somewhat, I say that pseudo support at the 200 because you got these guys sitting in here, this guy sitting in here. Those guys are still probably holding their positions long, right? Like pension funds, long-term people that bought in around those areas. Now, so yeah, I expect a potential test or a fortress to try to put up a fight for this 200, not to break next Tuesday when we come back to the market, is to be determined. How we get through this weekend is going to be very important for the broader market. Even more so, the tech sector. They're under the most scrutiny right now. Not for the fact that it's banning Trump, that too, but also we know those are some of the most overbought financial vehicles that we've witnessed coming out of the coronavirus. And they are more subjected to a Democratic presidency than they are a Republican. Even though Trump was trying to repeal that that provision to be able to sue social media companies, But still, they was also protected by the very people that he was trying to get them to what? Overkill it, meaning Republicans, right? Because they are still a part of what? Big business, right? Corporate, right? The corporate interest that paid a lot of the what? A lot of money off to these Republicans that fed off these companies, right? So how that worked, they all of them crooks. I keep saying it for a reason. All of them are crooks for a reason. Follow the money. It'll lead back to a dirty little, dusty little politician somewhere. And no matter how much they talk about, how the big tech is too big, it's too big, it's a monopoly, all that, yeah, whatever. But they still, come on, seriously. Don't be fooled by all that. Yeah, but the tech sector is definitely in trouble a little bit because of the fact, again, they got a little, too overbought. Hence, that's why they broke what? The 200-day moving average. This is why tech is in trouble. So it's not just my words. The technicals are telling you that clearly here. We broke below the 200 moving average. The S&P didn't. Well, let's see what the Dow did then, right? Let's see what the Dow did. Right? Where's Dow? The Dow Jones. Somewhat not even close to it, right? NASDAQ broke below it. S&P sitting at it. The Dow still like, nah, I don't know if I want to come that low quite yet. But even if I do, we're going to try to protect it, right? So all the major indices, or in this case, when we know that these are the major ones out there, that's pretty much is an inside window of how the broader market is looking at the market from a psychological disposition, meaning how well they're protecting their back doors. Well, the NASDAQ already they had their back door kicked in. So everything tied to the QQQ or the NDX or the NASDAQ in trouble right now. Well, how do we know that? Well, how can we validate that? Well, okay. Let me show you how we do that then. All right, let's go see who was able to buck the trend today and who was not able to buck the trend today. What did the Apple do? Right, and this is on the hourly chart, so I should have been using the daily, right, to be exact. Right, I should have been using the daily. Now on the daily, get out of there. Oh, come on, thing. Right. On the daily, of course, you still got some room on Apple, clearly, right? On the daily. Hourly is how a lot of the option traders, in this case, were trading it off in that regard in terms of closing out expiration, on the weekly. Using that hourly as a more of an accurate gauge to give you, how well, the market's going to fight for the rest of that week, that contract, or that day in particular. Again, on the daily, the 200 is still sitting way down here at 271. We know the markets are still somewhat, actually, overpriced. Even though they tell you still a catch-up trade because of what we did with the coronavirus, but we're not stupid. We know that this stuff is still overbought. Clearly, if this is a 200-day moving average, meaning if it's showing you this, it's telling you on a daily perspective, this thing is supposed to be trading at still 271, no matter how you cut it, right? It's supposed to be trading in or around 271. It's up here at 311, right? That's a $40 differential, right? So again, that way you don't never have to convince yourself what you don't see. You see it, right? That's why the 200 moving average is a benchmark moving average. The Dow, way up here. 281, it's sitting at what? 308. Again, same thing, near about a 40 point differential. Oh, excuse me, 30 point, excuse me. Right? S&P, same scenario. Right? Trust me, it's up there, right? You already went through and looked at it. Right? Because I'll be checking these time frames. This is the importance of checking time frames. Large to small. Day traders, dealing with minute, incremental moves for pennies, whatever. Of course, you're going to monitor a small time frame. 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute. If you're a day trader, if you got options, you're more indicative, it's more indicative to look at the 5, 15 hourly. Meaning if you got time on that contract. Because now you need to make sure all the benchmark moving averages or whatever that are very uniformly set up to kind of show you strength. Where are they and how that stock is either pinking in or around it or trying to launch off of it, which gives you a window of potential money that you're going to make in that contract, or the probability that you will hit your strike price if you got decent, price action, buyers, sellers, or even the catalyst to be driving the market at that point. All you're doing is marrying, like I've always talked about. You have to marry the technicals with the fundamentals. There's no other way around that, right? There's no other way around that. You're gonna have to marry the two. Some people say, "Well, I'm just a good technical trader." Man, forget fundamentals. Okay, well, if it's working for you, what? Don't break, right? Don't break that mold, right? But everything in the market obviously does what? Comes to an end at some point. It's going to shift, shift up a little bit, move around a little bit. That's how the market makers work. That's how they move. At some point, they're going to, break up your game plan and cause you to audible that thing. Right? So you adjust accordingly, still go out there and do what you need to do. But ultimately, we're trained to what? Follow these indicators, follow these oscillators, right? We're trained for this stuff. Check those again, where the buyers are, where the sellers are, right? Not rocket science. It truly isn't, So when you spot those trades, you can easily get after them. So again, that Neo put was easy money today, right? And people are like, well, yeah, it's easy for you to say that now, Africa, but it was clearly. I mean, we draw the chart, right? The same way I wrote it up, which I preempted that trade going into Neo Day. I preempted that trade. I laid it all out to everybody, so it was very easily, duplicatable basis. If you took the trade with me, you made money. On the same way, on the way back down, clearly, closing up that handle on the cut after hit the top of the linear regression, we hit our target of 66. I clearly said the target was up there. We hit it. Let it pull back at the point. That's healthy. It did that. Let me buy the puts now, make money on the way back down. Right. So this is how you strategically, literally you can eat off one stock if you learn how to just trade methodical and learn that how that asset moves or whatever. Right. Does that make sense a little bit, guys? I'm sorry.
Yep.
Preach.
Yeah. So you follow the money.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and you follow the flow chart because y'all know I'm a big proponent of what? Them flow charts for a reason. Right? That's where all the money's at. All that you can't see through the dark pool that's behind your back door, right? What the best way to go spot it at? On that option chart, that flow chart. Right? So you think about all.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, you got to use it. Now, this was today's ending at 4 o'clock. This was the flow chart for what? Neo. What's significant about the what? The open interest. Open interest is sitting at what? In the 90,000. Right? That's almost 200,000 more contracts of that of the what? The call open interest. Don't let the daily open interest in the call volume dissuade you from the what? The open interest that was sitting, that was building going into the what? End of this Friday expiration. All those new calls that came in today for the call volume, that means that's all the volume that came in what? Today. That means these people are buying for what? Next week.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Because they got legend today and dumped, right?
Right.
They try to say, I'm gonna buy the dip. I'm gonna catch, I'm gonna buy the bottom. Right? Yeah, okay. You still got a gap that still need to get filled. That ain't even completely already filled that other one too. So that might be a little bit premature, or it could just bounce. Nonetheless, we know the gap is there. So we're talking about probability, right? So what's the chance of filling that gap? Oh, I'm not even showing my screen. My bad. I'm sitting there just talking, and y'all know I get when I get going. All right, 1 second. Let me show this real quick. So what's the probability of you hitting that strike price? Here we go. I'm sorry. What's the probability of hitting that strike price? Or in this case, going into the next week, we can look at next week's expiration. But again, these are people who bought today before the bell run. Look what they loaded up at. 57, right? 57, 50, right? 8. See, these people day trading today. They day traded today. Or some of these gonna get rolled into next week. Of course, a lot of people did some rollover, so it's gonna get counted regardless. But they were trying to play the bounce today in Neo. And guess what? A lot of them got murked. All these right here just worthless. 0, 0, 0. All these worth 0. Got worth 0.
Hey, but can I ask you a question? About so these contracts. That's what I meant to ask you. I was trying to ask you earlier, like about writing contracts. Like who are writing these contracts, and what's the purpose they're writing? I know they're trying to collect the premium, but could you just could you break that down a little bit?
You, Sister Monica, everybody, all you doing is saying, think about it. Remember, I like to use these analogies for a reason. If you write the contract, right, that means you control the what?
Yeah, you control the asset.
You control the asset that moment. You control the volume. You control, the buyers and the sellers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And whoever, in this case, of course, when they say you right, when you selling premium or you what? Buying premium, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you buying premium, that means you're doing what?
Shorter.
You outright going long or what? Or short.
Mm-hmm.
When you selling premium, that means you're trying to find what? Buyers to increase the what? The liquidity, right? The pool in this case, because we're dealing with what? A collection of people what? Loading up on certain contracts for a definitive direction of move, right? Again, expansion. That's how option traders make their money, through expansion. Of course, we know we make money for the stock market go sideways anyway, right? That's why you got the iron condor and the butterflies, right? But that's for more strategic people who just trying to protect their what? Their capital, right? Market makers do a lot of iron condors and butterflies. That's how they levy killing people options, right? They making their money off everybody making the emotional what? Trades, right? A company gonna drop some news, right? If that company still wasn't in a technical moment to make a good breakout, no matter how much the contracts look attractive, if it ain't gonna move, it ain't gonna move, right? And the theta gonna eat it up, right? So those stocks that are normally known for what? Having high levels of liquidity or volume, those are the ones typically most people going to always try to surround themselves with. If you just look right here alone in NEO, look at all this volume. Those contracts, those are contracts. Now, you know what's also interesting about all those contracts there? For
What's
every
that?
one contract, it's implied that that's 100 shares worth.
100 shares.
Let
Yeah.
that marinate for a moment.
So as far as also the volatility in the volume, would the ADR play a large role in that?
And say again. I'm sorry.
As far as the volatility in the volume, like the ADR would play a large role in that, right?
You said the ATR, the average true range, or
the average daily range?
The average, the ADR, the average daily. Oh, yeah, that's the same thing. ADR, ATR. Yeah. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So if it says it only moves $1, if a stock only move $1, right? Let's say in this case we just use NEO, right? NEO has a propensity to move about what? $2 a day. As you see here, it's ATR sitting at what? $2.92. Right? That means that's your window of opportunity.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Solid volume and all that there. Clearly, right? You can make so. Look at it, they even got trend lines up here. They even cheat sheets all over the place. These people been telling you right here. Clearly, I was talking about that way before even this line got there. Did I not speak about this last week?
We can't see the chart yet. I don't think.
Oh, my bad. Right, I forgot. Hold up. God dang it. Sister Camille's not letting me on. Go out and come back in, Sister Camille. For some reason, ain't gonna let, how to it's junk janky. StreamYard janker than Zoom for some reason, but it still got all the other fun stuff. So that's how they do you.
Yeah.
Got to go out and come back in. So clearly, right here, the ATR is what?
392.
392. About $4.
Yep.
That's some good expansion.
Yeah.
For options contract.
That'll line up. That definitely helps with price action, especially you can catch those swing points. Yeah, that's nice.
You just hit the apex.
Yep.
A planned apex. I mapped this whole entire apex move out a week ago, or a couple weeks ago. I've been talking about it. Go back to my time. Now y'all say I'm Neo and way down here. I say we get ready, the event, all that stuff, right? Hatching tree, all that. So we made the money. We got exactly what our contract was supposed to do. I said, 65 or 70. That's look at Biscuit Wheels, Gravy Valley. Get excited. Clearly after that, it hit those prices. Then you expect that they're gonna what? People gonna take profit like they're supposed to, right? That's just discipline. It's an option contract. It's not ownership of the shares. You can exercise it, but it's what? It's just a what?
Option.
An option, right?
Mm-hmm.
You now also benefit off of what? You know, all this new liquidity and, you know, catalyst news or catalytic news and, you know, whatever, the event value, right? Another form of the way to make a money. That's why I said derivative, right? For that perspective, right? Kind of like an add-on, right? It's like, you know, dessert, right? So to speak, right? So clearly, you know, what's going on here, you trade it in the mindset that these things are going to happen once certain things are what? Or cleared or you know, affirmed or confirmed, then you say, okay, it's game on until we what? We hit that target. We hit the target and then we what? It just came back and what? Backfield and closed those gaps. Right? Easy money here. This was easy money. And I'm saying it that way because people are like, yeah, you saying it now. No, but we mapped it out. We actually mapped it out. Right? I drew the cup, you know, weeks ago. Weeks ago I drew this cup. And we said specifically 40 was what? The support.
Yes.
Clearly. That was your length from here to here. That was what? What's 56 to 40? How much is that? 56 minus 40.
56 minus 16.
Yeah, 56 minus 40 is what? 16? 16?
Yeah, 16.
So from 40, you know, in this case, of course, you know, back to that, you know, resistance. And that point, all-time high was what? Again, that same $16, right? So you got event gearing to come up. You got delivering gearing to come up. All you had to do is just understand that 40, clearly when it came out here and tapped it, because you tapped it here, confirmation. You tapped it here, confirmation. You tapped it here, confirmation. This counter here, confirmation, right? For it to break that, it was going to take a whole lot, right? Trend line down here, same thing, confirmation. You could have been front low Neo with less risk right here for this type of move, you know, weeks in advance and made a killing. So he said, I got $16. Okay, granted, if I didn't do it, then I just, whatever, right? I missed that boat, right? Well, we'll do it from here then, right? So we'll do it at the crossover, the moving average, which was the confirmation that I spoke about earlier on the other chart, right? So 45, right? So what's 45 plus 16?
45 plus 16. That is
61.
Yep.
It's late to be adding.
How much?
61.
61?
61. Yep.
All right, so we'll just use that as another what? A $15 upward or $16 upward move, right? 45 all-time high, 56. We break that, and you still got additional what? $5 from there, right? So up base around what? $60, right? Half dollar and whole dollar marks become natural what? Support resistance, right?
Psychological levels.
Psychological all day. So look here. If I just put that axis there, that axis line there, you see the pattern that is showing right on the screen with the top trend band coming at the all-time high. See that megaphone? Y'all know about the megaphone patterns?
Yep.
Wide it open up and it kind of hit the top of that megaphone. If it don't break, it's gonna come back down and test that first part of what? Support of that megaphone first. If it don't hold there, if it breaks, then it's gonna backfill. See that there? It's sitting right at that point, around by that $15, $16 move mark. Couldn't make this stuff up. Right? We know this is after the fact, it's hindsight, but clearly when you got the all-time high, that made it actually what? Bullish. It's game on from there because you closed above what? The all-time high. That's when people get even more aggressive. Right? So let's go validate that then. Right? What are you saying after Paul? You be talking a lot, brother. Let me see what you're talking about then. See if we can put that to test then. Well, we're gonna put it to test then. We're gonna see if they say a dime gonna make $1, we're gonna make it holler. All right, let's get it. Look here. Let's run right on over here. $60, right? Yep, that's what we're talking about, right? $60 strike price, right?
Yes.
Are we agreeing with that? Everybody agree with that?
Yeah.
I rest my case, Your Honor. What do you see right there at that strike price?
You gotta put it back.
Y'all see that on my? Is it showing my screen?
No, it's showing us.
Oh, my bad. I forgot. Oh, it's getting late. I'm sorry. What do y'all see on my screen right there?
No. Okay.
What do we see at that $60 strike price?
Come up on my
See a lot of open interest.
And also a lot of what?
Volume.
Now, what's interesting about this, because the open interest is the only thing that really matters, because the volume today is what people bought today, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So the open interest got to validate the what? What was already what? Put into practice, right? And or the thesis, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's no excuse why it's no no short of a reason why that thing's sitting at 24,000. Everybody's planning for that what? That strike price.
Mm-hmm.
Over a week ago.
Yeah.
Even the 61 sitting at 9,000. While all of it sitting at 60, 24,000 of it sitting at 60 and not at 59, isn't it cheaper on a more closer strike price for 59 than 60?
Yeah, but it's just like that's a specific level, you know, that's already, you know, exist on a chart.
I just said we're gonna come over here and confirm it and affirm it.
Mm-hmm.
It is right there. Not rocket science. That's why the flow chart is what? Magic. Following the money. It ain't at 59, it ain't at 61, it ain't at what? 59, 50, 50, 58, it's sitting at what? 60. And before that, it's sitting at what? It was sitting at 55. Those $half and what? Whole dollar marks.
Mm-hmm. Those are key. Those are key levels, man. Those are key levels. That definitely help you with your risk management if you pay attention to those levels.
So my puts that I bought, I posted them. I posted them in the group. Yeah, I posted them in the group, and I posted them in the. I want to say I posted them up there. Yeah, I did. I think I did. I don't know. Yep.
On the videos.
I think I did. I posted them in the group. I thought I didn't post them. But anyway, so it's the same. It's that same concept, right? So hold up. What's this thing doing? Facebook been acting real janky lately. That's why I stay short they stock. I
tried to boost one of my ads for this video, and they rejected it. I was like, oh, they really hated on you, man.
They always hate on me. I can't even share my posts. I can't share no posts. I can't share nobody else's posts.
Lord, man.
I done made it very adamant to them that I'm always gonna short this stock. I'm always gonna,
we jumping in on that Trump lawsuit.
You know what I'm saying? Already. Get my name too.
You're gonna turn the tables on them. That's all right.
Yeah, so I made a killing out shorting Zuckerberg. Right. So clearly, when I chose this strike price, obviously I had a reason.
Mm-hmm.
See that? The $61 puts.
Mm-hmm.
Why I chose that strike price? This was when I saw it. Well, after we had the blowout top, the rollover day, I called the indecisive day, which is Wednesday. Wednesday was an indecisive day for Neo. It either had the barbecue or mildew. Well, they dropped what? The offering, right?
Mm-hmm.
The same day Monday, we was like, okay, here we go. So they tried to fight those who were still in. They couldn't turn it. So I said, you know what? Here we go. I already see what's about to happen here, right? We finna roll. We finna fill a gap. Because at that point, you would have had to break above what? Back above 66 and go higher to test that 70 if they really, wanted to bring that smoke. It was just too much, right? It was just too much. The size of that warrant, convertible senior notes, of course, we know they're trying to raise capital to pay for all this no stuff that they showed. But the broader market was also what? Tepid this week too, right? The SPY was doing all week. It just basically went sideways for the most part, right? It made some gallant moves to go to the upside, but it didn't really do a whole lot. So again, the market was just in a very ambiguous place. Ambiguous place, I should say. right? A lot of ambiguity surrounding the market, I should say. Excuse me. So that's what made it very easy for me to be able to detect, what would be prevalent in essence to, really, really capture some premium in the market. In this case, of course, NEO, how it became a easy retracement trade. And the price of those trades were priced fairly well. Now keep in mind, I'm talking about the $61 puts, right? Right. So you're seeing right here, down at the bottom of the screen right here, $61 puts right there. A lot of that opening to flee by the end of the day, but you see what that it was up about what? In the 300 some odd percent. Is it showing my screen? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is.
All right, let me blow it up there. Sorry. Okay. So me taking those puts there, as opposed to the $60 ones, was just more of a what? I want to buy it closer to what? In the money, because at that point it was what? Hovering around 62, right? So we was not necessarily right at even a whole dollar mark, right? We were kind of in an odd space, right? It was stuck at around 62, purgatory, right?
Okay.
So at that point, it was in around $61. I'm gonna buy what? I'm gonna buy my contract in the money as opposed to buying out a little bit. That way, I have a more favorable what? Delta. You see what I'm saying? A better delta. That means I carry more what? Value in my premium going into what? My expiration date, which was only a day away. Bought yesterday. That contract put up over what? $3.77, right? So if you take the last price that it got filled, in this case, let's say 485 minus 377, right? Am I mistaken? So, yeah, somewhere around there. You clearly, interest value, right? We plan the chart. We plan the. Let me go back over here. We plan the sentiment, and we also plan, the value of where the stock always is showing that it's trying to go back to the downside.
So many ways to read it. You said you went into the Greek now. Oh my god!
It was an easy trade. I guess that's how I'm trying to explain it without trying to, make it come off like it was just a given. But technically, it kind of was.
Many supports.
Yeah, it was kind of like a given. To go against it would have been like, been futile. Clearly, right here. See, this is what I'm talking about right here. I'm not gonna make it up. I'm gonna show you. See right here. Look right here. The first place it came after they hit the blow off top, it came back and tested what? What price that is right there to the far right? 61, right?
61. Okay.
The next day, we tried to make a gallant move to the upside. It went up as high like 64. Pull back. It closed right at 62, right? 62.50, a little higher than what the previous the day before, right? The day after, which is Thursday, yesterday,
63.
It opened up at what? 62, 63, right? And closed at what? 60.87.
Oh.
It stayed pretty much for the most part throughout the day. It was trending in around $61. It was trying everything in its power not to what? Break this green candle bottom here at 61.39. Oh, I see what's going on here. Let me buy these puts right here. I think I bought my puts around about 61.87, somewhere around there. Or somewhere around there like that. Yeah, 61.80, whatever. For the $61 strike price. It was a clear trade. What pattern is that right there? Y'all see that here? We're on a downtrend, right? Clearly. This is the daily, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what is that?
Well, that's a following. That's a downtrend.
You got what?
A descending channel.
Lower low. Lower what?
Lower
high. You say that word? Lower low, lower high, lower what?
Lower
low on the way. Or in this case, this was a dead cat bounce. Let me make it more loose in here so you can see it. What does the dead cat bounce pattern do? It goes what? It arches over and then it does what? It bounces go higher. No, dead cat bounces over arches and does what? Pivots and then goes what? Lower. It bounces, pivots, and goes lower.
Yeah.
We were already setting up for the what? The retrace. Look at the RSI. Come through stock guard, right? RSI King. Yeah. What that thing was doing? Matter of fact, even Thunder. What Thunder at?
60 at 40.
Right? That's 60 or 70 to 40, but you be
70
saying
at 30.
but that's 70 to 30.
70
Right?
at 30.
Clearly there. RSI is sitting there just hovering there, hovering. And it just broke. Right?
It's even correcting that gap, I guess. If I saw it and I didn't see this whole cup thing, I would have seen it was a dip, and I would have seen there's a gap there, and it was gonna close the gap. It became bearish.
Yeah, what's interesting for me too is for like with my strategy, this lines up. It's interesting how seeing sometimes, like with the way you see price action and the patterns and the way you frame it, most times it'll line up, the same way as I do with my price action. Like right now, that this is the daily order block that I was just talking about earlier. That would be considered a daily order block. That down candle right there in the middle, that would be considered. Yeah. Yep. Daily order block. I mean, if I can after Oba done, I can definitely break it down and show y'all and share my screen. But the same thing is right here.
Okay.
I know Oba know what I'm talking about too.
Again, see right there, clearly that gap. See that gap? I was trying to clone this thing real quick, but you didn't let me do it. Anyway. Right? But anyway, so you can see here, my top blue line here, this trend band I put right there.
Yes.
That was already established. I established that out the gate, right?
Yeah.
Before all this began to really kick off, after you make that move, I said, if anything, we coming back down towards, this point here, after we hit this little candle here, definitely, it became apparent what was going to happen, right? But now we instantly know if we got here to the gap with the bottom wick there, which we did, this was going to be easy money because it was going to come definitely take that out. Right, it's going to come through that gap because it already gave you the overarching pattern. Right, it was headed back to the downside. So you had based from the bottom of this candle. If you want to go cheap, right? If you want to play cheap, 60, 80, 60, 90, all the way back down to what? 58, 90, right? That's about what? 2 points, right? Well, we're talking about options, right? That's 100 shares. If nothing else, with a decent delta, you still can pull off about $100 in profit. For a fraction of the price. That contract might have cost you like $1 and change at most, somewhere around there, if that.
Yeah.
And you could have doubled that.
Even with $1 and change, even with that type of volume, that's how much those costed.
Yeah. Well, let's go see then. let's go confirm it, right? To the charts we go, right? Right? we don't do no guesswork over here because what we dealing with what? Strategy and what? And finite values, right? In terms of what the market is always setting up for those moments, right? Well, what's 485 minus 377? Somebody give me that math real quick.
485 minus 377.
18.
How much is that?
18.
485 minus 377. It's a full point. So you forgot that point.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
485 minus 377.
So it'll be what? 118?
4.85 minus 3.77. So somebody give me that math real quick.
I think it's.
And y'all know y'all supposed to be using calculator. Y'all traders and investors.
I think it's 118 with my mental math, but I can definitely be off.
Yeah, boy, keep that calculator on speed dial. Y'all running a business. Niggas are gonna try to count their fingers and everything. Like, hold up.
Slow.
Fingers out. How much is that?
1.8.
1.8?
1.08. 1.08.
Right? $1.08, right? Come on, we're talking about contract, right? Because these are what? $4.85, $3.77 minus what? Right? What that, $4.85 minus $3.77 is you saying it's $1 what? $1.08, right?
Yep.
So that means that contract started off at around about $1 what?
$1.08.
$1.08. So that's how much is that time 100?
108.
So that's $108. Yeah. And it made you how much?
377.
Bam.
Brandon always in the cut.
You know me.
So $100 turned into $377.
That's beautiful.
I'm always going for the options that cost 5 cents.
Well, I don't think there's nothing wrong with that too.
The volunteer option was 5 cents.
So that risk reward became a what? What's the risk versus reward ratio in that? Anybody?
1 to 3.
That's 1 to 3. Wall Street salivate for that.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody would salivate for that.
Mm-hmm.
That was over my price range. I'd have to buy some.
$1. If you can make 3 out of 1,
then I better find something and put it in there, right?
You see how that works?
Yeah.
We broke down the probability. We broke down the plausibility. We broke down all the catalyst value, the catalytic values, right? We established the technical, layout, and then we came to the flow chart and validated based upon, a lot of where the money was sitting at. The open interest in the puts were clearly, relevant and building from Wednesday basically on until today. It was, again, I said it, like I said, it was an easy trade.
That's great. Like, honestly, I didn't even think about, taking these factors into consideration. Like, you look on the chart, you see all these different numbers, but, until they're put in the proper context, you don't understand how valuable they are.
So y'all know my main thesis is what? Y'all always hear me say what? Don't work hard, work smart, right? Why work hard? Why work twice as hard, receive twice less when you can work twice smart, receive twice as much? If you want to do a little something strange with a little piece of chain, y'all know I'm always saying that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was saying that last year. Goals to teach people how to what? Do a little something strange with a piece of chain. Do a little something strange with a little piece of chain. So I spent the entire 2020 showing people how to use $35, $50, $60, $70, $100. Really no more than about 2 to 3 at tops, but literally around that $100 or less, or near $200 or less, and learn how to grow that into what? 100%, 200%, 300%, 500%. Y'all remember that Boeing trade? I remember I mapped that Boeing trade out for the return of the Max 737 Max trade.
Mm-hmm.
I mapped that trade out to the T. I mean, I almost gave it. I was like, hey, all you gotta do is follow this trade, you're gonna make money. So that I paid $198 for that contract, $170 for that contract. How much did I pocket off that contract? Y'all remember?
Is that $2,300?
It was like $1,900 a contract. Yeah, so it ended up being around about that $2,300. You right, Satimo. So 198 turned into basically 2,000.
Whew.
Now, did you roll it over, or did you just have one contract?
He did. It went to 70, and then the 70 turned into 1,900.
Okay.
I remember that.
Can you break that down when you say roll it over? What you mean by that?
That was a byproduct of another, because I played it in 2 different accounts. I played it in the Robinhood. That was the Robinhood that when I turned to that, what was like $100. It was like, well, how much I had in there? Because I was about to take all my money out. Remember
$70. You had $70.
I put $70 in there. I put that $70 in there, and I turned that 70 into what was like 2,300.
Yeah, it's like $2,300, and then you took that one and played the adoptions.
Yeah, and I was playing actually my Tastework account, because y'all know I always, I just go on the spree sometimes. I just show all the Tastework stuff, then I'll show all the Robinhood. But I traded Boeing and Tastework. Excuse me, it was in Tasteworks. That's when I made that. I turned that 198 into 2,000. Well, it was like 23 and change without, with the principal. But 198 turned into like 1,900 off that Boeing trade. Mapped it out. These are the same things I'm talking about.
Profits, Marquise. He took the profits.
Oh, okay. That's what you mean by roll over.
Sorry, say again.
No, I'm just asking. Are you still in Boeing?
No, not options. No, not options. I mean, I got a long-term position in it, but options. When I'm trading options, what's the whole prognosis, or what's the whole mindset behind trading options? You're trading what? You're there to what? Test drive, right?
Yeah.
With the option to own. So we're dealing strictly with a strategic probability. What? Trade, right?
Right.
We have what did I at our event? We have time, right?
Right.
and we also have what? A technical or fundamental what? Analysis, right? To somewhat back up that trade. It could be it could be just a price action breakout, right? Right. It could be the day after the party, right? The after party, right? The after party was clear. And Neo, what did Neo do after he hit his high and broke out after the Neo event, which I was in? Y'all, my page was full of Neo stuff, right? They're like, man, this joker going crazy about the little Neo. No, it was to show y'all, hey, this is how you gonna map this trade out. How much I paid for those Neo calls? I bought 2, right? I bought one in my Robinhood, and I bought another one in my my Tastework. You know, I paid for them contracts. What, $1? Gosh, I want to say $1 and some change, if that, or maybe 2. I did post that one, I believe. Let me see. I'm gonna show you because y'all know how this stuff go, man. I lay it out. I literally lay it out, and because you want to, y'all know this stuff go. We're here to what? Help each other to be able to duplicate good habits, right? Good practices, right? How not to work hard, not how to. You don't want to over trade a stock. You see what I'm saying? We all been there at some point, just over analyzing. We're trying to put all these magical, this and that on it. Of course, if it works for somebody, it works, right? But ultimately, the goal is to work smart, not hard. Let the trade unfold as it may. But again, make sure you also dumb it down to where it's not complicated, right? If the charts are in agreement with the price action, then let it roll, right? Let it again fall as it may, right? Matter of fact, let me see. I don't know where that trade is. It's probably lost in the sauce at this point. God, I ain't
could have gotten a put on Afria today.
Say again?
I could have gotten a put on Afria today, the cannabis, because it went up earlier, and then I was studying that politics so much that I missed the opportunity to get a put on the Afria.
You know how this stuff go. If you miss the trade, you know how it go. You're like, okay,
yeah,
get on out there, right? Right, let it do its thing.
Those cannabis stocks are really easy to get the options on. I mean, when they're gonna, when they rise up, they always go back down. They never stay up on a high uptrend. They're very volatile.
Well, because people are taking profit. They use the option to what? To capture what? Capture move.
Mm-hmm.
Establish a position, make it happen, and get out of there. It's not like people that's going long. So yeah, I paid $3.15. That's what it was, right? So I paid $3.15 a piece, right? Bought one in a Tastework and one in Robinhood. So basically, clearly here, yeah. I remember I mapped this trade out, and remember I talked about that strike price, right? In terms of the strike price that I was looking to buy and all this stuff. But it was clear where I was headed. So I bought the $61 strike price. Into the Neo Day event, I bought the $61 strike price calls, and go figure, I ended up buying the $61 puts back to the downside. Go figure. True story. So again, it's just letting the market decide where I need to be by it giving me all the signals and the data points. I just followed it. And that's all I did. Now keep in mind, I didn't hedge this trade. I should have easily probably said, well, it might be a sell the news event, right? I spoke about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I also established why my bullish thesis led me to feel convicted to take the calls and not think about hedging it. Because this particular event had more, to bring to the table that everybody wanted to be able to gather from it to make a more formidable thesis, whether they feel like Neo was going to be here to stay or be that kind of reputable force against Tesla. They already kind of leaked most of the stuff before it even came out, right? The event was just for the, whatever. But either way, nonetheless, it is what it is. All right. So no matter what it is, if it's Nicholas, if it's Tesla, or if it's any of these stocks, that's how we're going about trying to use them again, for those same purposes, right? That same agenda. Where the money at, right? Where the money at? So again, it's crazy, but it's really not hard. So I did the same thing with Nicholas Day, right? That day, that swing trade on the back end of yesterday, right? It was the same kind of thing. That was a quick little. I think I made a quick little. I don't know, maybe 125, 130, 40 bucks off that little trade. I paid the same price. That was a quick little 100%.
8 0.
Hey, somebody phone.
Thank you for calling Domino's. Can I take your order?
Who's that? I don't know far. I'm like somebody business. They finna tell it all.
I'm trying to get my business. They playing
That's true. Okay, as long as you knew it, I'll let you. They finna tell it all. If it go on YouTube, it gonna be on there. They gonna be like, oh, yeah, they're gonna talk about something.
It's a wrap.
It'll be a world star.
Some rib tips.
Look like, man,
Writing down stuff, man, because I saw the Nicola too. I saw that. I was like, what? How they going up so high?
You're about to say, let me get a pizza with some extra sardines.
Easy blowout trade. It was a blowout top. The nigga ain't had nothing worth that value, so I was like, oh, I got him. Let me get them $21 calls. Easy money.
So, Oba, you think that I hear a lot of people basically saying, it's basically like a cheaper Tesla.
Yeah, but not.
What are you talking about, Nicola?
Yeah, as far as this, what they do in its potential. A lot of people like instead of you can of course buy Tesla, but they're like as an alternative to buying Tesla, this company.
They're not even in competition with Tesla.
Nah.
Gave up the.
Well, reason why I say that, I'm not saying it to be facetious or just be joking, but one of them, they deal with two different aspects of what clean energy, right? What is Nicola's specialty that they're promoting through their white paper? They're in what
batteries, right?
No. But they do batteries too, but they're into what? Hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. Hydrogen.
Okay. Right. They're not standalone batteries.
They ain't touching no hydrogen, man. We can deal with that. So that means obviously it's still clean energy space and electrical, quote unquote, electrical vehicles or clean energy initially powered vehicle, but it's still not the same. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Somewhat in the same space. But they tried to make that comparison because they felt like it was just a American-based car, right? And it was a whole lot of hype.
And green.
So yeah, green energy stuff. So they messed a lot of people head with that mess. They weren't even close to even thinking about being a competitor to Tesla. Just a whole bunch of trash. And the people ain't even got a vehicle.
He said nobody ain't looking one yet.
Of course, y'all know all the backstory. Now I've been posting about it like forever, right? They just big fraud right now at this point.
That was.
And what made me also take the short position was the rumor that this company Worthington was an early investor. They were still holding on their little base position or most of their early position that they were thinking about selling off the rest of it, which we knew they were still, a lot of other people are still yet to hit the door, which is starting to happen more and more. But after they had the blow off top the other day, I was like, oh, this is a short.
Yeah.
They ain't had nothing really out to be propelling it that way. The stock jumped. Y'all saw it. I don't know if y'all didn't see it or whatever, but the thing jumped basically from like $18 or somewhere around there. Ran out with 22. Actually, that's 15. I take it back. It was actually like
it jumped from like
it was actually like 17, 16 bucks. Right, clearly, and then just took off based on a whole lot of hype.
18 to 22, yeah.
Whole lot of hype. I remember the narrative. Everybody was just hype or Biden's coming in. He's gonna do things to make this company profitable and all that. That was the narrative, around it. I personally didn't invest into it because I just didn't know enough about it yet. I didn't do my due diligence yet.
Yeah, it comes with the space. You know the stuff. You gotta. For us, it's like like anything, right? We data collectors for it. That's where we make our money. We make our money off what? Collecting data, especially on the equity side. Forex is just currency, right? It ain't hard to really track that paper trail. It's more technical. Stocks is definitely, again, it's the marriage. It's fundamentals and technicals, right? Make money knowing being strong in one side of the house than the other, but if you learn how to marry both, that even make you more deadly. You see what I'm saying?
That's one thing that that clicked with me early on that you would say. I remember, I think one of the first, early questions I asked you, like, are you a technical trader or a fundamental trader? You was like, I do both. Like, at the end of the day, I have this strong fundamental background, but I'm gonna break it down to the technical. And I was like, oh, that makes sense, because from how, you learn from these guys and these courses in YouTube, they're gonna tell you either one or the other, kind of put
It's
you
just
in a
ludicrous.
box. Yeah.
Right? You ain't finna tell me Wall Street sitting up there got all these, expensive algorithms and think tanks up there. These people, what? They got a team of person that work on technical and fundamental, and say, bring all your data to the table. Now let's make the trades. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
We don't have that. We got to do it ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So,
Mhm.
how dare we just try to, retard ourselves from not having the most maximum point potentiality just by following a little data. It costs a person nothing to run over the what? The Google, right?
Mm-hmm.
It costs a person nothing to run right on over to Google, right? And do what? Man, all right. I know I'm a technical person, but let me see what's going on with Nicola, man. All right, man. All right. You got to even, convince yourself that, right? So
yeah.
Let me see. Let me see.
I just realized that his name is Nikola Tesla, so that's like both of them companies, like both of them names they say after him.
That's why they call that dumb jump.
Wow!
When they create these fake companies,
I just
then
noticed that.
Tesla
It's
will be
crazy.
looked at as a monopoly, right? So that's why people would support Nikola also, because they don't want Tesla to be like a monopoly, just running the whole industry there.
Yeah,
you can run it.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, they
you
clout
can run
chasing.
it, but
Call it what it is. They clout chasing. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And they able to get away with it because they ain't no patent on it. You know what I'm saying? They clout chasing.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're using the name to to draw people in.
Yeah.
Come on, y'all know the masters of disguise is y'all know what it is. Right?
Who was
But
it? General Motors that got with them,
Ben left, right?
and that was Trump's people, right?
Who's that?
Didn't Trump support General Motors too? Like when he was saying he had certain companies that he wanted to back.
Well, I probably. I mean, it was America. It was branded because it was the whole Make America Great Again. But just just in general, of course, because you clearly see it even with that Bloomberg article there. This was a day ago.
Mm-hmm.
This was yesterday at what time in the morning?
Big outside investments.
6 a.m. in the morning.
Oh, they got Chuck Rhodes on them now. Y'all know who Chuck Rhodes is?
So, I'm sorry.
Do y'all know who Chuck Rhodes?
Mm-mm.
No, who's that?
See that it's the character in Billions who is the Attorney General, and he with the SEC. So whenever I see SEC probe into somebody, it reminds me of him because he's oh man, he plays the mess out of that role. I love that show. I watch that faithfully.
Show.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's basically like a dramatization of everything we see in the market, like played out on a TV show.
It's a reality show about the stock market.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, it's actual. It's not reality, but it's based on real traders and real people who with the SEC. It's that type of that situation. And it's a series. They got a couple seasons, and it's basically structured around game theory. Like everybody's playing game theory on each other. Cat and mouse type of situation with these big hedge funds and the SEC.
And all we do, we take that and we come over here and marry with what the market's telling you. So if you are a heavily technical analysis person, it costs you it costs you about 10, 13 seconds worth of querying just to kind of get any kind of extra confirmation or affirmation for your value of a technical trade, based upon trying to read the sentiment of the market, what everybody else is saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
We are trained to do three things only when it comes to our analysis in the market, right? What are we trained to do out the gate? Technicals, fundamentals, and price action, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the benchmark. That's it. You ain't gonna escape those three things and learning how to. Now you can learn how to be more stronger in one or the other later, but when you first come into this, they're gonna say, "Hey, You got to get solid on your technical knowledge, your fundamentals, and understand how to read price action.
Mm-hmm. And one thing I would add to that too is risk management.
Well, that falls into the ideal of fundamentals and technical, right? Because as we say, what due diligence and what discipline, right?
Mm-hmm.
Due diligence and what discipline. You cannot escape that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Due diligence might have led you to the trade, but discipline gonna keep you what? Right?
I know that's right.
From making any kind of silly mistake, right? Emotional moment, right? Moves in the market.
Mm-hmm. Protects you from yourself.
It protects you from yourself. So why short sell yourself? As I say, you don't short sell yourself, is you? I'm gonna short myself today. All right, good luck with that. Good luck with that, bro.
I'm gonna short myself today.
A lot of people out there running around shorting themselves. Are they not?
I know that's right.
True story. And they're content with it.
Yeah, and you shorting your own stock,
right? Because they are convinced that what they're doing is sustainable. And of course,
you gotta let that job go.
Say again, open.
No, I'm just saying, you gotta let that job go.
Yeah, you gotta let that go. Because that
back that's not pushing you forward, you gotta let that go.
That dog, as they say, that dog ain't no hunt.
Over. Can you look at SDCO? That's Southern Copper. Southern Copper SDCO. Because I was looking at silver one day and I saw how it dropped, and then I bought a put here in Southern Copper. Seeing that, and then now I see it's kind of coming down, and it looks like to me that it will come down further. If I look at January 4th, it had a steep jump. Like, I need to put on the candlesticks on mine. Southern Copper.
That's your land, and I
see it's up. It's an uptrend. I see.
Yeah, well, it's been that since March low. And again, it became a crowded trade for a reason on the back of the metals in terms of commodity, because everybody knew at that point that number one, it was a safe trade, but it's a more controlled trade. It has a low beta, and it has a lot of strategic money that goes into it, right? And that, of course, you can see it on the chart. I mean, that's up and to the right. Seriously, that's up and to the right.
Your chart looks. Is that Southern Copper?
Yeah, that's Southern Copper.
Mine looks so different than yours. I'm looking at.
You're probably looking at a smaller time frame. Yeah, you're probably looking at 15 or something.
This is the daily.
That's the daily one.
Yeah, but that's what you gotta pay attention to, because if you look at, sometimes you can look at those smaller charts and it might look like the trend is going in one direction, but in the bigger in a daily or larger levels, it show a different trend sometimes.
Let me go on and share the secret. Wall Street typically starts at the daily and then they go down, depending on how short the time frame of objective to be in a stock. Most people start at the daily.
Right. My daily looks different than your daily. I'm looking at the Robinhood. I should go on Weibo.
Oh no, come on now. Now no Robinhood. Now
I didn't.
I gotta call you by last name. Now, Miss Monroe. Now look at now.
Yeah, I do not like Robinhood charts at all.
And you got Weibo. You come out better going to Weibo.
I'm gonna go on Weibo.
Squint your eyes or use your cell phone on your computer desktop with Robinhood.
Yeah, terrible.
You on your desktop?
I'm gonna go on my Weibo, or I have that.
Go to Trading View. I was about to say, use that Trading View.
See? You then became a fan of Robinhood, and then they got you over there.
I'm also out of Robinhood. It's just that I'm trying to do the options on Weibo, but I totally have to learn how to open up. Like, I think I was lucky a few times to get it, but just the last two options that I bought in Weibo, I was like, I know I did something wrong because they didn't come out the way I wanted them to come out.
Yeah, so we got to break that. Again, y'all know how we roll. That's exactly why I always tell y'all, man, y'all better stop hanging out in any little platform and trying to, because y'all know, like, first time a joker started trading on Metaphor, what they were like, they just pray, oh, Metaphor the joint, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay.
Where's my check?
Robinhood,
I'm gonna
Robinhood the joint, blah, 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 blah.
Get treated.
I'm like, bruh, are y'all not in business to get paid?
Yeah, I do not like Robinhood. That chart sucks.
Yeah, I ain't bigging up none of this trash. Every stock on the planet is coming down to me, and every broker is garbage. Hello. If that's your favorite broker, I'm finna hurt your feeling. All of them garbage.
No, I'm really trying to get out of it.
Crash and lag. TD Ameritrade was one of the best brokers on the planet. Y'all remember they kept having other issues last year? And even and people like, this is TD Ameritrade. How dare y'all? Seriously? So look here. When it's time to move around, it's time to move around. I ain't ripping that.
That's right.
Yeah,
like Anton Cruz say.
The Weeble is just that I cannot read the screen. I need to learn how to.
But you gotta. I'm saying that either, but like you gotta work with it, right? You gotta learn how to what? Move across those different lanes. Don't let yourself get trapped into using one, ideology over the other. In this case, of course, that's why we have multiple brokers, right? Well, we do it for strategic reasons because we want what? Them day trades. Hello. Right?
Yes,
so we're trained to do that instantly out the gate. So that forces us to learn these different platforms, right? You don't have to be a master, but just get the basic, right? How to get that trade placed and how to collect them dollars, right? Yeah. And you'll move from there. So it's the same thing with Tastyworks, right? I remember for the longest, matter of fact, you was around in the room back then, Tastyworks, when Connor them used to bring Tastyworks to us, and then Q-Tech them, and then Mondo and them start using Q-Tech, Tastyworks in the old Discord room and sale room, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then so it was like, okay, everything has a transition, but ultimately, we're here for what? What's mission operandi, modus operandi, excuse me. What are we trying to accomplish here, right? So we use everything at our disposal if we can, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So again, the goal is not to limit yourself, right? Don't put yourself in such a scenario. If you benefit, it ain't cost you nothing, then get what you can.
And I usually look at more than one chart too to see, like at least from the Weeble and the Robinhood. I usually look at both of those if I'm gonna get anything off of.
I just did. We already know that one thing you ain't gonna compromise, that you should not compromise on is right. Your ability to chart. So we already know this thing. One thing we can't say, ain't there not there from the whoop trading view. I'm just
because that's what I was gonna say. But like I just went ahead and took the leap and went like, let me get this subscription and stop playing. You know how much money it's gonna save me or it's gonna make me. So with the subscription too, I love, I can put multiple charts all right there on the same thing, and it's and categorize everything, get all the alerts I want, and it streamlined my process like crazy. Like,
I was gonna say it has to have a use case. Now, if you're gonna pay for any subscription, as I'm always saying, because y'all know I will pay subscriptions for all this stuff.
Yeah, I did for a while. I had free forever.
Yearly annual subscription used to be up to over $1,000 for a lot of stuff. I had all that stuff. And know what I did? Around I think the end of 2018, going into 2019. Know what I did?
Took them all off.
I cut them all off because I learned how to whip, how to hunt, how to fish, how to eat for free. The only thing I pay for now is what? Black box. That's the only thing I pay for. So that actually it gives me an entry. It gives me that, and it has that value. But ultimately, as I always tell people that's new, you got to learn how to hunt first. Because if you get it, the easy way out the gate, it's gonna spoil you, and you're gonna make a lot of mistakes. Because again, you still need to learn how to see all that raw, aspect of being able to find trades, how to chart it properly, how to go through the fundamental analysis, escaping in that. It's just a part of your training. Don't cheat yourself. Again, that's why I say don't short yourself. In this case, once you get there, then you can use those things because they'll pay for themselves at that point.
Yep, exactly. That's what it did for me. Because before, like, I've had the free stuff forever, and it trained me at the end of the day. Because if all of it goes away tomorrow, I still know how to go to any single chart and work any single platform because I understand the basic fundamentals of them. And that's important,
Right. Right. So I always
I
tell people,
have
don't put all that.
true. I know I have that account. I'm just like, because remember I just started, right? But I have all these accounts and I'm like, don't know how to use
You know what?
it.
That's how Sister Shonda was. Sister Shonda came. She's like, "Look, Willis, I only deal with this, and I'm only used to this, and cause my stuff long term. But man, I got like, look, let me show you how to hunt. See, let me put you on the road to really get at it, right? And that's the same for all of us, because you have to look at this from a place that you're running an online business. Would you limit yourself to your business if you had other scapes or other opportunities to really improve your output, which obviously translates to you making more money, right? To work hard, work smart, and not hard.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to have the less time possible having issues with being able to read what we need to make our trade substantially worth something or to catch traction. Right?
Yep.
Time is money in our industry. You don't have literally, you don't have 30 seconds to a minute to be fumbling around with a chart and all that. You need to see what you need to do, have your level set up in place, have your support resistance, have your entry, and then go make your move. If
I'm looking at Webull, the SCCO, and I'm seeing the same. I'm still seeing the dip that I saw on Robinhood, but it came up a little bit. And if it's going to complete this rise.
Change to a year.
Change it to a year.
See what you see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because I mean,
are you on your phone or your laptop?
Yeah,
because it's a little pullback.
My link.
See it though.
I'm gonna see my link. Right.
I'm seeing
one right there. That's in the group right
there. Is that, I can't. My phone is too small right now. Is that a year you have it on, or that's the year that you have it on?
That's the daily. I say you started that daily.
Okay, my daily. It looks so different.
What platform are you on? Are you on TradingView or are you on
right now?
Yeah.
And the ticker is SCCO.
Yeah, it's the same thing, but are you on Webull on your phone or on the computer?
On the computer.
And you on the app or the web?
It's showing me that the price is at the price is at 69.11, and it was down at 68.83.
Yeah.
And it went up to 69.11.
Yeah, it's doing like little, a little slight pullbacks and little digestion, but the trend is definitely bullish.
The whole trend for the year is like an uptrend, but like from that's the 15th.
Because it looks like for the past 1, 2, 3, 4, for the past week, it just did a little, it's doing a pullback, but it looks like it's gonna once that little probably that little gap closes, it's probably, or it might not even touch that gap yet, but
you see what I'm doing? I'm sitting there looking at Sister Angie down here. You looking at your cell phone or your laptop or your computer?
No, I'm looking at my laptop. I'm looking at earlier in the day at 10 o'clock.
That phone, it got you squinting. You like, God, no, I'm trying to see them little spots.
You see at 10 a.m., right? You see where it was at 10 and it came down?
Yeah.
Let me see what option I have on it, because I have an option on it.
Yeah, some of everything kind of, it was definitely a little pullback, today.
You're talking about the SCCO?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think she was trying to say like she bought a put just on the daily, just like she's.
No, I bought a put earlier because I saw it. I saw the. I'm gonna get the date.
I want to say it that way, but
I saw the silver. The silver.
Make it very easy for you, sis, and anybody else that's watching here. Again, what are we trained to do?
Read. We trained to tell me.
To work hard, not what?
Work smart, not hard.
What are oscillators and indicators there for? To give us what? High forms of probability. Look at your RSI right there.
Hey, let's get
Look at your what?
Yeah, can't bounce.
Not even that. Look at the overarching what? That means you rounding out, right? That means you topping out. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And you at the top of the linear regression band, and you roll over. Again, y'all know this is also convergence to what? Or excuse me, yeah, it's also convergent to what? Some of the other metals in some cases, but ultimately in this case, it's still trading up that same what? Price action momentum or sentiment of others. In this case, this was a rounded trade where you can clearly see here what it was getting exhausted because it was over what?
Priced.
It was overpriced.
But that's why I thought it was gonna have a put.
So and the squeeze, of course, if you had squeeze momentum.
That's when I thought it was gonna drop.
It's rounding out here as well. I mean, again, if I put the MACD probably always sent the bearish signal literally on this day here on the 13th, right? And the broader market at that point too. When we think about SP 500, guess what? It's also affecting it too.
Right.
So right here, and you had a top here. Clearly, look at the top here.
Right.
A green candle and a red candle the next day. Chances are, yeah. Right.
Yes.
So and you had a gap up from here, basically where it came back down to 69.03 to what? 69.92. So this stock here obviously it's a low beta, so it has very low what? ATR.
Okay.
So you ain't getting no more than about 30, 60, 70 cents in copper.
What was your strike price?
I'm gonna tell you right now.
I can almost guarantee you.
It's it says it's a 40. It's from February 19th. It's a $45 put, and it's at $6 now. I mean, it's I gained $6 so far, but it's
what was your strike price?
$45 put for February 19th.
February 19th? Oh, February 19th. All to 40. You said 42?
45.
45?
I mean, I didn't think I wasn't gonna keep it all the way to February 19th, but I thought it was gonna come down like the way the silver came down. They both going up, but I'm saying that the way the silver came down, I thought it was gonna follow. It was on the same. It seemed like it was on the same path.
You say you got the 45 puts?
I have a $45 put
on copper.
It's copper 219 expiring.
That's ambitious. I'm gonna tell you that out the gate. The reason why that's ambitious.
I wasn't gonna keep it all the way until it was 45.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm just saying, even picking that strike price, right? In essence, to how we're trained to trade options, that would be very ambitious for two reasons. Number one, if you look at the movement over this stock, especially even if you use the entire year, but just in general, let me take this trash off. Sorry about that.
Okay, let me look.
If you look at this stock here, just on its general aspect of how it moves, even on the daily, right? On the daily chart, right?
Okay.
The ATR on this is no more than maybe like $1.50, right? So that means on a good day,
and 68 is like the low right there.
Right? Look how tight and coiled this thing is traded over the entire year. See how tight those are? You rarely have a whole lot of what? Volatility spikes, right? A lot of expansive moves in the stock. So if it trades a very tight, coiled, rounded way, chances are it's highly what? Propped and moved along by a lot of algorithms and funds that are already projected trade value just in this.
Right. I see it exactly what you're saying.
You get a $6, $7 dump or a Tesla $20 dump. And to say that it's going to come back down by the 19th per se, in this case, not to say you would wait hold all the way to the end, but just even with that, let's just say for the sake of pinging back and forth along this linear regression band. Look how I traded in a linear.
It's like almost 2 months before we do
right.
that.
So even here, 48 down to here, what 43? That's your $5. It took how many days? September the 2nd, all the way down to basically what? To September 25th. That's almost what? Just 23 days. You see what I'm saying? And you got $5.
Yeah, I see it.
And within that, you probably had a lot of what? Beta decay because it moves very slowly, right? To trade this, you have to buy in the money or deep in the money.
Okay.
Because you're not going to get again, and if not, you're gonna have to. If you buy that far out, that means you want to buy what, a ton of contracts to make a difference for if it does drop $3 to $4, and you capture, let's say even you capture 10 cent worth of premium. Well, it'll add up on those multiple aspects of contracts.
Mm-hmm.
But on a daily perspective, you're not going to get that level of expansion that really really matter. And I'm just saying that because your money will obviously, in this case, will be well suited to be in something else a little bit more practical, expansive. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Not that I'm saying it still is a bad trade, but you.
I don't think it's not a lot. I didn't put a lot of money on it. It's probably cents.
Well, that's what I know it was, because you bought that 45 strike. I know that joke ain't gonna be a whole lot. You ain't a whole lot.
They might have been surprised. They might have been surprised you even put that.
I already know you're gonna end the purse on that. You're like, nah, I got plenty left after that, right? So
it probably is like 2 contracts at 30 cents.
Yeah, I already know it's gonna be stacked very short. Look at, I'm gonna show you right here. See, now this is where, this is why I'm here for my family, right? This is why I'm here for y'all. I'm here for family. Y'all gonna get their work. Y'all got me up there late too. Y'all gonna get their work. I'll run now. Look at your volume here. What you got right here? You sitting at 33 on the open interest. Only 2 people bought that today, right?
Okay.
You see that?
I can't see it on the big screen. You have to share it.
You don't see it?
I see it now. Yeah.
It ain't.
It wasn't red when I bought it.
Well, it wouldn't matter. I mean, that stuff don't matter when it comes out. It's either you got some volume or you don't, right? In terms of options, right? Because that's what's gonna move the contract, right? It's gonna kill you on the Greeks, or it's just gonna be kind of like, yeah, that's the out there, right? So look at the volume there. You out, you out, right? You out there, right?
Totally bad. Yes.
So you ain't got 2 people to buy it there, and you got 30 people sitting in it, right?
Yeah.
50, you can see what's going on here, right? And even the 50, you got at least 53 open interest. Now, closer in the money, you see what's happening here? Look at your open interest there. In or around that. This person here was actually buying what? Like I said earlier, deep in the money, and they paid a good amount for that. They probably been hedging though, right? But nonetheless, this is a very spotty trade, right? Look at the volume.
Right.
And that's again that fur out. Now this is the 19, like you said, February 19. Of course, it ain't gonna be like it is on today.
Yeah.
But ultimately, they're not building a trade in around that level of a put. Now you got the 50, that's close. I give you a little credit there. You got somebody saying, hey, this thing might get a little slippery, right? Metals might get a little slippery, right? If equity start to take off at that point where it will affect copper, right? Well, what would be the things that affect the copper market? Because you outline that in your thesis as well. Beyond the technicals, you have to ask yourself that. Well, you say, okay, well, even if that's not a factor, what's the odds of us rolling over at the top you see here and at least coming back down to the 20-day, not the 20, excuse me, the bottom of the linear regression band, right? Let's say by the end of this month, right? You'll still end up being no more than around about $65 a share. You see that? Well, I forgot. I hate. That's why I don't like this StreamYard, because you can't, switch between screens very easily. Let me do this. Let me just click on that. That's even better. Right. I ain't got to worry. All right. Now, hold up. Where was I? Bar chart. Right here.
65.
Now come back over here. You see right here?
Share it again. Share it again.
I think he just got a delay. It's gonna pop up.
It's gonna pop up. Yes, delay. Make sure you're looking at your StreamYard and not YouTube too. Since you're on the back chat, you should be able to see it instantly.
Now I can see it. Yeah, there's a little delay. Yeah.
So the 21st, even if you're talking about the 29th, right, of January, even if it just plays and just inches its way back down, you're still not saying no more than 65.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if we again trend this. If we trend this to what's the 19th? Let's say give or take right about here, right? So if we trend this here, right, on the 19th, and in terms of we just go sideways, we're seeing still around about 71 at the top.
Mm-hmm.
If we angle this thing down to that $45 area that you're talking about, right? Let's come all the way down here. Yeah, about 45, yeah. Now, like I said, I know you ain't hold it all the way for the entire strike price. Granted.
Right.
I'm gonna show you that there, right?
Yeesh.
You see what's going on here?
Yeah, that's really
Right here, all the way. Something. You gotta have that level of probability that this thing gonna what? It's gonna give you that kind of level of move all the way down, right?
Yeah, and especially the fact that like none of these candles have any like, you know, all of them are very small in their movements. Like
right.
that's the first thing that catches my eyes is what I see. Like when I look for trades, I'm like, hold on, none of these candles ever really move, you know, that far in this time.
Yeah, this is it's a good trade. No, this is what you invest in. This is the type of trade you invest in.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Let me put out there. This is a set it and forget it kind of trade.
Yeah, long term. Yeah.
Because
Right.
it's trading low beta type.
That I know. As far I mean, I have it as regular stock. It's just
And
that
the volume consistent. Look at all that volume consistent.
yes.
Look
I
how
know
I'm trading around.
has been doing well, so I have that. But the
It's algos. Algos got this thing about on autopilot.
Yeah, that's facts. It's
The
very stable.
200 is still curling up. The 200 has been curling up every day, like forever. Even down here, it ain't looked back since. Look how I just keep curling up.
Yeah.
200 ain't even unearned it. The 20 definitely ain't unearned it because look what the 20 doing right here. It's curling and still trying to go high. If anything, it's gonna come down and tap that 20 moving average. Right? And let's say that happening in copper on the field. Let's say you got a gap field right there, of course, at 66. Right? You may get lucky to fill that gap. When I say lucky, you may. Right?
give back my $3.
Right? So outside of that, it's gonna bounce in around it and probably start going right back up.
Yeah.
One of the tools I'll say that'll help, you know, with that is if you know you get an indicator. That's one of the few indicators I do use sometimes is like the ATR or ADR indicator because it'll show a visual of, you know, the range in that time period on your chart.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, but like I said, a lot of it just good old fashioned understanding price action again, and then
yeah, look at it like this. I definitely see it clearly because, like I told you, what I was looking at before. I saw a downtrend. Oh my God.
Yeah, you say them $1, man. I wish I know that. Like, come over here and hang out. Put that money over here. That money over here. They're like juggle like you want to put your money in that little slot. No, don't put your money in that slot machine. Not that one.
Crazy because today I said I was gonna do the whole transfer to the Weibo. I should have just done that. Sometimes you just gotta follow your. I've been saying that, but.
Oh, you talking about out of Robinhood? Yeah, honestly, I use it as a tool, but I do not like that chart. It aggravates me every time. Like every time I look at the chart, it's not enough. So I just basically usually I just have my computer up with my Trading View up too, or I got a Trading View app too. So I just switch back and forth between that to watch it, and then I hop back on and execute.
I have the Trading View. I got it a long time ago. I have to start using it.
Yeah, that's the move.
The same I haven't been using it, but I'll start using it.
Yeah.
I learned my lesson. Okay.
Yeah,
it's a part of growth. It's a part of growth. Everything trying to establish a better day. So you got a megaphone pattern. Okay, I get it. That's why you got this bottom trend at the 55 and it's showing you. That's why a lot of people stacked at that 55 on the open interest for that time a lot. So that even if they get lucky and get it to come down there, right? It could, if something happened in the metal space, sports, especially copper, right? Depends on how the commodity market's now looking at copper. It's gonna take a lot. It's just. I think.
Yeah. Look at that. It went up much more. I wonder when.
Yeah, you got to break that 60 level before you even get down to that level.
You got a beta 1.119, low beta ATR.
I bought it on January 12th.
Yeah. It's a good stock. It's a good, tightly controlled stock. For the most part. Ever since it came off the March lows, you got some price target drops here. Of course, I see what they're doing here. They're trying to what? They ate good off it. Well, these people in December, not these ones in June, August, but the December downgrade from HSBC and UBS. That's them just basically. Well, no, they had to buy the neutral, and they still upgrade their price target. How you go buy the neutral and then raise the price target? See, that's these people, man. Don't let these people fool y'all. Y'all see what they're doing.
Yeah, that one of my homeboys.
You don't go buy to neutral. Neutral is basically saying like hold or basically think about selling, but you raise the price target from 49 to 60 from a buy to neutral.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? They playing games, man. Stop. But again, just follow your news, see what's going on with the carpet industry as a whole. Look, stuff like this, right? To look at the intrinsic value of Southern Capital. See, this is the kind of stuff where you also really foundate your option play. You know, you don't have to, but it's indicative that you do because you want to know everything you can about that trade before you take it. In my case, that's why I say the what, why, where, and when. I'm not going to short myself. Right? That don't even mean I'm gonna always be right, but I'd rather be confirmed that if I'm gonna put my money on that trade, I want to at least be a little bit more confident than just feeling like, okay, I'm strong on my technical, I'm good enough. No, I need to know the story. Give me the backstory. If you're gonna run an online business, you're not gonna move off this one set of data alone. If it could benefit you to make more money, if you just knew everything about what you can ready to go into, you see what I'm saying? And so that should always be our thesis, right? Because you want to look at this as a long-term growth aperture in a way where, again, it's going to take you places a lot faster if you just go ahead and get through all the, what we see to be hard work out the gate when you realize that it really isn't. It's just keeping up with what's going on. So it allows you to make better financial decisions, and your money will reflect that in terms of your P&L.
Yep, that's fact. Especially, you work that into your trading plan. Me,
every day.
Before I really started trading, I had to create steps that I take each time I get into a trade, and I constantly sometimes have to refine those. Now I kind of got a good, steady one now that I've gained a certain level of experience. But a lot of times, I found I have to follow it. I have to pull it out and look at it and follow it until I got used to it, and that just helped. That changed everything for me. With that, especially too, and looking at bonds and the macro, man.
It's all process, like I was always saying, it's all process. Right. So, again, we learn to be approved.
I know exactly what I did. I had that left in my buying power, and I was like, let me find a little. I don't even know what I was thinking. I'm trying to see the other things I bought at Weeble, but those aren't.
Could I show my screen real quick?
If you can't, I don't know if it allow you. That's why I say StreamYard won't allow you to do it. I don't think.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong, but I think. Hold up, try it. Can you have a share screen button on your side?
I think so. Let's see.
I thought, man, I think I was on here with Sister Camille, and we were trying to do it one time, and you don't see it should be at the very bottom, right next to your mute, stop, cam, mic. You should see share screen. You don't see that on yours?
Yeah, should I hit share audio or no?
No. Oh, it's showing you what it says share screen or share audio.
Yeah, it's letting me share screen, but I have an option to click share audio. I don't know if that'll mess it up or not. Should I click that?
Yeah, do both if you can.
Okay.
I've been a platform that they was acting retarded with. Sister Camille was trying to do, and it was not allowing. Okay, yep. Let me put it now. Let's see, we ever had to add it to.
Could
There we
you
go.
see anything yet?
Yeah, it's all on you.
Oh, okay, cool.
Go ahead. Can you hear us?
We can hear you over.
I have to say, I'm thankful I learned, from you, brother AE, because there's some man. Oh man, I just the way I see people, the misinformation is crazy.
Yeah.
But most of the people that I've seen, like outside of our group, and I mean, we had like a huge group of people that we was trading with in the beginning, but everybody else be talking against day trading. I was like, wow, those guys.
They trip. Yeah, they be tripping. They scared of day trading. They be like, never day trade. Day trading don't work. You can't make no money. You be like, what?
Yo, man, that's like, I mean, you might as well throw some holy water on them or something. They start burning up like the sun came out.
Facts.
But see, y'all, this was make us unique because pretty much y'all know I've always pretty much stayed consistent who I am, right? And I go on my way to be that way for a reason, right? Because one thing y'all know, like anything out there in the world, everybody out there trying to what? Present their reality, from basically their perception only, right? But y'all know when y'all dealing with the markets, what did the market do to you, if anything? The market make you out to be a liar really quick, right? It's a proving ground. You can't talk your way out of this.
Exactly.
You can't talk your way into this. You can get
you
lucky.
can trade or you can't.
Right. You can get lucky, but that don't mean that you can be consistent. You see what I'm saying? And you typically tell who are consistent, who's the type of person consistent in their trade, because a lot of the things that they profess, they're able to back it up through their level of transparency, or they can obviously put a trade in the thesis perspective. You get to see it play out, and then they can turn around and do it again and again and again. That'll show you if a person where they at. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. That's why they got mad at me one time because I was like, well, I need to see a P&L. Because I mean, they were talking about these crazy numbers. I was like, hey, it just, being a trader, day trading, I know they're not putting up those kind of numbers. You need to have such a huge account. And I mean, you have to be a hell of a trader. And the stuff that they were saying did not gel with what I know. I was like, that don't make no sense. I mean, they couldn't break down what they was doing. They had all these weird terms. They were just stringing a bunch of words together that, like if you ask somebody to break down their trade or, how they go about, doing their due diligence
plan, or
they really couldn't tell you. It was just all these words. Mainly it's for people that are beginners, and it razzle dazzle them with a bunch of terminology. When they was talking to me, I was like, oh no. So I just wanted to say, I've been working, I'm doing a session, but I've been listening to the build, and I have to go back because a lot of gems dropped on that whole, on the contracts and everything that I'm really trying to get together. But I just wanted to say I was grateful for, having listened that day and found you, for real, because there's some lunatics out here. So
preach.
I know what, I chalk it all up to what we're here for. Why are we really here? That's the question we ask ourselves every day. Why are we really here? Right? That's the question we should ask ourselves every day. Right? Again, if you was in charge of something where it mattered most, where you was the deciding factor, as we are known to be, because y'all know about proxy, we some prideful people as it is. I mean, black people, right? We don't like to really put our stamp to that unless we kind of real confident and sure about, how we feel about certain things, right? Again, what makes this unique, investing in trading, is that you're running, again, like I said, an online business. How well you are prepared is going to really be relevant in terms of how well your consistency level is in terms of being able to do this.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
And what works for somebody may not work for the other. There's so many different unique strategies that people use for a reason, right? And so, and when it's time to audible that strategy and switch it up a little bit and go southpaw, you got to be willing to do that as well, right?
Yep.
If not, you got to just pull back into your scenario, come back into get the play again. You see how that works?
Yeah.
So a lot of this stuff, again, it really is you will have people say, well, we make money in any kind of market condition. Well, of course you can if you have the kind of level of capital that allows you to make the mistakes and you can turn around and make it back and bolt in the event that you obviously, your strategy actually worked today. It wasn't working yesterday because you tried to force it. And the market was like, no, you can't run that one today, bro. You're going to have to change it up.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's the difference. So, but they'll say, well, I came back the next day and made like 35,000. Okay, that's fine. But that's not made for everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's not made for everybody. A person with a small account do not have that level of leverage and luxury.
Yeah, I had somebody tell me they never, they never use a stop loss and they never get out of their trades. I said, well, they just let it come back. Eventually, it goes back up. I said, well, you must have like a huge account because
right. See what I'm saying?
Blow up. You can't tell. I said,
but you know what? But them saying that is irresponsible in itself, because what is that telling somebody at the end that don't understand the power of a stop loss? You see what I'm saying?
Well, I tell me that you can't trade. That's what I told them. I said, man,
that's gambling. But it is what we've been trained to look at it. That's gambling, because who would want to forcibly just lose their money just to prove a point? You see, that makes no sense to me.
They just sit there. He just said he just waits for it to come back. I was like, but supposing it don't come back till 3 months later, what you saying?
Traders out there like that.
I was all type of stuff. I was like, man, these guys, I was shutting them down. They probably want to run me out the room. I was like blowing up their little,
But there are people like that. So but you know what? Because y'all know I don't talk down on nobody, and I don't say nothing bad about. I let them have it because I know what they're doing. It's kind of like how people talk about Instagram models. Y'all know they there for a reason. They there market. But there's Instagram traders too. Again, no disrespect, but let's keep it 100. They're there to present the marketing aspect of trading. But I always tell people, you can't sell nobody nothing in the market, right? Because the market gonna make you out the line when they sit up in front of the screen and they sit there like, what I do now?
Oh,
Yeah, you got to go perform now, but okay.
Exactly. Exactly. I was chilling. I was biting my tongue with, but I was like, wow, these guys can't trade.
Yeah.
And a lot of them, honestly, they really don't trade. Like they really do. A lot of them be multi-level marketing people. They're trying to sell, subscriptions or indicators.
It's just, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, but again, I've said it many times. You can tell the difference between a trainer and a mentor, right?
Exactly.
Or a person who really have your interests in mind, they really want you to get this, right? When they generally want you to succeed, you'll be able to tell because they're gonna outline all of that. They're not gonna just leave you stuck saying, no, don't worry about stop loss. No, they're gonna say, no, look, if that's what your weakness is at, use it. Don't let nobody punk you out of making good decisions over your money. Because keep in mind, when you hit that buy button, who beside you? Nobody. But yourself, right? And when you hit this sell button, it's gonna be the same way. So don't let these jokers pump you up and get you, run you on out there, and then you be like, okay, well, they told me to do this. No, see, that's why they say that's why their disclaimer is sitting right down in their little rooms, right? Or you didn't see that disclaimer down there, bro? That's on you. So no, don't let nobody know.
Yeah.
Always stick to your training.
I'll be right back. I'm sorry, I gotta take the dogs out.
No, it's all right.
No problem. Yeah. Hey, that's why I love Anton Creel, man, because he broke that down. He was he put that right into perspective.
Yeah, man, but it's just a lot of it just basic fundamental understanding. Like I always say, you wouldn't walk into a stranger and say, "Here, hold these $500. I'll see you in 6 months."
Yeah.
Right. So why you wouldn't change that? So when people tell you that they ain't worried about this, I ain't gonna. Yeah. Come on, seriously. That's not how this craft is even, diagram. You here to gamble. If you got that mindset, you purely here for the gamble or for the thrill, right? That's not trading. And anybody would profess that to you and say that, you're doing it wrong or you're weak because you use these things or these, it's just ludicrous. It's stupid, right? To me, that would just be stupid.
Yeah.
Warren Buffett uses stop losses. Don't get it twisted. David Taper uses stop losses. Tudor Jones, they use stop losses. They use stop losses.
Yeah.
Right? And they got way bigger money than these jokers sitting in these chat rooms, sitting there bragging about blah, 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 blah. All right, man. All right.
Yeah. They tell you that. They say that. They tell you not using a stop loss, you better run.
They have multiple, trigger stop losses too. Just in case the first one failed. They put another one right underneath it.
Yeah, slippage, stuff like that.
Real. Don't start looking, man. Let me put a little bit here. I'm gonna put 1,000 shares at this one. I'm gonna put 1,000 shares at this one, 500 at this one, just in case it don't trigger. I'm out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's wild out there. But y'all get it.
Yeah. So you're trying to put people on game, but yeah. So I'm really just about to just kind of just break down my methodology, real quick. At least the charting part of it, because there's other things like precursors for me to get to this point, but. I'm gonna use this VIX chart just as an example. So when I say I trade order blocks, daily order blocks, what these order blocks are, to simplify it, is usually the down candle within a swing. Or the opposite would be an up candle within a swing. If I was going shorting, but if I'm going up, it's the down candle within the swing. So for example, this candle right here, how I would map this out. The top of this candle all the way to the middle. Right here, I will go ahead right here where the open price is at. I draw a line right here through the open price. Right here. Okay, that's a little cricket. Hold on. All right. So yeah, so when you have these order blocks, this is like an institutional support level. And what I do, I wait for a candle to come and pretty much break the high of that candle, right? And then return to the open price. And that is where, you know, I take my trades. You know, when it's coming to, you see how this candle went up, went past this candle, and came back down and bounced right off this open price and went down. So you can even refine this down to the hourly, and you can see the same thing. Once the price goes up, goes past that opening point, the price comes right back down and kisses that open price right there. This is the high of the candle right here. This is the open price. Comes back down, kisses that open price, and then start making its way up. And you can even go down to the 15, and, you know, you see the same thing. You can get another order block right here on the 15, you know, the same way. Right there through the middle. I'll make that one blue. So same thing, you know, you have this swing point of your down red candle. Once it passes that swing point, now, you know, you kind of pretty much looking at this open price here. Now your stop loss is going to be like down here, you know, at the bottom of this candle. So, you know, it pierced down into the middle of the candle. See, that's why I say I go to the middle, and you can see it pierced down. But then after that, you know, you see the price going up, and my target would be up here, because, you know, that's my second target. My first target, I would probably take 20 pips, or, you know, whatever. I'll take 2 positions, break my position in half. When I reach that first position, I'm gonna take profit, and then I'm gonna let that second one ride. But yeah, and it happens on multiple charts. You know, you can see it at different levels. Even right here, if I take this and I move this right here to this bottom candle, you see right here, same thing, you know, pretty much happens. You know, this was open and it jumped, but, you know, it goes up, goes past that high, comes down to that open, and that open access, you know, a support. It pierces down to the middle right here, that psychological level, pierce down, you know, that's where you will put you enter your entry, you know what I'm saying, around here, and your stop loss will be down here. And again, we come up here, you know, to the target. And this happens all through the chart on every swing point. You know, we can even go to something like the SPY. We already got a level right here, for example. You have this strong support level. You know, the price came up, came back down, touched that level, and came right here to the psychological level of 74. And then it started having a reaction up, you know. So yeah, that's, to simplify, that's simple. You know, that's pretty much my strategy in a nutshell. You know, there's a lot of other components that go into it, but, you know, I don't want to overcomplicate it. But yeah, that's my strategy. And you see, I didn't really pull out anything, no indicators, no, you know, none of that stuff. If I do, you would probably see it all lines up with this the same way. You know, so I'm using them, but it's just, you know, and I don't, you know, just a different way. You know, kind of using the same thing.
So you start your order block on the what day or what hourly?
The daily. Actually, all right. If I start up the week, and the first thing I'm gonna do the monthly. See, the monthly got the same thing. You know, this would be a monthly right here. So I would start the week off and do the monthly. So that'll off rip, you know what I'm saying? Just tell me what my overall, like, you know, big picture, you know, trend is the same way I would do that monthly. Because especially when they come down and hit off that monthly, that's a lot of times where you just have that complete change in the trend. That, you know, that just looks like it completely went the other way, because, you know, this is a strong support level on that monthly. But then, you know, I go that monthly, I go down to the weekly, you know, same thing. I would create another order block on the weekly. It's an order block right here. But you see, most of the time, you know, it goes to have, sometimes it might go, you know, sometimes you get stopped out, but that's a part of your risk management. For the majority of the time, you know, it's going to pierce like halfway into that candle, or sometimes a little bit deeper. But, you know, you get a strong, as is in this candle right here, you get, you know, that strong reaction, you know. But, you know, on the weekly, I would do it, and then I would go to daily, you know, and that's really what the bread and butter is for me. You know, like I do the daily order block. So I start off at the daily, find that support level, and I'm waiting for it to go past my high, and then reach back down into that open price, into this candle. Once it gets into that candle, I start going down to smaller time frames to reframe, you know, and make sure it's getting order blocks, and I don't want to overcomplicate it, but it also helps that it went past this point too, because this is liquidity. This is a liquidity run. So once it does that liquidity run, and it took these people out of their positions, now they're going to take them positions and a lot of time work the price up. You know what I'm saying? And even we see right here with this gap, this gap, will want to be filled as well. So that's more, reasons for it, to be bullish on this tip. But you see, even if I go down to the hour again, same thing, down to the middle of the candle, make that yellow. And this is the open. And sometimes it goes past the open, but that's why your parameters is the middle, the top all the way to the middle, but this is the strongest reaction point. If it's reacting off of that, then, this is a good, strong reaction. But sometimes you might get a reaction, then, come down and get a reaction down here too. But you see on this one, you come and get a reaction halfway through the candle.
Gotcha.
So I will be taking, probably taking like a buy here and my stop loss here.
Okay.
And my target will probably be, at the close of this gap. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, but in a nutshell,
hey, I'm sorry. Can you do Apple one more time?
We said do Apple.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Apple's. I would have to check out Apple on the daily chart. So Apple.
Because I want to see where you.
I would actually be, taking this down. I would be shorting this, and I would do my order blocks this way instead, with this green candle halfway through there. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead, delineate that open price. Bomb. So as this price goes, it traded up, went down, and went past that open price. And let me go down to a smaller time frame, hour. Okay. So yeah, it went up, went down, past this open right, the low right here, and then it came up and started reacting at that level. It came right here. You see this candle? Let me zoom in. You see this candle right here came down. It went all the way, up and touched the top of that zone. And then we continue to go down. And then it got really sensitive around that sensitive part right here, kind of look consolidation, and then eventually dropped. And this will be my target right here. This low right here would be my target. Right there. I hit an X right there. Yeah, that'll be my target right there. And a lot of times, just so you can look at it better. Say if I took the position right there, my stop loss. I have my stop loss right there. That would be the trade I would take right there, because this is another order.
What ratio was that?
This is 3-9. And most of my trades, I'll be doing like 30 pips.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So that's my stop loss is 10, and I'm trying to get 30 pips. I usually take my first profit around 20, 30 pips and try to let the rest. Yeah, but whether the market is going up or down, that's what I'm looking at. But and just me using this strategy, it helps me, like, you see how quick I can just identify if I, it takes me 10 seconds to know if I want to trade this and what direction I want to trade it in. You know what I'm saying? By using that strategy. But yeah, it got plenty of room. It can go down. The next order block, it's in a little gap, but it's kind of got filled here. But this is where the price, of course, could go down to. That'll be like a secondary target. Like right there. Yeah, so I would take.
Gotcha. Yeah,
yeah, I could take that. Clone it. Move that over and extend that guy out right there. So yeah, that's how I would, me personally, that's how I would trade that. Because I don't see any real, support right here. You have the order block, pretty much right here, but it's already been tested right here. It's been tested once right here. and it's being tested twice. Now it might hold, it could hold right here because when you're on a daily and you got these order blocks, you usually want to give it at least 2 tests. The first one is always your best reaction, and a lot of times it'll give you a second reaction,
Right.
but the first one is always, your best, a lot of times your strongest reaction, on that tip. So the same thing, if we look at this order block, if we look at this order block here, change that red, and open right there, we see what happened right here. Let me delete that. We see right here, price goes here, price goes, up past there, goes up, comes down, hit that level, pierced about halfway into the candle, and what you got? You got your nice little, couple dollars. So, but at the same time, I don't necessarily like to trade against, the dominant trend like that. I'm seeing a nice dominant trend like that. I don't normally. I would probably still take this because just how hard it's falling. I probably would have took this trade here, or even this trade here, because you see same thing. We got this order block at the top, and once it goes down and pierce here, it comes up right here. Bam, bam. That's the short. All the way down here, close that gap, and what it do? Pierce the next order block halfway. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, try to retrace. That's when all the buyers are taking their shorts out.
Exactly. So like this is that ICT price action, that Ioba Camille, put me on. So, and it trades like this cause every asset works great in Bitcoin. And it definitely helps once you got your ultimate, your macros, your ultimate direction. And that's what I'm saying. I'm glad I got this subscription too, because now I've been able to organize everything. And for example, we can go to Forex, and you see I have a top-down approach. I'm looking at treasuries, interest rates. I'm looking at SPY. I'm looking at gold. I'm looking at oil. I'm looking at this is commodities. It's basically like a commodities index, and that lets me know which way dollar is gonna go. And once I know which way dollar gonna go, I know which way everything else gonna go.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's how it works on that Forex tip. But yeah, same thing in crypto. Same thing in crypto, Same type of thing, But yeah, that's my action strategy.
Man, if you don't get a YouTube channel started,
we're gonna get that rocking. We got all that. We got that in the works. I'm just trying to register my business first, and have everything flowing officially. That's why I need one of y'all to go ahead and put me on that my econ team.
Watch, I bet you Mo wake up right by now.
But yeah, somebody that y'all want to see me do something else, somebody else can pass the screen.
No, great breakdown too, Oba. You already at it. You already know the deal. So again, that's what it takes. Again, it just like we always say, for every value that we bring forth in terms of sharing out with the family. That's one thing I love about this stuff, because I always say steal from everybody, right? Why wouldn't you? The same way. You speaking about using those blocks as a way to kind of ID, buyers and sellers. The same thing ultimately, and they still dealing with what buyers and sellers. Be it you see them, with an indicator underneath them or oscillator, or you put them in a box, right? You put them in there a frame, in this case a block, and say, hey, here they are, right? Either they're gonna break out, or they're gonna break down, or they're gonna stay in this little area, right? So. It's man, that's why I love this stuff. It's so universal. It really is. It's just it's just first perception. You still got to be at the end of the day ID those buyers and those sellers. So,
exactly.
I love this stuff.
Yep, it's like playing sports. Every player has their own way that they play. They got their they little signature moves and stuff like that. You know, it's dope, and that really just helped. Like, it worked wonders for me. I know it's going to do really well in options. You know, just that risk reward, and you know, just the level of reaction I usually see at that level. You know, I feel it's going to be great with, you know, the options.
I mean, I say that's what I was just showing earlier too with Sister Angie, but Angie, just when you're looking at the market again, the options side of it, just it's really compartmentalizing based on what you're doing there with order blocks and giving it a directional intent, you know, based upon price action, and basically, you know, some of the things that we are in this case programming use in terms of you know, certain moving averages, where the stock is sitting at on the support resistance that you know, grid, you know, where it's top of that at, where it's bottoming out at, and what's happening in between the drive to stop, because now you're dealing with what either a price action technical breakout or a catalyst type of what breakout, or you know, or a, you know, sell off, you know, or you know, offerings or something crazy, fail, you know, FDA drug or something or whatever. But you know, it's all universal. I always say to people again, your first love is what most people start out learning anyway, is what, just trading stock. And you know, you go off and you come back, you're like, okay, it's still the same thesis. Now it, you know, it has a little bit more what purpose behind it, right? You tend to look at it from a whole different lens once you get a little bit more experience, right? The different things that move the market, those are things that you just, you know, you now have at your disposal to focus on, or help you make you know, a better decision, so to speak. And so you just marrying it with, you know, again, points or peak to trough moments on the chart, or areas of interest, open, you know, gaps that ain't been filled, you know, back testing. It's the same thing. And you pick that strike price to be reflective of the energy or the momentum of where that stock is obviously starting to build up, and where it seems like it's, you know, it's heading in that perspective. And you just trying to front run it. Literally, you're just trying to front run that move. And doing so, you collect all that premium, of course, you know, that ability to have 100 shares of a stock for a lot less price. You know,
I'm excited.
Yeah. So it ain't hard. You gotta like anything. Just, you know, the same way we've been training the crash course and learn stuff when we go to all these different, you know, sites, and you know, when people talk about, YouTube got all that stuff right there for free $99. All it requires is spend a little time watching it. You know, this, you know what I'm saying?
Yep, and know what you're looking for. You know.
Yeah. You know, having a purpose when you cut that screen on. You know, if not, you ain't gonna be able to retain it, right? Your interest level have to be up enough to where it draws you in, and doing so, it'll force you to, to really pay attention to get what you need out of it. Yeah, so.
You're not lying. If I go into trade with a goal in mind, I usually make clearer decisions. If I'm playing around on the boards and, like I said, just throwing away change, which is stupid, I shouldn't never. But thinking I was looking for any kind of price that was like, that would take that little $3, but I should not have done it so blindly. You know, like I saw the movement of silver on that particular day, and I said, okay, copper's probably gonna. I was surprised to see it, so I said copper's probably gonna follow because it looked the same. Which it did go a little down, but I didn't even catch that trade when it went down a little bit. So yeah, I know it would have continued to go up because I've been watching copper for a little while, so I know that copper was a good investment period. You know, I've been saying that for a little while. So I hear you. Thank you so much.
I mean, you literally got it. That's it. You know, so you know, it's just a part of, you know, it's fun because it's just like, oh, I got a chance to, you know, whatever, right? We always can, you know, one thing about especially with option, it gives you such a man, it'll give you a whole lot of opportunity that you couldn't get just owning the stock outright. Right? Unless you get caught in the FDA, you know, or buyout, right? You already know this thing ain't finna, you know, whatever, right? Unless it's a Tesla and just retarded, right? It's gonna make crazy moves, right? On a given day, 50, 60 bucks, 100.
And I'm learning, so I'm not putting in like $100 yet. I'm only doing like $1 and some change sometimes. I might have put 100 like in a Tesla or the Sunrun, Moderna, but those are because they were special. You know, they moved in that special way. With the other stocks, I don't put that much. Put a few dollars on each.
Learning, you know, again, this is a part of the culture within it, you know. But like I say, always protect your capital, right? You have to make it make sense. Dollars and cents, not just the fact that you get to do it. It's also knowing what you're doing to give you the most maximal potential outcome that you're looking to get out of it. Because we all know why we're here. Let's not get it twisted. We're here to make money, right? You know, and so it's better to have more conviction and confirmation before you place a trade than the idea that knowing that just because you can. So strategic, as they call it, strategic placement is very important, right? Because you want to put your money in fertile grounds, right? where it's fertile,
right?
Or at least have the potential to get really, you know, fertile. You spend a little change to do a little something strange. Then if you buy $5, you know, putting $5, you know, strike, you know, $5, you know, positions on the table. Well, at least find that one stock they're gonna give you what the best bang for them $5, right? And you know, finding those ones who got good liquidity and open interest or good volume in them. Well, they got scanners to even look for that stuff, right? What's the hot stocks? You know, cheapest option plays out there right now that's collecting a lot of, you know, a lot of liquidity in them, right? Because at some point these stocks still evolve and they may make a move. So you go, you know, right on, find them jokers. Right? I've been in them little ones like that, and I'm putting $5 little option call. The biggest one I made, I have a $5 one. I think was it that Vince? It was Vince. It might have been Vince. I think. Man, that joker made $250. I turned 5 into 250. An option call. True story. I still got the
Vince or Van. Van was like that.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful there, boy. That's woo.
I still got the receipts for that trade. I think it was VNC, if I'm not mistaken, but y'all know I'll be keeping them receipts. But yeah, that was the one scenario. I was like, you know what? See, this is what makes this stuff awesome. So, I did the same thing in that stamps trade. Y'all remember when Stamps lost that contract with the post office?
Yeah.
It failed grace, as they like to call it. Them contract cost me 20 cents a piece. I bought 5 for 100. I ended up making $8,000 off that trade. That was that trade. Matter of fact, it's still posting on WeTrade HQ website. Jake put it up there. He's like, yeah, willing to spend $100 and made $8,000 off that trade. It jumped, you know, because of that news. And I traded it under the guys that it was going to work. They lost that contract. I wasn't gambling. I laid the thesis out. I remember like yesterday, I ain't got it on receipts. Got receipts. I said, this is why I'm trading it. They lost that contract with the post office. How they gonna make money? Right. So that was the biggest contract, you know, and it dumped. It failed. And so I didn't know it was gonna fall that much, but it failed. You know, and I was like, okay, I'll take it. New shoes, new shoes, new shoes. You know, but again, that's the power option. It really can, you know, light your light up. If you are still good at finding those places to put your money, further places.
So all these Trump contracts that were lost, then which companies are gonna get hit?
See, now you got something to work with. See how that works? And seriously, because there's no really, it's about again trying to find those places, right? Those areas of interest, right? And you know. Of course, if there's I just spoke about the tech sector, right? Because tech sector is going to go through a rotation, right? They did well under Trump. Now they finna have to kind of, you know, because they don't do too well under Democratic presidency in that perspective. Because y'all know Democrats about what? Big government. Republicans are not. They like to let corporate interests eat good because they had them off on the back end, lobbying and hey, here's a little something for let us, you know. Not pay taxes. Jeff Bezos $20 billion tax bill. That's true stuff. Well, something like that, 20 million or 200 billion, something crazy. And I'm like, man, look.
Hmm.
You know, so that's the game, man. We ain't playing the radio with these jokers.
But since before, don't you think tech was already took the hit, and so like right now it might not be such a bad, because a lot of people already sold out a lot of the tech
Go
because of the
figure.
previous and
How?
I'm saying with the previous issues with Trump. I mean, when the like Microsoft and Apple kind of was down a little bit, right? You don't, isn't that like as far as they would go? That's what I'm saying. Like, how much more are they gonna lose with the expectation that Trump was gonna get impeached?
So how do you answer that question? It's the right answer, right? It's the right question. It's the how do you figure it out? How do you figure that out?
You mean just to look at just to look and see the shirts? I'm asking you. I don't know. I'm saying that it was
No, but you ain't get this far not to have known how to use your basic primitive skill set. You came in the market, you learned how to do what? Technical analysis, or suppose, of course, I met you a little bit throughout, later in
I don't know how to say that.
But it's a refinement process. That's why we had that group oriented mindset, right? Because we're here to refine what we already had, right? We all come together to form Voltron. So as I was saying earlier, the three things you're not going to be able to get away in any aspect of your trading career or investing career. I don't care if you trade Forex, crypto, binary, options, equity. You got to learn technical analysis, fundamental analysis, and understand how to read price action. That's the basic core. Those are the three pillars of anybody's career in this industry. They're going to tell you, right? Because even Forex deal with some aspect of fundamental, do they not? They have to deal with what? Different economic reports, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
What they doing on terms of interest rates and stuff like that. That's fundamentals. That's not that's fundamental. That's saying this is what we value this stuff at based upon these metrics. If those numbers come up short, what does it do to that currency? Right? When the USD dollar, the docs is getting legend because they just want to run stocks up. Eventually, what's going to happen when those stocks obviously hit their apex or get thinned out? What the dollar going to do? It still has a RSI too. It still has an oversold zone too. No matter how much they try to beat it down. The same way with the VIX. They've been trying to kill the VIX since when? Forever. Right? I'm gonna kill the VIX. That's how them jokers me talking like, bro, it ain't to calm down, bro. They ain't violent like that. But when the VIX get ready to bounce, what it do? It bounce, it's gonna bounce hard. So everything has an equal or greater exchange on both sides, right? So refine that your technical skills, right? Refine your fundamental awareness and learn how to marry both, right? Where you don't necessarily spend too much time in one or the other and cheating the other. Of course you can, but I say work smart, not hard. So if I break down a trade thesis, which y'all see me do a lot, right? I have it all up and down my timeline. I dump it in the group. And in doing so, basically what I'm doing, I'm showing how to lay those breadcrumbs, right? You laying those breadcrumbs because every time you find some information that seems to be pertinent and it lines up with other people, what they're saying too, you actually get a little happy, like, oh, see, I ain't the only one thinking like this, right? Somebody else thinking like that too, apparently, right? They read my mind. All right, now let's move on to the next scenario, right? What did the numbers say, right? So Sister Monica's strength when she first came in this was what? Her fundamental game, because she does what she do. She balances books, she runs budgets, right? She checked financial report. That was already her strength out the gate. She had to learn how to marry the technicals with that. You know what I'm saying? And she's doing it now. So what's reflecting in her trading is that she's able to find those them Qualcomms and all that stuff, all the beat path. And she just here's my $20, here's my 30, here's my little 50, here's my 100. And like, hi, Monica COVID. Yep, because see what I'm saying? You got that same skill set in the terms of your own understanding and perspective, how you also look at money. Remember, I break stuff down where you can't make it be an issue where you don't know. You know money. You run in the bank when you run your bank. You run the bank when you run your bank account. When you manage your budget and your bills, you run in a business, right? You know your outcome, your income receivable, and your outflow, right?
Yeah, I worked in the trade rooms too. Yeah, I worked in the trade rooms.
You pie chart your bills the same.
I worked in portfolio management too. Yeah. So it's like it'll come back. It comes back slowly. I'm a little stubborn about certain things. Yeah.
It is already there. The goal is just not to over complicate what you're seeing.
Right, exactly.
Either they got a solid business plan, or they struggling.
Mm-hmm.
Either their books are solid, or they gonna be skeptical. Either it's a reputable industry of opportunity based. Again, I posted that little that BNGO stock, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, y'all know I was raving about that little stock ever since that came off my radar, right? Then I just started posting about it religiously. So I took my position at $1.20. I saw what they were doing because I came from the biotech space. Keep in mind, I traded a lot of that stuff in 2017. I was hot on them biotech, right? I said, this is gonna be a little banger here. The top people who in this space, which is their competitor, which is the top 3 tier in terms of Lumina, CRISPR, or if you want to say PAC-B, them jokers are actually using some of their technology.
Yes.
Like, this is gonna be a banger. So they already got something everybody want. So, okay, yeah. And bigger players think about being a part of that, using their stuff, wanting to invest in them, in terms of our ARK investment, Kathy Wisdom. I said,
right.
give it a minute here. Right. And this is the industry we're moving into. This is futuristic level of technology, genomic mapping. World needs this. What we just dealing with COVID, how important would this be to be able to detect cancers and tumors and stuff like that early in the game? Revolutionary, right? So they got some of that little sapphire system. So when people are like, man, how y'all be finding them trade? Well, that's how we find them. So if it goes from $1 to $6, and then somebody turn around and say, I didn't miss the trade. It's too late now. Are you serious? Didn't Tesla start at $1 or $10 or something? And by the time it hit 20, somebody was saying, I missed the trade. It's too late. And then it ran to 2,500. Punished them. The market will punish you by you trying to convince yourself that you missed.
Yeah.
Because your perception ain't understanding how money works. Because you thinking that way don't mean somebody else thinking that way. They're like, man, look, I'm early still. Right?
Right.
This is going somewhere. You think about that copper trade you pulled up. When they hit that $26 off the March low, after it got corrected because of the pandemic. Somebody was like, look, I'm finna buy this bottom up. All they need to hear that the Feds got we got your back. They gonna print money? I mean, right? How well used is copper? Copper pretty much in everything, right? Yeah. Again, use case. I always say use case. If it has a use case, of course it has one. So a lot of this stuff ain't rocket science. I guarantee it really isn't.
Right.
Think like a businessman. Think like a businesswoman.
Formulas. Yeah.
Formulate a thesis. Make it make sense. Brush up on that technical side of your game. Because every day we're in training. You know how this stuff go. You don't stop training just because you got a little, couple little wins on your belt. You're like, I don't got to train now. I'm too big for my britches. I ain't gonna do no studying. You ain't gonna do that. I'm just gonna roll out of bed and trade. Well, shucks, try it. Right? Because you gotta always skills. You know what I'm saying?
I tried it, and I had to go back to the drawing board.
It was back there with the quickness with flaming boots on. Like, nah, bro, this dog ain't no hunt there.
Yeah. Not yet, young grasshopper.
Yeah, it's gonna correct you, right?
Yeah.
The Wall Street now looking at you like, yep, we got one today. Got somebody that came in here and was paired together. Look what they bought at. Oh, we finna take all that. They got no top laws. They out here driving with no license. We got them. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do.
Out here riding dirty.
Yeah, that's how they make their money. Market makers, all of them working in tandem, right?
Yep.
About that trader again. What's the thesis? 99% of the 90% of traders do what?
Lose that bread.
And how many make money?
10%.
Now make that make sense to me in terms of how you're gonna beat those odds if you have no preparation skills. Go.
Exactly.
You'll be purely gambling at that point, or the fact that people just excited because they like, I can trade. I get it, but man, look, because one thing people do when they see us and they're in the group and they see us post stuff, and they're like, man, I want to learn. But basically, with it, like anybody, you're like, man, just give me the trade. But they don't understand it's more than just that, right? No, let me show you how to find your own trade when I'm never around, right? Right? It's so hard to hunt, hard to fish because it'll stick with you forever at that point. Because if not, you ain't mastered self, mastered emotions, master being able to how to again, look at your finance in a way where, again, I have to realize this $5 means the same amount to me as it does if I had $5,000.
500, yeah,
Or
5
5
grand.
million.
Okay.
Right? You know how hard that is to do for some people?
Mm.
But we didn't convince ourselves that, we didn't waste money out this time. There ain't nothing. And then when you don't have it, you miss it like it's like no tomorrow. Like, man, I wish I had $5 right now.
Yeah.
Everybody ain't got no money, got $2. Like, man, so stock they're trading at 30 cents right now. Stop playing.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Preach.
I'd have done that. I done took $2 and turned $2 into like $7, $8 with just $2 and see. Now what's your excuse? But no, man, I ain't got me. I just leave it alone at that point because it's still gonna be a scenario where you just gotta have to be ready for this.
Right.
If you don't have, and I say it because it's your interest level. If your interest level is not there, you're not gonna do it, or you're not gonna put forth initiative. So again, I'd be like, man, let's we got something here. If we just take the time to realize that you get the same level of opportunity to a degree that Buffett do and the rest of them jokers do. They just got a little bit more capital and more knowledge, right?
Mm.
Their money moves.
And they might have a full department or a few departments to do it.
That's why I said that they got people that function strictly on what? Technical and fundamentals. That's their job in that broker house. Give me your report. Where we at? Okay, yeah. All right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Put 10 million on that. Put $1 million here. Put 500 on this one. Well, if you go to a portfolio
management
order sheet or they holding sheet, you're gonna see exactly that. In a lot of ways, exactly what I'm talking about. Again, you run. Look at. You think all that right there by accident? You think all that right there by accident? Right.
There you go.
How many shares right there? Let's say how many shares? Imagine owning 18 million shares.
Whew.
Over $26 stocks.
That got to be some crazy dividends.
If it even offer one, right? But just the value of them shares alone, that's $689 million worth of cash flow. This is owned because you see what? That Houston them I'm always talking about, right? Now, I'm only showing this one because, Coach, y'all know Art. Y'all know I'm big old what?
Yeah, I have an option in the Art too. I think two options.
Everybody following Art now. Art been kicking everybody behind, right? Now, this one particular Pat B that's to come out talking about. That's the competitor to the BNGO. Pack or Specific Bioscience, they actually use biogenomics technology to make theirs better. See how that works? Cross comparison. Who's in the space? Who are the competitors? Best in breed. Who's second best in breed? Well, it's Ricky Bob. Y'all remember Talladega Nights?
Yeah.
Well, Ricky, if you ain't first, you last. No, well, son, they're second and third. But that is only what? You ain't first, you last, bro. Right? I ain't no child I'm raising gonna be thinking about them being last and second. No, we gonna be first or first. But ultimately, again, we know that's not reality, right? You can be second, third. There's other people who can share in that market cap or that space, right? And so that's real. So you look at all the companies they have in their portfolio for their biotech, they got all the major players sold up. Organonova, man, come on, right? Some of these names y'all haven't seen before. They just took a position on Sarepta. Sarepta been around a minute. It just got hit hard on some bad news, and then Art came right on below and scooped them up. It just had a big fall from grace. Art came and put it right on in that portfolio and bought them up, as you see right here. Right? So it's little stuff like that, right? And some of these names like this, we've seen it before. Insight, again, this stuff is not, not rocket science. So if I didn't know anything about having to find certain stocks like that, I said, well, who are some of the players out there who's holding these big fund managers, right? Let me go see what their holdings are. Right. So you go to their cheat sheet. It's public information. Cheat sheet. Right. So it's so many different ways. It's so many different ways you can, as I say, follow the money. You got to have that discipline though, to not cheat yourself. Again, we just saw this happen with this stock, and again, I'm be remiss if I didn't say that. We also shared amongst each other. So hey, that's what your group for. That's what your family for, right? Look at the stock. Art was in way down here somewhere. And now it's way up here at 36 on that many shares. Again, it's the same competitor to I was just talking about that BNGO scenario. Now, you see the pattern here on the daily here? Now watch this right here. Wall Street, they ain't low. They don't care. Is that not about the same pattern almost? And this stock was trading at how much? 50 cents. This stock was trading at 50 cents less than 30 days ago. And now it was up here in the 9. See how that worked? You know what somebody gonna say? They're gonna look at it and say, you know what? I done missed this trade. It's too late. Seriously? Now it's outside the limit aggression band, so it's gonna come back and probably test this area possibly, right? Or gap fill at least, to back at least towards what, $7, right? At some point, gotta close this gap, right? You may get lucky to get it back near 5, but if this next competitor is a company called what? Where is trading at? 36. Couldn't make this stuff up. This was trading at around about what? $4, back in August. So this is a sector breakout. They're applied values. Yeah, their science is important. And we saw that with CRISPR. Man, we're looking at CRISPR way back in 2018. CRISPR was basically nothing. Right? It was important, of course, gene editing. People still talking about. They were talking about gene editing under George Bush presidency. Y'all remember that? All this stem cell research stuff.
Right.
That was under George Bush II. Who knew CRISPR ended up being one of look. And this stock, it's been on a tear. It finally broke out though. That's what's crazy about it. It finally broke out. 2017, CRISPR was at what, $13? It finally just broke out. Now why? Because of what? A lot of it had to do with the coronavirus too. Right? Genomic sequencing, mapping, being able to kind of, again, all these things we need to do to kind of help fight cancer and all that. Not rocket science. Same space. CRISPR in that same space. Illumina, right? That was the other one, right? Oh, L-I, was it L-I? Oh, M-N, that's what it is. Illumina, excuse me. This one here been bouncing all over the place. Right? It's in that same space though. Right? It's in that same space. So it was at 198. Right now, sitting at what, about 376. So it about basically doubled since the coronavirus scenario. So if all these stocks in this space are what, higher, and the newest one on the block got the better technology than all of them, basically in a lot of ways. Well, how you late? You see what I'm saying? So y'all get it. You get it, right? But you gotta make it make sense. Connect them dots, right? Connect those dots.
You gotta connect. Yeah, you got to do. It takes rigor. It takes putting that work. That's what I had to learn. Like I would always try to take a shortcut or find a quick way, but I learned that the only shortcut you can have is one that you create over time from experience.
From experience, because once you get it,
you gotta put.
Yeah, it's time. You're 100% right. Over. No, I mean to cut you, but you're right. Seriously, it is. It's time.
Mhm. Yeah.
Don't waste it.
Just like
You
a
know.
path, any shortcut, what? How does a shortcut, like a path, be created? Multiple people keep going through that over and over again. So it's like same thing in the market. You got to keep, doing the same things over and over again before you're able to kind of like streamline your process. But got to put that work in. At first, man, I done had to lock myself in the lab and cut off all connections. Like, I'm about to get this right. Hey, I'm tired of this. Like, I was like, man, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of not being profitable.
Yeah, it'll force you. Because one thing about the market again, it will punish you if you don't.
Yeah.
Right? It will definitely punish you. Wall Street don't care if they take $1 from you, 50 cents, or 100. It all adds up to them at the end of the day. If they take it from enough people, they got a bag.
Yeah, they sure does do add up, and then especially you got the players chasing. You got the people who be. I think that's one of the worst things a lot of people do. That was one of my worst mistakes when I get in this like psychological battle of just chasing. Like, oh no, I know it's gonna turn around. Nah, well, I was just a little bit too early. Let me get in again. No, well, I guess let me get one of these things gonna turn around. Like next thing you don't blow your whole account.
Yeah, spread out, all over the place, chasing the market. We all, hit a point where we were like that at some point, because it was just exciting, right? The idea that, we got something that nobody can tell us what we can and can't do. Right? Now you got to refine that, though. Now it becomes like, okay, let me refine all this, right? So because, of course, you want to make money. The goal is to make money, right? That's why we're here. We want to make money. So
check this out. So I got a little riddle. I got a little riddle for y'all, right? So if I'm an institution, right, and I bought at a discount, how do I get another trader to buy from me at a premium, even though they already know this price is too high?
Bad news. I mean, good news.
Now, I'm gonna say if I'm an institution, right, and I bought this price at a discount, right, and I want traders to buy from me at a premium, but even if they already know it's too high and they shouldn't buy it, how would I do that as an institution?
Limit it. Say that it's only a limited time that you could buy it, or
what you would do? What they would do? They would pump the price up and trip their stop loss.
Okay, I understand what you mean. Like creative, yeah.
And everybody will jump in with FOMO.
Yes, and then they'll.
Because
okay.
Because
that's the Judas swing. They put that swing on you and then go back in the other direction on you. You be trapped.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like you got to think a trader's stop loss. If they're short the market, they think it's going to go down. Their stop loss is a buy order.
Right.
Yep.
So if you can run the price, exactly. So if you can run the price up, and get all these traders to jump in on the FOMO, you have people who are going to buy from you at that level because that's their stop loss. So I just say that to say, like, take that into consideration as far as that's how institutionals and market makers pair prices.
Yeah, I do understand that they do blow it up. But they will buy a whole bunch and then just to make it look like it has that value. That demand.
I mean, you're finding people who will either buy from you at a premium or sell to you at a discount. Because it's their stop loss. So, that's how me and Yoba Camille, we're trading order blocks and liquidity pools, which are their stop losses.
Yep.
Did you see me break down the OBs a minute ago?
Oh
You probably
yeah,
didn't.
yeah. I saw you. I was
Yeah,
like, go ahead there, boy. I wanna
yeah, man.
and then what really takes it to the next level though, we dealing with the auto block though. So if you're planning on going short and you got a bullish on the bullish order block, what you want to do is look for the swing high. I don't have a chart right now with a swing high on it, but I always take my trades. You can have an order block and it'll work, but when you have the swing low or the swing high, which is the wick, once that wick is below it, that really makes it a high probability trade when you have you have the swing low or the swing high. So what the price did was it created that candle, but you had the higher candle above the equal highs or relative equal highs or relative equal lows.
You mean like they run that liquidity first?
Yeah, basically. They basically run the liquidity, and then you got those two, because you're looking for three candles, one on each side. There's two on each side. So you got the two on the left side of the swing high if you're planning on going short.
Yep.
Two on the right side. And in the reverse going long. So the swing low is what makes it the high probability.
Yeah. That's big facts, because at the end of the day, they've now ran that liquidity, so they've stole those positions,
Exactly.
So like they did their job. Yeah, they went out here. Okay, I done stole your position, and now I'm about to take the price the way that you really wanted to go.
Exactly.
Get you out of the trade.
Exactly. So it's kind of just showing, their blueprint. It's kind of like if you're playing sports and you kind of see that other team formation, kind of like, oh, okay, I see what y'all doing. Like, all right, now I can react to that.
Yeah, once you can read what they do the same thing every day. I mean, basically they just seeking liquidity. It's not even that they see a stop loss. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna take these people's trades, stop loss. It's just that they need that money in that area where that inefficient price action is, and that's part of what they do. They make price efficient up and down. So if your stop loss is in the wrong place, you're taken out.
Yep, exactly. That's why a lot of times it's good to wait for that liquidity first. It won't, because yep.
Because it'll come back sometimes. So sometimes I like to wait for it to come back, or because sometimes they'll take it lower. They'll run it once. But if I see that, and if I had gotten in the trade and they stopped me out, then I'll just wait for them to complete it. I'll
exactly.
wait like another hour or something like that.
Yeah.
They've usually completed what they plan on doing.
Yep.
Especially if they consolidate it. If they make it go sideways after they run the stops.
Onto it.
Yeah, it's a lot easier if it's a clear trend, because it's gonna pull back to that certain level. It's gonna be but when you're in a consolidation, it's doing a lot. The price is good and like technical, but sometimes it could go past certain points, do more liquidity runs than you expected.
Yeah, they'll go down there and take it out a little, go down a little deeper.
Yeah.
Exactly. But the thing too is, and this happened to me earlier, and I slept on it, but I ended up getting my bag back. But I had an order block marked off, and they had already ran the stops. But where I messed up was when I was in the trade, and I said, let me go look at the daily. And when I looked at the daily, there was a order block and price inefficiency. I was like, oh, they get ready to go down here.
Yeah.
Enough. But
Yeah.
I was prepared for it.
Yeah. Had to double back real quick.
You ain't got me on that one.
Yeah,
Because
it definitely be
you
like
gotta
that.
go look at the larger time frames to see where they could take price. Because that's what usually if it keeps going, they just go into to where the price is on a higher time frame.
Yep, exactly. That's why I delineate those. That I got to the point now, like my favorite types of trades to make is if I got me a good strong bullish run and I've delineated my nearest daily order, bullish daily order blocks. And I'm just really waiting for it to get hit.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, once they go there, or even another thing too is the previous day's high on the day.
Yep.
If I see them either go, especially at midnight on Sunday. Or any midnight actually, the previous day, because they'll do that where they'll do that Judas swing. And then take price in the direction. So I wait for that to happen. I caught a nice trade the other day. Sometimes they can trick you sometimes, but they'll do I call it like a half Judas swing. Because it might not be the full move that they was planning on making, and you'll say, okay, they already ran that. Now they're gonna go in the right direction.
Yeah, yep.
Get in that one, and then they'll reverse it and really go long. I was like, man.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you're still getting a directional bias. But a lot of times I just like to wait. Usually the safest thing is just wait for them to whatever that direction is that they're gonna take into the New York session. It's be best to just wait for that to clear out.
Yep. Yeah, that's definitely true, and you gotta, it's that patience pays. That's really what it is. You get paid to wait.
Yeah, you gotta have good patience.
Yeah.
You gotta I really this week I only had one red trade, and that was today. I was like, I shouldn't even trade on Friday, but I mean, even though it was a red trade, I made the money back. But
whoop. No, I was saying whoop whoop.
Yeah, I made that money back, boy. I was like, yo, I saw it when it set up again. I was like, well, I'll get my money back.
Yeah, and that's the good thing about it, because if you mess around, get knocked out of, or you get, they run you on your trade, especially if it's certain times, you can wait for the next session, and you got the chance to make that back, or sometimes, like you said. Yeah, like sometimes you said they might just did that first little, liquidity run. It might have got you on that one, but they're lining up to continue it. They just had to, do that extra little liquidity run, but then they still continue. That's why I like the confirmation on the 1 hour. Of course, I hit my OB on the day. I want to see another OB formed on the hour, and I honestly want to see another OB formed on the 15-minute, but with liquidity run first.
Yes, sir. Because the more you have. I guess confirmation on several time frames, the higher the probability of the trade working.
Exactly. It's like the stars not lined up on you, like
you
like
it.
Ooh, double down.
I mean, it's like hardcore trader was like, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
I'm telling you.
Yeah,
it's
like,
Camille. Can you say that again?
It's
Could you say that one more time? More confirmations on which frames?
On several time frames. So for me, I'll be looking for confirmation on the daily, the 1 hour, and usually for me the 4 hours is similar to what what the 1 hour gonna look like usually. Yep. So I used to just go from the daily to 1 hour and then the 15-minute.
Me too. I used to use the 4 hour, but I just found that the 1 hour suffices.
Yeah, I don't.
The 4 hour overcomplicates it sometimes.
Yeah, only time I look at the 4 hour is if, like, say we had relative equal lows or equal lows, and I want to see what's below the 1 hour, before I go to the daily, because I just check to see.
Yeah, with an extra, because that order block is still going to act as some type of reaction, regardless.
Right. Yeah. So So for you to get a high probability that your trade is going to work, the more the more it lines up on several time frames, then that's usually the lick right there. So once I see that area where I'm like, that's it. And using the dollar. The dollar is like the sky. Sometimes I don't even have to look at nothing else. I could just look at the dollar.
Yep.
Once you look at that dollar tells it all, like that, where it's gonna take price, because the dollar, especially if you trade in the majors, if you're trading USD CAD, USD Swissy, that kind of stuff, which is usually all I trade. Those two, gold, and I like EU, because for me, EU and gold, that's almost like looking at the dollar to me, because it's reversed to USD CAD and USD Swissy. So what I mean is when the dollar's going up, those pairs like USD CAD, Swissy, they're all going in the same direction. But then the gold and EU will be going in the opposite direction. So I can look at EU, and if it's starting to go short at a certain area, I know that the dollar is going to go long. And then I'll look at the dollar just for confirmation. But it just kind of alerts me that price, and then whichever has the better setup, I'll take it.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, whatever lines up, the more. What's crazy, you'll have the dollar, like set up for you, but you kind of got to go across the other pairs to see which ones also line up with that, because not every pair is gonna, line up perfectly, on your technicals to really want to take that trade, even though the dollar might line up.
Yeah, that's why I just deal with the majors. I found that gave me better consistency than trade. Look for all these different pairs. You could trade you could trade USD CAD and USD Swissy all day.
Yeah, I traded straight EU for months, trying getting it right, and then I finally got to the point. Yeah, I finally got to the point where all right, let me branch out and get some other things. So I read mostly majors, but I do trade G.
I like GU too.
Yeah, GU and GA. What is it? What pound? Aussie.
AUD, the Aussie.
Yeah, it's GAUD. Yeah, pound versus Aussie.
Oh, pound Aussie. Okay.
Yeah, pound Aussie.
That's a rough one.
Yeah, it moves, but those technicals be beautiful. Like, those technicals line up. Like when they line up, they line up.
That's a nice mover. That's a mover like gold.
Exactly. Yeah, I see a lot of people who trade gold also trade that.
Okay. Yeah, that's a nice mover, definitely.
Yeah, I like that. I like that one. Usually since I've been trading, I usually get 30 pips on that. Since I've been that one, I haven't really even. I don't think I even lost on that trade yet with that particular pair.
Hold on, let me get my dogs. They be roughhousing down here.
Hey, they be out there lit. I want to get me I want to get like a French bulldog. One of them little French bulldogs running around.
I love them.
I got 2 pit bulls. I feel like I got kids, especially the young one. I mean, he's 7 months and he's huge. He got a lot of energy, boy.
What kind of
7 o'clock in the morning going, boy. He just be going. This is the first dog I ever had that chase his tail. I'm talking about he be spinning around so fast he spin his collar off.
You see the run?
He like
you see a run?
All this, I gotta go look for his collars when I get ready to take him out. He be having the chain on. And he just spin around and spin his chain off. I'm like, here we go.
What kind of pit is it?
My husband knows. I don't know. He's tall and skinny. He don't have a big head, but he's tall.
Oh, okay.
I guess he's American pit bull.
Yeah, I know they got they got red nose, blue nose.
I had a blue nose pit and a brindle pit long
I got
time
a
ago.
brindle too. The brindles are, hey, cut
It's
it
so
out.
beautiful.
That makes me sound crazy here. Go sit down. And then he keep coming in here fighting. Get out. No. You gassing me out of my own studio. Get out. Get out. Go out there. Go play. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go do
So she talking to some kids like y'all get out of here playing. Be here smelling like the sun. Get out of here.
I know. It's making me sounding crazy. Oh, because usually my husband be messing with them all the time. He in the hospital, so it's like I gotta take him out all day, and they just up here bothering me all day.
High
Man,
energy.
stop spinning around. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go over there and spin around. Just.
But yeah, but how have you been, like paying attention to bonds more?
Yes, I have. I'm starting to learn some of that stuff. Just trying to be able to apply it. Because I always look at it on barchart.com. Every morning, actually, I look at those markets. I saw you do some breakdown on some of that stuff. I'm going to ask you about it too.
Yeah.
But I do look at the COT report on Sunday to get an idea of the week, what's happening for the week.
Yeah, kind of like looking at the commodities basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, it's just memorizing the directional bias. So like the bond market is up.
Yeah, what I did, what helps me out, I just printed out I print out a chart that just shows me the direction,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think I got it from I'm gonna grab it for you right now. I think I got it from Stock Guide.
Oh, word?
Yeah. See, I got a whole Stock Guide folder.
I know Stock Guide, yeah. I got a lot of stuff too. SG done hooked the sister up, boy. That's for real.
Especially that what else Stock Guide, showed love on was that little chart he showed that showed, the manipulation on each day from Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and just showing the 70% success rate on the manipulation for Wednesday.
Well, you talking about the ICT charts, the templates?
Nah, it's something he posted that was like, I don't know if he might have got it from ICT, but it's something I think that they created. They said I'm gonna put it in the chat right now. But it was so useful for me as far as just letting me know, my best trades and I put my bread and butter set up on Wednesday, on either on Wednesday or Tuesday, because that's when you have that pullback in either a change of direction or pullback to further the direction.
Yeah, that's when the market really reveals its hand. If I'm trading any other day, I'm not looking to sometimes, but I mean there's also those templates that try to give you the direction, a directional bias.
Yeah, the shape. It kind of tells you the shape of
Right.
the different types of days.
Now you know what I really like when I see forming those W's. And
them M's and W's.
Oh my God! Let me rub my hands together. Like boy, that's the ticket right there. I was like, man, you just stop after a while. You just start to be able to see setups all over the place. It's like, dang, okay, but you just want to make sure that they all, I mean, something will set up. It don't necessarily mean that it might work out, or it might not. It might not have a full range. So it depends on whether whether they're dealing with like internal liquidity or external. Like if it's in a range, that's why I like to also map out the high and low of the previous day on the daily, because that'll give you a range too that the asset will trade in. Because the daily might look small, like when you're just looking at the daily, but when you map the one candle out and apply that down to like the 1 hour or the 15 minute, it could be a big range. You can also see where the consolidation is. whether or not to trade because it's on you're like it's dealing in small range, which could cause you to take a loss because depending on where you get in it, it might be at the top of the range already, and it's just going to reverse. As opposed to trading something that's more, what's the terminology I'm looking for? When you're dealing with range, you're dealing with small area. When you're dealing with, where the trade opens up and it just runs, then that's kind of what that's the ideal environment. But you can trade within a range. You just don't want to trade within too small a range, and you want to see what where where the reversals are. And then there's also things too that I learned, like buy markets, buy and sell paradigms, where you'll get the consolidation and then the continuation. So learning to see those too. Like sometimes I mark them out on my chart, but I got to the point now, where I don't have to really mark it out. I can see it.
Yep.
Okay. But
yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about when it basically consolidates, goes up a little bit, comes back and hits equilibrium, then takes off. Right.
Yeah. Yep. And it'll keep doing that. All like if it's in a buy market, it'll do that all the way up to it finishes getting all of its liquidity, and then it'll go into a sell paradigm, and it'll do the same thing. I mean, because you can look to your left and see where the consolidation was before each one took off, because in each one of those things is an order block too, so you can
yeah, that's how I trail my stops now. I trail my stops behind those order blocks.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's just a good support level, as far as once it breaks that order block, it's pretty much it's pretty much where you need to be taking profit at. But a lot of times, like you said, when you're in those trends like that, and they'll just keep lining up on each order block, line up, and it just you'll be able to stay in it until it finally breaks. And,
yeah, I was a little. Well, actually, I was right today. I thought I got out a little early, but I got to post that chart. But it just went down just a little bit further, and then it reversed. So I was like, all right. I mean, you can't get every top and every bottom, but the trade was a profitable trade. So
I found it. Okay, I found it.
Yeah.
I got you right now. I'm about to put it in right now.
Oh man, I know it's 1:45. I gotta mix and record tomorrow. Oh. Yeah, it's like a last minute project, man. This thing is like, and then now then you gotta clean it up because like a lot of people they ain't got their parts in time. So now
man, you gotta take breaths out. You gotta line everything.
Exactly. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. I'm like, I'm getting ready to send this track, the drum. Like I did one drum machine and one acoustic, but I'm gonna redo the acoustic because I got to do a video as well. So you got to do the video of you playing. I just like, so I got to get dressed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, gotta be out there fly.
No, well, we just got to wear. I don't know. My friend hired me for this, so I don't know who the client is, but they got everybody wearing these sweatshirts. So.
Oh, okay.
Daggone sweatshirts for the video. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. I got another one too that he sent me. Hold on.
I ain't never seen this one.
Yeah.
I got that in my Discord.
And let me see this one right here. This is a more broad pair.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to put this. Let me download this sucker. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Definitely, that definitely helped me because once you have that if you have that component, you can instantly look like, okay, bonds is going this way. This means dollar going this way. This means commodities going this way. This means that all right now risk on, risk off. And I just really like to be once I understand it thoroughly, I like to just be able to streamline my process.
Yeah, man, you should go for a funded account, man. You definitely ready.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do next. That's exactly what I was gonna do. That's exactly what I was gonna do next. I was gonna do the FTMO, and I wanted to do the Top Step.
What's the difference with FTMO?
I think with FTMO, the challenge is just way longer. With Top Step, I think is you just complete them little quick 2 challenges and you in there, but you gotta pay, paying that subscription and everything. But I think with FTMO, it's just once you complete, it takes like the 2 months or whatever situation to really complete it.
Yeah, Top Step. That's the one I'm doing. I was
that's one you told me
today.
about.
I thought I was gonna be finished, then I took that little L. I was like, I said, man. Yeah, you got to make. I'm on part 2, so you got to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I completed part 1. So basically, what happens though? You have the same amount of money to make each challenge, but in the second part, they lower the amount of loss you can have. Like the first one.
Oh yeah, tighten your
Yeah, the first one, you can have up to $1,300 loss. Part 2, you can only have $600.
Wow.
Yep, in one day or 1 week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
that's not. Yeah. You just gotta, you just gotta hit the bread and butter.
Yeah, it's good though. I like it because once you do that.
Yeah, you don't prove yourself. You're in
You're
there.
not taking no losses. Like I said, today I traded all week, and today I only had one. It was my only loss, and then I recouped it.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. I was just posting something in the group chat that kind of describes what we was just talking about as far as when it opens up, the beginning of that week, and then it kind of goes straight up on that trend and hits every order block and FBG.
Okay, wait, let me look.
I swear, man, I'll be like, the FBI, I'll be documenting everything.
Yeah, I'll be grabbing. So I must have missed. Oh, I got that one up top. That one. Yeah. I got that one, the middle one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a lot. Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, because it describes perfectly what you were just talking about.
Yep, the way he's got that arrow drawn, the black arrow.
Mm-hmm.
That is, let's see, which template is that actually? That's like the midweek rally. That's kind of like what he calls that one. Or, my dog is so loud. He over here chewing on my kettlebell, but it's metal. That's keeping him quiet. We can't do nothing to that.
It sounds like how people be with their kids when they doing something, they over here messing, but they at least they ain't cry, at least they ain't tripping. But let them do it for a minute.
Yeah, he over there gnawing on my kettlebell.
Yeah, a lot of these stuff I gotta go back and check out now that I've upgraded my my knowledge. I can actually, because a lot of things I'll document that I don't understand. So when I can go back once I've come to a certain point and I can reassess it.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely. Because there's a lot of stuff that when I learned things, I didn't know what was going on. Now it's just like when I go back and watch those videos now, I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And it just starts to, little by little become a part of you, and then you can expand.
Yep.
And knowledge expounds, and you start, just seeing the charts and things completely different.
Exactly. Yeah, it's refreshing, at the end of the day when you go back and now you can apply that knowledge.
Yeah, especially when you couldn't make $10.
Oh, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. You saved me, so I'm forever grateful, man. Because I was over here training harmonic patterns and stuff.
Oh man,
Tripping.
hey, I'm glad I was able to, hey, I mean, I was just so happy. I was like, because it just clicked. I was like, oh, this is it.
Exactly. Because it just lined up perfectly what I have been, hearing, what I learned at, the hedge fund I was working at. And, with a lot of stuff that, Oba be talking about, it just, it lined like it made sense. It's like, okay, this is not putting, because, especially when we talk about all these fundamentals, you go to talk about treasuries. I remember he's been talking about that back then. I'm just like, oh my goodness, like, how am I ever gonna figure all this stuff? Like, there's so many work components, like treasuries, like what a treasury bond, like what?
Yeah, your boy did a class today. I missed it. I forgot because
I recorded a lot of it. I'll send it to you. I recorded a lot of it.
Yeah, I love to hear it because
he was breaking down the bonds.
Yeah, I got that session, so I was like, actually, I was getting ready to go back to sleep for a little while and then get up. And then my friend called and was like, yo, can you do this session? I was like, ooh, right now, man. I think I had like one eye open. I had been up to like 5:30 in the morning. I wasn't even expecting doing those sessions. I was like, what? I said, let me get up and make this money. Whatever. But yeah, man, he's a bad dude.
He is, bro. He definitely is, because at the end of the day, it's like, I've seen it. It's different, you know what I'm saying? Where you got some people, who might talk, but I'm riding around in the Maybach with this man around the city, bro. Like, sitting here talking, he's teaching me all these things. Like, this man got a crazy office. He got like the whole top floor, like the pimp part of the office in Maryland. This man just be buying Rolexes left and right. I'm in there. He making a $30,000 trade and on the phone trying to buy another type of, some designer watch. Like, this is the type of stuff, type of lifestyle that this man is on.
He's a real Jason Bond.
That's facts. That's facts. He really getting it. And you can, he comes from a trading desk.
Yeah, you can tell by his information, just what he's saying, like I said.
Yeah, the things that I hear him say is the exact same things I hear Anton Creel say. Like, that same approach, that same situation, same exact thing.
Yeah.
That's why I vibe with Anton Creel so much, as far as, hey, I'm teaching you this from the perspective of you as trading for an institution at a desk.
Right.
So like that, to me, that's important, especially because of what my goal is. Like, I want to one day run my own hedge fund. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's one of my goals. So I already committed myself to, I got to take that journey. I'm gonna have to do a whole bunch more, because I know what I'm getting myself into.
Right. Yo, go ahead.
Yeah, that's facts. But it's lovely, because I just love to know how the world works, because it translates everywhere else in life.
Absolutely.
And it just, it makes, and it just, I like the fact that I know that, 90% of traders lose money and they trade this way. And I know that the way I trade, 90% of people don't trade.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's why, when we be in them clubhouse, I'd be like, what the hell? I mean, there was a room. I found one room that was pretty cool. They were some good traders. They got a room called Black Wall Street.
Oh, I'll be in there. Yeah, I'll be in there. Yep.
Yeah, I like their information as far as, the crypto and stocks and SPACs and stuff. So, I mean, they don't do Forex, but I just like listening to the, other things that I don't, particularly crypto and, the stocks too, because, when to trade options. So I just like listening to, what some of their takes on, and they, they seem like they know what they're doing. I mean, you could tell.
Yeah.
But, we was at first we was in some of them other crazy rooms. But yeah. But I gotta send this track over, and then I gotta get up in the morning and do it all over again. So I'm about to get out of here. But hey, it's always great chopping it up with the family, for real.
Likewise.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and rewind this video, because when he was breaking down those options, I was working on this track.
yeah, it was powerful. So yeah,
Yeah, it was. I'm going
definitely get that. Yeah, definitely get that breakdown because man, these options is where I kind of got my focus at. You know what I'm saying right now? Like let me at least learn how this functions and how test the waters and stuff like that because I just want to. I want to trade a couple different asset classes. Honestly, I want to be trading all through the week because I have the time.
Yeah, I want to be able to. I mean, options is great. I mean, and especially with the directional understanding that we have.
Exactly,
man. Or you please.
Exactly. I hit my strike price today. I was so happy because I messed around and got in the option. And I didn't necessarily know how it worked, but I know I had a good trade. So I got in the trade and it went almost to my strike price. So I didn't know that I can automatically close the trade and get what I already profited before it actually hits that, So it went all the way. I was crazy up, but I thought I couldn't take no money out until it hit the price. So it went back down. And then like the next 2 days, I'm like, all right, just get beat up. And then finally the last day of my expiration price, it ran and hit it. So I was like, whew.
Yeah. yeah. I gotta. Well, that was always one of my goals anyway. I already said,
Yeah.
Once I have a certain skill set, then I can apply it to every asset.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I just posted a couple of things, for anybody who look in the chat, just from the trade method we're talking about. I posted it for anybody who what I'm saying, who want to, just see some of these concepts in a visual.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah. This one is a good one that you just put in there.
Yeah.
Liquidity. Yeah. That's a good one.
Exactly.
Yep. So, like on this one, in the liquidity in the form of equal lows, the one with the lowest wick would be the swing low.
Yep.
So that's the one that you would trade off of.
Yep.
As an order block because it has a swing low.
And that perfectly kind of expresses what we was talking about, how, you might get multiple, runs. You see how each stop run is bigger than the other one.
Right.
It goes a little bit lower than the other one, but the prices are, ultimately going in the other direction. Actually, that's like 3 different trades you really can make. You can actually eat off that by 3 different times. But,
the only problem is it's not gonna give you a full range because it's gonna come back and hit your stop unless you don't put a stop in and wait for the run. But I mean, you gotta, you really gotta have your emotions in check. Say, well, I'm only willing to let it go here.
Yeah.
I do that sometimes. I let it, and then I don't get stopped out, and then it just goes my way. But I mean, I already have a figure in my head where I'm not letting it go beyond.
Yeah, exactly. See, that's hypothetically, like if this was a daily chart. Like if this is something small, then nah, I wouldn't touch that. But if this is like a daily,
that's a daily. Oh, okay.
Yeah, if this was a daily chart, each one of these is a day. Each one of these is hitting off the daily order. So the first 2 days, I would definitely hit those, but the third one, I'd be skeptical to really take that one because I only really like to trade order blocks 2 times on a daily chart. After the second time, I just find it to be less reliable.
If it comes back.
Yeah. It comes back that third time. Which sometimes it does. I'm not to say that every time it does, but I just find, my best, risk parameters come around me only taking those OBs for the first 2 times they're tested.
Okay. This dog, he be licking your feet. I'm like, get out.
You just want a little love.
I know, boy. He is so clingy. I mean, you can't go like 2 inches away from him. And don't give him eye contact. He'll jump up and no eye contact.
You gonna make me want to go get a dog.
Yeah, he's great.
I'm gonna drop one more in here, and this right here, this is my My treasure trove right here.
Oh shoot! I got to show you what I got in my Discord. That's like my journal.
Oh yeah. I'm going through there. I definitely be going through there. Oh no, you talking about your journal? Okay, yeah, journal.
No,
Yeah.
well, I got a whole Discord channel.
Yeah. Hold on. You talking about the one that in the group? You talking about your channel?
No, my own.
Oh, okay. No, I ain't know that.
Ain't nobody in there. It's just I
Oh,
just
just
put
for
my
your
stuff.
journal.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just put my
yeah.
stuff in there.
Yeah, I would love to check that out. I got, and I need to set me up one too. Shoot the journal.
Yeah, you should.
Do
You can
all that.
always keep like all this stuff like this. You just put in there. Oh, that's a good one.
This right here. This is
Man,
the
that's
wood trail.
anti-career stuff. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, this is Anton Krill's. This is how you develop a trade plan at a desk. If you was at a desk, these are the steps you'll take to really develop a trading plan.
Wow.
And that goes it goes from the macro level at the top all the way down to going to different levels. Even you see COT, you see PA price action, you know what I'm saying? You see all these, ATR, you know what I'm saying? So it just, it's just these are the, if you trying to trade at that level, this is the map.
This is what you gotta know.
That they give, the traders that they're trading.
So that's like your boy.
Yeah, exactly. Same
He
thing.
got. Yeah, I like listening to him. He put all them other guys be sounding like clowns.
Yeah, he went in on these bonds, man. Like he was really talking about how you can, I recorded it. I know I had to go back because he was saying certain things that went over my head, but he was talking about how he uses bonds, and then he'll buy some bond, he'll take out some credit or whatever, and then he'll buy some bonds, then take out an 80%, buy some bonds, then leverage it, then take out like 80% on that, then go buy something else. Then he was going in. He was going in.
Yeah, he got a lot of info. Woo.
He was talking about how you make money basically with bonds, like kind of like an offer arbitrage in a way. And he was basically going into municipal bonds and the returns on them, corporate bonds, mortgage bonds. He was going into all those different tools and how you can find an arbitrage by going from one to the other. Especially now that interest rates are low, you can actually like get paid, because if you can get interest rates of like 1% and then one of these other things give you 10%, now you got like a 9% margin. You feel me? Like, that's the type of stuff he was breaking down in there.
Yeah, you ever check out his podcast?
Yeah, I was following for wow. I was following. I haven't checked it out lately, but up until like a couple months ago, I watched it. I would listen to it religiously.
Yeah, I've been. I'm gonna go through all the podcasts that he has on Instagram. I was like, wow, this is some really good stuff. Woo, boy, this dog here, boy.
Yeah, it's so funny. He just like he'll tell you straight up. He's like, honestly, this is all ego. Like I'm just a very ego driven places, and my whole thing is like about being right. Like, that's all I do this for. I'm going to be right, and that's what I do it for. Like, and even when I share it, I'm sharing it, of course, to help people, but I'm really sharing it, for my own ego, to hold myself accountable to being right.
Yeah, I know what he means by that, because I don't like to be wrong either. So I'd be studying.
Yeah, exactly.
Like just in general, having information. I like,
Yeah, and it's like one thing people get, misconception of, like they might think because of how much money he got and what he's on, that somehow he doesn't, work as hard as they do, but he works 10 times hard as anybody I ever seen.
Exactly. That's why he's able to make all that money. Get out.
Exactly. Like he be going hard. We be at the office 3:00 in the morning going hard, and he's reading. So he does so much reading, as far as like he's reading old SEC cases with other companies to come up with thesis on this company. Like he be on like some lawyer type stuff sometimes. Like he be on some. And he makes a lot of trades.
Studying all day tomorrow. Now I gotta be freaking editing.
Yeah. Yeah, do your thing. I know how that be. Believe me, I know how that be. I've been drunk me some coffee and Red Bull and be plugged in.
That's gonna be me. I ain't have no puppy Red Bull, but I'm gonna be over here chopping and.
Oh man, I already know.
Tracks.
Then you gotta take a break real quick because you know you got two tuned in, and now you're a little tone deaf a little bit.
But yo, Oba, I'm gonna cut out so I can get some rest and get on it tomorrow.
Yep, for sure.
Thank you. Good night, everyone. Good night, Oba Brandon. Good night, AE. Good night,
Sister Camille.
All right. I'll see y'all in the chat on the next one.
All right, troopers. I'm gonna lock you down too. I was up there, give me some fruit out there. They going in, they getting it in. I love it. I really gave me a little fruit. So
we was getting it in.
Yeah.
Throw me a little horror flick on so I start watching me, and I'll be out.
Yeah, I know that's right. I'm about to turn on some Billions. Honestly, that's what I'm about to watch. Fall asleep watching the Bobby Axelrod. That's his name.
Later, y'all.
All right, guys. See you guys
Power
back.
Profit.
Peace, Power Profit, everybody. Thank y'all for tuning in. Peace, everybody. Peace, family.
Good night.
Peace.